Has or has not capital, said Laffalange, in so far as it is a faculty in production, the legitimacy of the other productive faculties? If it is illegitimate, its pretensions to a share of the product are illegitimate, it must be excluded, it has no interest to receive. If, on the contrary, it is legitimate, it cannot be legitimately excluded from participation in the profits, in the increase which it has helped to create. The question could not be stated more clearly. M. Blanc holds, on the contrary, that it is stated in a very confused manner, which means that it embarrasses him greatly, and that he is much worried to find its meaning. In the first place, he supposes that he is asked whether it is equitable to allow the capitalist a share of the profits of production equal to the laborers. To which M. Blanc answers unhesitatingly that that would be unjust. Then follows an outburst of eloquence to establish this injustice. Now, the Phalansterian does not ask whether the share of the capitalist should or should not be equal to the laborers, he wishes to know simply whether he is to have a share. And to this M. Blanc makes no reply. Is it meant, continues M. Blanc, that capital is indispensable to production, like labor itself? Here M. Blanc distinguishes, he grants that capital is indispensable, as labor is, but not to the extent that labor is. Once again, the Phalansterian does not dispute as to quantity, but as to right. Is it meant? It is still M. Blanc who interrogates that all capitalists are not idlers. M. Blanc, generous to capitalists who work, asks why so large a share should be given to those who do not work. A flow of eloquence as to the impersonal services of the capitalist and the personal services of the laborer, terminated by an appeal to Providence. For the third time, you are asked whether the participation of capital in profits is legitimate, since you admit that it is indispensable in production. At last M. Blanc, who has understood all the time, decides to reply that, if he allows interest to capital, he does so only as a transitional measure and to ease the descent of the capitalists. For the rest, his project leading inevitably to the absorption of private capital in association, it would be folly and an abandonment of principle to do more. M. Blanc, if he had studied his subject, would have needed to say but a single phrase, I deny capital. Thus M. Blanc, and under his name I include the whole of socialism, after having, by a first contradiction of the title of his book, Organization of Labor, declared that capital was indispensable in production, and consequently that it should be organized and participate in profits like labor, by a second contradiction rejects capital from organization and refuses to recognize it, by a third contradiction he who laughs at decorations and titles of nobility distributes civic crowns, rewards, and distinctions to such litterateurs, inventors, and artists as shall have deserved well of the country, he allows them salaries according to their grades and dignities, all of which is the restoration of capital as really, though not with the same mathematical precision, as interest and net product. By a fourth contradiction M. Blanc establishes this new aristocracy on the principle of equality, that is, he pretends to vote masterships to equal and free associates, privileges of idleness to laborers, spoliation in short to the despoiled. By a fifth contradiction he rests this equalitarian aristocracy on the basis of a power endowed with great force, that is, on despotism, another form of monopoly. By a sixth contradiction, after having, by his encouragements to labor and the arts, tried to proportion reward to service, like monopoly, and wages to capacity, like monopoly, he sets himself to eulogize life in common, labor and consumption in common, which does not prevent him from wishing to withdraw from the effects of common indifference, by means of national encouragements taken out of the common product, the grave and serious writers whom common readers do not care for. By a seventh contradiction. But let us stop at 7, for we should not have finished at 77. It is said that M. Blanc, who is now preparing a history of the French Revolution, has begun to seriously study political economy. The first fruit of this study will be, I do not doubt, a repudiation of his pamphlet on organization of labor, and consequently a change in all his ideas of authority and government. At this price the history of the French Revolution, by M. Blanc, will be a truly useful and original work. All the socialistic sects, without exception, are possessed by the same prejudice, all, unconsciously, inspired by the economic contradiction, have to confess their powerlessness in presence of the necessity of capital, all are waiting, for the realization of their ideas, to hold power and money in their hands. The utopias of socialism in the matter of association make more prominent than ever the truth which we announced at the beginning: there is nothing in socialism which is not found in political economy, and this perpetual plagiarism is the irrevocable condemnation of both. Nowhere is to be seen the dawn of that mother idea, which springs with so much eclat from the generation of the economic categories, that the superior formula of association has nothing to do with capital, a matter for individual accounts, but must bear solely upon equilibrium of production, the conditions of exchange, the gradual reduction of cost, the one and only source of the increase of wealth. Instead of determining the relations of industry to industry, of laborer to laborer, of province to province, and of people to people, the socialists dream only of providing themselves with capital, always conceiving the problem of the solidarity of laborers as if it were a question of founding some new institution of monopoly. The world, humanity, capital, industry, business machinery, exist. It is a matter now simply of finding their philosophy, in other words, of organizing them, and the socialists are in search of capital. Always outside of reality, is it astonishing that they miss it? Thus M. Blanc asks for state aid and the establishment of national workshops, thus Fourier asked for 6 million francs, and his followers are still engaged today in collecting that sum. Thus the communists place their hope in a revolution which shall give them authority and the treasury, and exhaust themselves in waiting for useless subscriptions. Capital and power, secondary organs in society, are always the gods whom socialism adores. If capital and power did not exist, it would invent them. Through its anxieties about power and capital, socialism has completely overlooked the meaning of its own protests. Much more, it has not seen that, in involving itself, as it has done, in the economic routine, it has deprived itself of the very right to protest. It accuses society of antagonism, and through the same antagonism it goes in pursuit of reform. It asks capital for the poor laborers, as if the misery of laborers did not come from the competition of capitalists as well as from the factitious opposition of labor and capital, as if the question were not today precisely what it was before the creation of capital, that is, still and always a question of equilibrium, as if, in short, let us repeat it incessantly, let us repeat it to satiety, the question were henceforth of something other than a synthesis of all the principles brought to light by civilization, and as if, provided the synthesis, the idea which leads the world, were known, there would be any need of the intervention of capital and the state to make them evident. Socialism, in deserting criticism to devote itself to declamation and utopia and in mingling with political and religious intrigues, has betrayed its mission and misunderstood the character of the century. The revolution of 1830 demoralized us. Socialism is making us effeminate. Like political economy, whose contradictions it simply sifts again, socialism is powerless to satisfy the movement of minds. It is henceforth, in those whom it subjugates, only a new prejudice to destroy, and, in those who propagate it, a charlatanism to unmask, the more dangerous because almost always sincere. 17. A comparison of this passage, as given here, with the English translation of what is property will show a marked variation in the language. This is explained by the fact that the author, in reproducing the passage, modified it considerably. The same is true of another quotation from the same work which will be found a few pages farther on. Translator. 18. This extract from Scott, as well as that from a parliamentary report cited a few paragraphs later, is here translated from the French, and presumably differs in form somewhat, therefore, from the original English. Translator. 19. The spinning wheel is silent in the valley, family feelings are at an end. Over a little smoke the aged grandsire spreads his pale hands, and the empty hearth is as desolate as his heart. Translator. 20. Possibly these paragraphs will not be clear to all without the explanation that the form of association discussed in them, called in French the commandite, is a joint stock company to which the shareholders simply lend their capital, without acquiring a share in the management or incurring responsibility for the results thereof. Translator. Chapter 7. Fifth period: Police, or taxation. In positing its principles, humanity, as if in obedience to a sovereign order, never goes backward. Like the traveler who by oblique windings rises from the depth of the valley to the mountain top, it follows intrepidly its zigzag road, and marches to its goal with confident step, without repentance, and without pause. Arriving at the angle of monopoly, the social genius casts backward a melancholy glance, and, in a moment of profound reflection, says to itself: monopoly has stripped the poor hireling of everything: bread, clothing, home, education, liberty, and security. I will lay a tax upon the monopolist. At this price I will save him his privilege. Land and mines, woods and waters, the original domain of man, are forbidden to the proletaire. I will intervene in their exploitation. I will have my share of the products, and land monopoly shall be respected. Industry has fallen into feudalism, but I am the suzerain. The lords shall pay me tribute, and they shall keep the profit of their capital. Commerce levies usurious profits on the consumer. I will strew its road with toll gates, I will stamp its checks and endorse its invoices, and it shall pass. Capital has overcome labor by intelligence. I will open schools, and the laborer, made intelligent himself, shall become a capitalist in his turn. Products lack circulation, and social life is cramped. I will build roads, bridges, canals, marts, theaters, and temples, and thus furnish at one stroke work, wealth, and a market. The rich man lives in plenty, while the workman weeps in famine. I will establish taxes on bread, wine, meat, salt, and honey, on articles of necessity and on objects of value, and these shall supply alms for my poor. And I will set guards over the waters, the woods, the fields, the mines, and the roads. I will send collectors to gather the taxes and teachers to instruct the children. I will have an army to put down refractory subjects, courts to judge them, prisons to punish them, and priests to curse them. All these offices shall be given to the proletariat and paid by the monopolists. Such is my certain and efficacious will. We have to prove that society could neither think better nor act worse. This will be the subject of a review which, I hope, will throw new light upon the social problem. Every measure of general police, every administrative and commercial regulation, like every law of taxation, is at bottom but one of the innumerable articles of this ancient bargain, ever violated and ever renewed, between the patriciate and the proletariat. That the parties or their representatives knew nothing of it, or even that they frequently viewed their political constitutions from another standpoint, is of little consequence to us. Not to the man, legislator, or prince do we look for the meaning of his acts, but to the acts themselves. One synthetic idea of the tax, point of departure and development of this idea. In order to render that which is to follow more intelligible, I will explain, inverting, as it were, the method which we have followed hitherto, the superior theory of the tax. Then I will give its genesis. Finally I will show the contradiction and results. The synthetic idea of the tax, as well as its original conception, would furnish material for the most extensive developments. I shall confine myself to a simple announcement of the propositions, with a summary indication of the proofs. The tax, in its essence and positive destiny, is the form of distribution among that species of functionaries which Adam Smith has designated by the word unproductive, although he admits as much as any one the utility and even the necessity of their labor in society. By this adjective, unproductive, Adam Smith, whose genius dimly foresaw everything and left us to do everything, meant that the product of these laborers is negative, which is a very different thing from null, and that consequently distribution so far as they are concerned follows a method other than exchange. Let us consider, in fact, what takes place, from the point of view of distribution, in the four great divisions of collective labor, extraction, 21 manufactures, commerce, agriculture. Each producer brings to market a real product whose quantity can be measured, whose quality can be estimated, whose price can be debated, and, finally, whose value can be discounted, either in other services or merchandise, or else in money. In all these industries, distribution, therefore, is nothing but the mutual exchange of products according to the law of proportionality of values. Nothing like this takes place with the functionaries called public. These obtain their right to subsistence, not by the production of real utilities, but by the very state of unproductivity in which, by no fault of their own, they are kept. For them the law of proportionality is inverted, while social wealth is formed and increased in the direct ratio of the quantity, variety, and proportion of the effective products furnished by the four great industrial categories. The development of this same wealth, the perfecting of social order, suppose, on the contrary, so far as the personnel of police is concerned, a progressive and indefinite reduction. State functionaries, therefore, are very truly unproductive. On this point J.B. Say agreed with A. Smith, and all that he has written on this subject in correction of his master, and which has been stupidly included among his titles to glory, arises entirely, it is easy to see, from a misunderstanding. In a word, the wages of the government's employees constitute a social deficit, they must be carried to the account of losses, which it must be the object of industrial organization to continually diminish. In this view, what other adjective could be used to describe the men of power than that of Adam Smith? Here, then, is a category of services which, furnishing no real products, cannot be rewarded in the ordinary way, services which do not fall under the law of exchange, which cannot become the object of private speculation, competition, joint stock association, or any sort of commerce, but which, theoretically regarded as performed gratuitously by all, but entrusted, by virtue of the law of division of labor, to a small number of special men who devote themselves exclusively to them, must consequently be paid for. History confirms this general datum. The human mind, which tries all solutions of every problem, has tried accordingly to submit public functions to exchange. For a long time French magistrates, like notaries, etc., lived solely by their fees. But experience has proved that this method of distribution applied to unproductive laborers was too expensive and subject to too many disadvantages, and it became necessary to abandon it. The organization of the unproductive services contributes to the general welfare in several ways. First, by relieving producers of public cares, in which all must participate, and to which, consequently, all are more or less slaves. Secondly, by establishing in society an artificial centralization, the image and prelude of the future solidarity of industries, and, finally, by furnishing a first attempt at balance and discipline. So we admit, with J.B. Say, the usefulness of magistrates and the other agents of public authority, but we hold that this usefulness is wholly negative, and we insist, therefore, on describing these functionaries by the adjective unproductive which A. Smith applied to them, not to bring them into discredit, but because they really cannot be classed in the category of producers. Taxation, very well says an economist of Say's school, M. J. Garney, taxation is a privation which we should try to reduce to the furthest point of compatibility with the needs of society. If the writer whom I quote has reflected upon the meaning of his words, he has seen that the word privation which he uses is synonymous with non-production, and that consequently those for whose benefit taxes are collected are very truly unproductive laborers. I insist upon this definition, which seems to me the less questionable from the fact that, however much they may dispute over the word, all agree upon the thing, because it contains the germ of the greatest revolution yet to be accomplished in the world. I mean the subordination of the unproductive functions to the productive functions, in a word, the effective submission, always asked and never obtained, of authority to the citizens. It is a consequence of the development of the economical contradictions that order in society first shows itself inverted, that which should be above is placed below, that which should be in relief seems sunken, and that which should receive the light is thrown into the shadow. Thus power, which, in its essence, is, like capital, the auxiliary and subordinate of labor, becomes, through the antagonism of society, the spy, judge, and tyrant of the productive functions. Power, whose original inferiority lays upon it the duty of obedience, is prince and sovereign. In all ages the laboring classes have pursued against the office-holding class the solution of this antinomy, of which economic science alone can give the key. The oscillations, that is, the political agitations which result from this struggle of labor against power, now lead to a depression of the central force, which compromises the very existence of society, now, exaggerating this same force beyond measure, give birth to despotism. Then, the privileges of command, the infinite joy which it gives to ambition and pride, making the unproductive functions an object of universal lust, a new leaven of discord penetrates society, which, divided already in one direction into capitalists and wage workers, and in another into producers and non-producers, is again divided as regards power into monarchists and democrats. The conflicts between royalty and the republic would furnish us most marvelous and interesting material for our episodes. The confines of this work do not permit us so long an excursion, and after having pointed out this new branch in the vast network of human aberrations, we shall confine ourselves exclusively, in dealing with taxation, to the economic question. Such, then, in succinctest statement, is the synthetic theory of the tax, that is, if I may venture to use the familiar comparison, of this fifth wheel of the coach of humanity, which makes so much noise, and which, in governmental parlance, is styled the state. The state, the police, or their means of existence, the tax, is, I repeat, the official name of the class designated in political economy as non-producers, in short, as the domestics of society. But public reason does not attain at a single bound this simple idea, which for centuries had to remain in the state of a transcendental conception. Before civilization can mount to such a height, it must pass through frightful tempests and innumerable revolutions, in each of which, one might say, it renews its strength in a bath of blood. And when at last production, represented by capital, seems on the point of thoroughly subordinating the unproductive organ, the state, then society rises in indignation, labor weeps at the prospect of its immediate freedom, democracy shudders at the abasement of power, justice cries out as if scandalized, and all the oracles of the departing gods exclaim with terror that the abomination of desolation is in the holy places and that the end of the world has come. So true is it that humanity never desires what it seeks, and that the slightest progress cannot be realized without spreading panic among the peoples. What, then, in this evolution, is the point of departure of society, and by what circuitous route does it reach political reform, that is, economy in its expenditures, equality in the assessment of its taxes, and the subordination of power to industry? That is what we are about to state in a few words, reserving developments for the sequel. The original idea of the tax is that of redemption. As, by the law of Moses, each firstborn was supposed to belong to Jehovah, and had to be redeemed by an offering, so the tax everywhere presents itself in the form of a tithe or royal prerogative by which the proprietor annually redeems from the sovereign the profit of exploitation which he is supposed to hold only by his pleasure. This theory of the tax, moreover, is but one of the special articles of what is called the social contract. Ancients and moderns all agree, in terms more or less explicit, in regarding the juridical status of societies as a reaction of weakness against strength. This idea is uppermost in all the works of Plato, notably in the Gorgias, where he maintains, with more subtlety than logic, the cause of the laws against that of violence, that is, legislative absolutism against aristocratic and military absolutism. In this knotty dispute, in which the weight of evidence is equal on both sides, Plato simply expresses the sentiment of entire antiquity. Long before him, Moses, in making a distribution of lands, declaring patrimony inalienable, and ordering a general and uncompensated cancellation of all mortgages every 50th year, had opposed a barrier to the invasions of force. The whole Bible is a hymn to justice, that is, in the Hebrew style, to charity, to kindness to the weak on the part of the strong, to voluntary renunciation of the privilege of power. Solon, beginning his legislative mission by a general abolition of debts, and creating rights and reserves, that is, barriers to prevent their return, was no less reactionary. Lycurgus went farther, he forbade individual possession, and tried to absorb the man in the state, annihilating liberty the better to preserve equilibrium. Hobbes, deriving, and with great reason, legislation from the state of war, arrived by another road at the establishment of equality upon an exception, despotism. His book, so much calumniated, is only a development of this famous antithesis. The Charter of 1830, consecrating the insurrection made in 89 by the plebeians against the nobility, and decreeing the abstract equality of persons before the law, in spite of the real inequality of powers and talents which is the veritable basis of the social system now in force, is also but a protest of society in favor of the poor against the rich, of the small against the great. All the laws of the human race regarding sale, purchase, hire, property, loans, mortgages, prescription, inheritance, donation, wills, wives' dowries, minority, guardianship, etc., etc., are real barriers erected by judicial absolutism against the absolutism of force. Respect for contracts, fidelity to promises, the religion of the oath, are fictions, ocelots, 22 as the famous Lysander aptly said, with which society deceives the strong and brings them under the yoke. The tax belongs to that great family of preventive, coercive, repressive, and vindictive institutions which A. Smith designated by the generic term police, and which is, as I have said, in its original conception, only the reaction of weakness against strength. This follows, independently of abundant historical testimony which we will put aside to confine ourselves exclusively to economic proof, from the distinction naturally arising between taxes. All taxes are divisible into two great categories: 1. Taxes of assessment, or of privilege, these are the oldest taxes; 2. Taxes of consumption, or of quotite, 23, whose tendency is, by absorbing the former, to make public burdens weigh equally upon all. The first sort of taxes, including in France the tax on land, the tax on doors and windows, the poll tax, the tax on personal property, the tax on tenants, license fees, the tax on transfers of property, the tax on officials' fees, road taxes, and brevets, is the share which the sovereign reserves for himself out of all the monopolies which he concedes or tolerates. It is, as we have said, the indemnity of the poor, the permit granted to property. Such was the form and spirit of the tax in all the old monarchies. Feudalism was its beau ideal. Under that regime the tax was only a tribute paid by the holder to the universal proprietor or sleeping partner, commanditaire, the king. When later, by the development of public right, royalty, the patriarchal form of sovereignty, begins to get impregnated by the democratic spirit, the tax becomes a quota which each voter owes to the Commonwealth, and which, instead of falling into the hand of the prince, is received into the state treasury. In this evolution the principle of the tax remains intact. As yet there is no transformation of the institution, the real sovereign simply succeeds the figurative sovereign. Whether the tax enters into the peculium of the prince or serves to liquidate a common debt, it is in either case only a claim of society against privilege; otherwise, it is impossible to say why the tax is levied in the ratio of fortunes. Let all contribute to the public expenses, nothing more just. But why should the rich pay more than the poor? That is just, they say, because they possess more. I confess that such justice is beyond my comprehension. One of two things is true: either the proportional tax guarantees a privilege to the larger taxpayers, or else it is a wrong. Because, if property is a natural right, as the Declaration of '93 declares, all that belongs to me by virtue of this right is as sacred as my person. It is my blood, my life, myself; whoever touches it offends the apple of my eye. My income of 100,000 francs is as inviolable as the grisette's daily wage of 75 centimes. Her attic is no more sacred than my suite of apartments. The tax is not levied in proportion to physical strength, size, or skill, no more should it be levied in proportion to property. What is property? Chapter 2. These observations are the more just because the principle which it was their purpose to oppose to that of proportional assessment has had its period of application. The proportional tax is much later in history than leech homage, which consisted in a simple officious demonstration without real payment. The second sort of taxes includes in general all those designated, by a sort of antiphrasis, by the term indirect, such as taxes on liquor, salt, and tobacco, customs duties, and, in short, all the taxes which directly affect the only thing which should be taxed, product. The principle of this tax, whose name is an actual misnomer, is unquestionably better founded in theory and more equitable in tendency than the preceding. Accordingly, in spite of the opinion of the mass, always deceived as to that which serves it as well as to that which is prejudicial to it, I do not hesitate to say that this tax is the only normal one, barring its assessment and collection, with which it is not my purpose now to deal. For, if it is true, as we have just explained, that the real nature of the tax is to pay, according to a particular form of wages, for certain services which elude the usual form of exchange, it follows that all producers, enjoying these services equally as far as personal use is concerned, should contribute to their payment in equal portions. The share for each, therefore, would be a fraction of his exchangeable product, or, in other words, an amount taken from the values delivered by him for purposes of consumption. But, under the monopoly system, and with collection upon land, the treasury strikes the product before it has entered into exchange, even before it is produced, a circumstance which results in throwing back the amount of the tax into the cost of production, and consequently puts the burden upon the consumer and lifts it from monopoly. Whatever the significance of the tax of assessment or the tax of quotite, one thing is sure, and this is the thing which it is especially important for us to know, namely, that, in making the tax proportional, it was the intention of the sovereign to make citizens contribute to the public expenses, no longer, according to the old feudal principle, by means of a poll tax, which would involve the idea of an assessment figured in the ratio of the number of persons taxed, and not in the ratio of their possessions, but so much per franc of capital, which supposes that capital has its source in an authority superior to the capitalists. Everybody, spontaneously and with one accord, considers such an assessment just. Everybody, therefore, spontaneously and with one accord, looks upon the tax as a resumption on the part of society, a sort of redemption exacted from monopoly. This is especially striking in England, where, by a special law, the proprietors of the soil and the manufacturers pay, in proportion to their incomes, a tax of $40 million, which is called the poor rate. In short, the practical and avowed object of the tax is to effect upon the rich, for the benefit of the people, a proportional resumption of their capital. Now, analysis and the facts demonstrate that the tax of assessment, the tax upon monopoly, instead of being paid by those who possess, is paid almost entirely by those who do not possess. That the tax of quotite, separating the producer from the consumer, falls solely upon the latter, thereby taking from the capitalist no more than he would have to pay if fortunes were absolutely equal. Finally, that the army, the courts, the police, the schools, the hospitals, the almshouses, the houses of refuge and correction, public functions, religion itself, all that society creates for the protection, emancipation, and relief of the proletaire, paid for in the first place and sustained by the proletaire, is then turned against the proletaire or wasted as far as he is concerned, so that the proletariat, which at first labored only for the class that devours it, that of the capitalists, must labor also for the class that flogs it, that of the non-producers. These facts are henceforth so well known, and the economists I owe them this justice have shown them so clearly, that I shall abstain from correcting their demonstrations, which, for the rest, are no longer contradicted by anybody. What I propose to bring to light, and what the economists do not seem to have sufficiently understood, is that the condition in which the laborer is placed by this new phase of social economy is susceptible of no amelioration, that, unless industrial organization, and therefore political reform, should bring about an equality of fortunes, evil is inherent in police institutions as in the idea of charity which gave them birth, in short, that the state, whatever form it affects, aristocratic or theocratic, monarchical or republican, until it shall have become the obedient and submissive organ of a society of equals, will be for the people an inevitable hell, I had almost said a deserved damnation. 21. Hunting, fishing, mining, in short, the gathering of all natural products. Translator. 22. Little bones taken from the joints of animals and serving as playthings for children. Translator. 23. A tax whose total product is not fixed in advance, but depends upon the quantity of things or persons upon whom it happens to fall. Translator. 2. Antinomy of the tax. I sometimes hear the champions of the statu quo maintain that for the present we enjoy liberty enough, and that, in spite of the declamation against the existing order, we are below the level of our institutions. So far at least as taxation is concerned, I am quite of the opinion of these optimists. According to the theory that we have just seen, the tax is the reaction of society against monopoly. Upon this point opinions are unanimous. Citizens and legislators, economists, journalists, and ballad writers, rendering, each in their own tongue, the social thought, vie with each other in proclaiming that the tax should fall upon the rich, strike the superfluous and articles of luxury, and leave those of prime necessity free. In short, they have made the tax a sort of privilege for the privileged, a bad idea, since it involved a recognition of the legitimacy of privilege, which in no case, whatever shape it may take, is good for anything. The people had to be punished for this egoistic inconsistency. Providence did not fail in its duty. From the moment, then, of the conception of the tax as a counterclaim, it had to be fixed proportionally to means, whether it struck capital or affected income more especially. Now, I will point out that the levying of the tax at so much a franc being precisely that which should be adopted in a country where all fortunes were equal, saving the differences in the cost of assessment and collection, the treasury is the most liberal feature of our society, and that on this point our morals are really behind our institutions. But as with the wicked the best things cannot fail to be detestable, we shall see the equalitarian tax crush the people precisely because the people are not up to it. I will suppose that the gross income in France, for each family of 4 persons, is 1,000 francs. This is a little above the estimate of M. Chevalier, who places it at only 63 centimes a day for each individual, or 919 francs 80 centimes for each household. The tax being today more than 1,000 millions, or about an eighth of the total income, each family, earning 1,000 francs a year, is taxed 125 francs. Accordingly, an income of 2,000 francs pays 250 francs, an income of 3,000 francs, 375, an income of 4,000 francs, 500, etc. The proportion is strict and mathematically irreproachable. The treasury, by arithmetic, is sure of losing nothing. But on the side of the taxpayers the affair totally changes its aspect. The tax, which, in the intention of the legislator, was to have been proportioned to fortune, is, on the contrary, progressive in the ratio of poverty, so that, the poorer the citizen is, the more he pays. This I shall try to make plain by a few figures. According to the proportional tax, there is due to the treasury, for an income of 1,000, 2,000, 3,000, 4,000, 5,000, 6,000 francs, etc. a tax of 125 250, 375, 500, 625 750. According to the series, then, the tax seems to increase proportionally to income. But when it is remembered that each annual income is made up of 365 units, each of which represents the daily income of the taxpayer, the tax will no longer be found proportional, it will be found equal. In fact, if the state levies a tax of 125 francs on an income of 1,000 francs, it is as if it took from the taxed family 45 days' subsistence. Likewise, the assessments of 250, 375, 500, 625, and 750 francs, corresponding to incomes of 2,000, 3,000, 4,000, 5,000, and 6,000 francs, constitute in each case a tax of 45 days' pay upon each of those who enjoy these incomes. I say now that this equality of taxation is a monstrous inequality, and that it is a strange illusion to imagine that, because the daily income is larger, the tax of which it is the base is higher. Let us change our point of view from that of personal to that of collective income. As an effect of monopoly social wealth abandoning the laboring class to go to the capitalistic class, the object of taxation has been to moderate this displacement and react against usurpation by enforcing a proportional replace-even upon each privileged person. But proportional to what? To the excess which the privileged person has received undoubtedly, and not to the fraction of the social capital which his income represents. Now, the object of taxation is missed and the law turned into derision when the Treasury, instead of taking its eighth where this eighth exists, asks it precisely of those to whom it should be restored. A final calculation will make this evident. Setting the daily income of each person in France at 68 centimes, the father of a family who, whether as wages or as income from his capital, receives 1,000 francs a year receives 4 shares of the national income, he who receives 2,000 francs has 8 shares, he who receives 4,000 francs has 16, etc. Hence it follows that the workman who, on an income of 1,000 francs, pays 125 francs into the treasury renders to public order half a share, or an eighth of his income and his family's subsistence, whereas the capitalist who, on an income of 6,000 francs, pays only 750 francs realizes a profit of 17 shares out of the collective income, or, in other words, gains by the tax for 25%. Let us reproduce the same truth in another form. The voters of France number about 200,000. I do not know the total amount of taxes paid by these 200,000 voters, but I do not believe that I am very far from the truth in supposing an average of 300 francs each, or a total of 60 million for the 200,000 voters, to which we will add 25% to represent their share of indirect taxes, making in all 75 million, or 75 francs for each person, supposing the family of each voter to consist of 5 persons, which the electoral class pays to the state. The appropriations, according to the Annuaire économique for 1845, being 1,106,000,000, there remains 1,031,000,000, which makes the tax paid by each non-voting citizen 31 francs 30 centimes, 2/5 of the tax paid by the wealthy class. Now, for this proportion to be equitable, the average welfare of the non-voting class would have to be 2/5 of the average welfare of the voting class, but such is not the truth, as it falls short of this by more than 3/4. But this disproportion will seem still more shocking when it is remembered that the calculation which we have just made concerning the electoral class is altogether wrong, altogether in favor of the voters. In fact, the only taxes which are levied for the enjoyment of the right of suffrage are, 1. The land tax, 2. The tax on polls and personal property, 3. The tax on doors and windows, 4. License fees. Now, with the exception of the tax on polls and personal property, which varies little, the 3 other taxes are thrown back on the consumers, and it is the same with all the indirect taxes, for which the holders of capital are reimbursed by the consumers, with the exception, however, of the taxes on property transfers, which fall directly on the proprietor and amount in all to 150 million. Now, if we estimate that in this last amount the property of voters figures as 1/6, which is placing it high, the portion of direct taxes, 409 million, being 12 francs for each person, and that of indirect taxes, 547,016 francs, the average tax paid by each voter having a household of 5 will reach a total of 265 francs, while that paid by the laborer, who has only his arms to support himself, his wife, and 2 children, will be 112 francs. In more general terms, the average tax upon each person belonging to the upper classes will be 53 francs, upon each belonging to the lower, 28. Whereupon I renew my question, is the welfare of those below the voting standard half as great as that of those above it? It is with the tax as with periodical publications, which really cost more the less frequently they appear. A daily journal costs 40 francs, a weekly 10 francs, a monthly 4. Supposing other things to be equal, the subscription prices of these journals are to each other as the numbers 40, 70, and 120, the price rising with the infrequency of publication. Now, this exactly represents the increase of the tax. It is a subscription paid by each citizen in exchange for the right to labor and to live. He who uses this right in the smallest proportion pays much, he who uses it a little more pays less, he who uses it a great deal pays little. The economists are generally in agreement about all this. They have attacked the proportional tax, not only in its principle, but in its application. They have pointed out its anomalies, almost all of which arise from the fact that the relation of capital to income, or of cultivated surface to rent, is never fixed. Given a levy of 1/10 on the income from lands, and lands of different qualities producing, the first 8 francs worth of grain, the second 6 francs worth, the third 5 francs worth, the tax will call for 1/8 of the income from the most fertile land, 1/6 from that a little less fertile, and, finally, 1/5 from that less fertile still. 24. Will not the tax thus established be just the reverse of what it should be? Instead of land, we may suppose other instruments of production, and compare capitals of the same value, or amounts of labor of the same order, applied to branches of industry differing in productivity, the conclusion will be the same. There is injustice in requiring the same poll tax of 10 francs from the laborer who earns 1,000 francs and from the artist or physician who has an income of 60,000. J. Garney, Principles of Political Economy. These reflections are very sound, although they apply only to collection or assessment, and do not touch the principle of the tax itself. 4. In supposing the assessment to be made upon income instead of upon capital, the fact always remains that the tax, which should be proportional to fortunes, is borne by the consumer. The economists have taken a resolve. They have squarely recognized the iniquity of the proportional tax. The tax, says Say, can never be levied upon the necessary. This author, it is true, does not tell us what we are to understand by the necessary, but we can supply the omission. The necessary is what each individual gets out of the total product of the country, after deducting what must be taken for taxes. Thus, making the estimate in round numbers, the production of France being 8,000 millions and the tax 1,000 millions, the necessary in the case of each individual amounts to 56.5 centimes a day. Whatever is in excess of this income is alone susceptible of being taxed. According to J.B. Say, whatever falls short of it must be regarded by the Treasury as inviolable. The same author expresses this idea in other words when he says, the proportional tax is not equitable. Adam Smith had already said before him, it is not unreasonable that the rich man should contribute to the public expenses, not only in proportion to his income, but something more. I will go further, adds Say, I will not fear to say that the progressive tax is the only equitable tax. And M. J. Garney, the latest abridger of the economists, says, reforms should tend to establish a progressional equality, if I may use the phrase, much more just, much more equitable, than the pretended equality of taxation, which is only a monstrous inequality. So, according to general opinion and the testimony of the economists, 2 things are acknowledged. 1. That in its principle the tax is a reaction against monopoly and directed against the rich, the other, that in practice the same tax is false to its object, that, in striking the poor by preference, it commits an injustice, and that the constant effort of the legislator must be to distribute its burden in a more equitable fashion. I needed to establish this double fact solidly before passing to other considerations. Now commences my criticism. The economists, with that simplicity of honest folk which they have inherited from their elders and which even today is all that stands to their credit, have taken no pains to see that the progressional theory of the tax, which they point out to governments as the ne plus ultra of a wise and liberal administration, was contradictory in its terms and pregnant with a legion of impossibilities. They have attributed the oppression of the treasury by turns to the barbarism of the time, the ignorance of princes, the prejudices of caste, the avarice of collectors, everything, in short, which, in their opinion, preventing the progression of the tax, stood in the way of the sincere practice of equality in the distribution of public burdens. They have not for a moment suspected that what they asked under the name of progressive taxation was the overturn of all economic ideas. Thus they have not seen, for instance, that the tax was progressive from the very fact that it was proportional, the only difference being that the progression was in the wrong direction, the percentage being, as we have said, not directly, but inversely proportional to fortunes. If the economists had had a clear idea of this overturn, invariable in all countries where taxation exists, so singular a phenomenon would not have failed to draw their attention. They would have sought its causes, and would have ended by discovering that what they took for an accident of civilization, an effect of the inextricable difficulties of human government, was the product of the contradiction inherent in all political economy. The progressive tax, whether applied to capital or to income, is the very negation of monopoly, of that monopoly which is met everywhere, according to M. Rossi, across the path of social economy, which is the true stimulant of industry, the hope of economy, the preserver and parent of all wealth, of which we have been able to say, in short, that society cannot exist without it, but that, except for it, there would be no society. Let the tax become suddenly what it unquestionably must sometime be, namely, the proportional, or progressional, which is the same thing, contribution of each producer to the public expenses, and straightway rent and profit are confiscated everywhere for the benefit of the state, labor is stripped of the fruits of its toil, each individual being reduced to the proper allowance of 56.5 centimes, poverty becomes general, the compact formed between labor and capital is dissolved. And society, deprived of its rudder, drifts back to its original state. It will be said, perhaps, that it is easy to prevent the absolute annihilation of the profits of capital by stopping the progression at any moment. Eclecticism, the golden mean, compromise with heaven or with morality, is it always to be the same philosophy, then? True science is repugnant to such arrangements. All invested capital must return to the producer in the form of interest, all labor must leave a surplus, all wages be equal to product. Under the protection of these laws society continually realizes, by the greatest variety of production, the highest possible degree of welfare. These laws are absolute, to violate them is to wound, to mutilate society. Capital, accordingly, which, after all, is nothing but accumulated labor, is inviolable. But, on the other hand, the tendency to equality is no less imperative. It is manifested at each economic phase with increasing energy and an invincible authority. Therefore you must satisfy labor and justice at once, you must give to the former guarantees more and more real, and secure the latter without concession or ambiguity. Instead of that, you know nothing but the continual substitution of the good pleasure of the prince for your theories, the arrest of the course of economic law by arbitrary power, and, under the pretext of equity, the deception of the wage worker and the monopolist alike. Your liberty is but a half liberty, your justice but a half justice, and all your wisdom consists in those middle terms whose iniquity is always twofold, since they justify the pretensions of neither one party nor the other. No, such cannot be the science which you have promised us, and which, by unveiling for us the secrets of the production and consumption of wealth, must unequivocally solve the social antinomies. Your semi-liberal doctrine is the code of despotism, and shows that you are powerless to advance as well as ashamed to retreat. If society, pledged by its economic antecedents, can never retrace its steps, if, until the arrival of the universal equation, monopoly must be maintained in its possession, no change is possible in the laying of taxes, only there is a contradiction here, which, like every other, must be pushed till exhausted. Have, then, the courage of your opinions, respect for wealth, and no pity for the poor, whom the god of monopoly has condemned. The less the hireling has wherewith to live, the more he must pay, qui minus habet, entium quod habet auferitura bio. This is necessary, this is inevitable, in it lies the safety of society. Let us try, nevertheless, to reverse the progression of the tax, and so arrange it that the capitalist, instead of the laborer, will pay the larger share. I observe, in the first place, that with the usual method of collection, such a reversal is impracticable. In fact, if the tax falls on exploitable capital, this tax, in its entirety, is included among the costs of production, and then of two things one, either the product, in spite of the increase in its selling value, will be bought by the consumer, and consequently the producer will be relieved of the tax, or else the same product will be thought too dear, and in that case the tax, as J.B. Say has very well said, acts like a tithe levied on seed, it prevents production. Thus it is that too high a tax on the transfer of titles arrests the circulation of real property, and renders estates less productive by keeping them from changing hands. If, on the contrary, the tax falls on product, it is nothing but a tax of quotite, which each pays in the ratio of his consumption, while the capitalist, whom it is purposed to strike, escapes. Moreover, the supposition of a progressive tax based either on product or on capital is perfectly absurd. How can we imagine the same product paying a duty of 10% at the store of one dealer and a duty of but 5 at another's? How are estates already encumbered with mortgages and which change owners every day? How is a capital formed by joint investment or by the fortune of a single individual, to be distinguished upon the official register, and taxed, not in the ratio of their value or rent, but in the ratio of the fortune or presumed profits of the proprietor? There remains, then, a last resource, to tax the net income of each taxpayer, whatever his method of getting it. For instance, an income of 1,000 francs would pay 10 per cent, an income of 2,000 francs, 20 per cent, an income of 3,000 francs, 30 per cent, etc. We will set aside the 1,000 difficulties and annoyances that must be met in ascertaining these incomes, and suppose the operation as easy as you like. Well, that is exactly the system which I charge with hypocrisy, contradiction, and injustice. I say in the first place that this system is hypocritical, because, instead of taking from the rich that entire portion of their income in excess of the average national product per family, which is inadmissible, it does not, as is imagined, reverse the order of progression in the direction of wealth, at most it changes the rate of progression. Thus the present progression of the tax, for fortunes yielding incomes of 1,000 francs and under, being as that of the numbers 10, 11, 12, 13, etc., and, for fortunes yielding incomes of 1,000 francs and over, as that of the numbers 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, etc., the tax always increasing with poverty and decreasing with wealth, if we should confine ourselves to lifting the indirect tax which falls especially on the poorer class and imposing a corresponding tax upon the incomes of the richer class, the progression thereafter, it is true, would be, for the first, only as that of the numbers 10, 10.25, 10.50, 10.75, 11, 11.25, etc., and, for the second, as 10, 9.75, 9.50, 9.25, 9, 8.75, etc. But this progression, although less rapid on both sides, would still take the same direction nevertheless, would still be a reversal of justice, and it is for this reason that the so-called progressive tax, capable at most of giving the philanthropist something to babble about, is of no scientific value. It changes nothing in fiscal jurisprudence, as the proverb says, it is always the poor man who carries the pouch, always the rich man who is the object of the solicitude of power. I add that this system is contradictory. In fact, one cannot both give and keep, say the jurisconsults. Instead, then, of consecrating monopolies from which the holders are to derive no privilege save that of straightway losing, with the income, all the enjoyment thereof, why not decree the agrarian law at once? Why provide in the Constitution that each shall freely enjoy the fruit of his labor and industry, when, by the fact or the tendency of the tax, this permission is granted only to the extent of a dividend of 56½ centimes a day, a thing, it is true, which the law could not have foreseen, but which would necessarily result from progression. The legislator, in confirming us in our monopolies, intended to favor production, to feed the sacred fire of industry. Now, what interest shall we have to produce, if, though not yet associated, we are not to produce for ourselves alone? After we have been declared free, how can we be made subject to conditions of sale, hire, and exchange which annul our liberty? A man possesses government securities which bring him an income of 20,000 francs. The tax, under the new system of progression, will take 50% of this from him. At this rate it is more advantageous to him to withdraw his capital and consume the principal instead of the income. Then let him be repaid. What? Repaid. The state cannot be obliged to repay, and, if it consents to redeem, it will do so in proportion to the net income. Therefore a bond for 20,000 francs will be worth not more than 10,000 to the bondholder, because of the tax, if he wishes to get it redeemed by the state, unless he divides it into 20 lots, in which case it will return him double the amount. Likewise an estate which rents for 50,000 francs, the tax taking 2/3 of the income, will lose 2/3 of its value. But let the proprietor divide this estate into 100 lots and sell it at auction, and then, the terror of the treasury no longer deterring purchasers, he can get back his entire capital. So that, with the progressive tax, real estate no longer follows the law of supply and demand and is not valued according to the real income which it yields, but according to the condition of the owner. The consequence will be that large capitals will depreciate in value, and mediocrity be brought to the front. Landowners will hasten to sell, because it will be better for them to consume their property than to get an insufficient rent from it. Capitalists will recall their investments, or will invest only at usurious rates. All exploitation on a large scale will be prohibited, every visible fortune proceeded against, and all accumulation of capital in excess of the figure of the necessary proscribed. Wealth, driven back, will retire within itself and never emerge except by stealth, and labor, like a man attached to a corpse, will embrace misery in an endless union. Does it not well become the economists who devise such reforms to laugh at the reformers? After having demonstrated the contradiction and delusion of the progressive tax, must I prove its injustice also? The progressive tax, as understood by the economists and, in their wake, by certain radicals, is impracticable, I said just now, if it falls on capital and product, consequently I have supposed it to fall on incomes. But who does not see that this purely theoretical distinction between capital, product, and income falls so far as the treasury is concerned, and that the same impossibilities which we have pointed out reappear here with all their fatal character? A manufacturer discovers a process by means of which, saving 20% of his cost of production, he secures an income of 25,000 francs. The treasury calls on him for 15,000. He is obliged, therefore, to raise his prices, since, by the fact of the tax, his process, instead of saving 20%, saves only 8%. Is not this as if the treasury prevented cheapness? Thus, in trying to reach the rich, the progressive tax always reaches the consumer, and it is impossible for it not to reach him without suppressing production altogether. What a mistake! It is a law of social economy that all invested capital must return continually to the capitalist in the form of interest. With the progressive tax this law is radically violated, since, by the effect of progression, interest on capital is so reduced that industries are established only at a loss of a part or the whole of the capital. To make it otherwise, interest on capital would have to increase progressively in the same ratio as the tax itself, which is absurd. Therefore the progressive tax stops the creation of capital, furthermore it hinders its circulation. Whoever, in fact, should want to buy a plant for any enterprise or a piece of land for cultivation would have to consider, under the system of progressive taxation, not the real value of such plant or land, but rather the tax which it would bring upon him, so that, if the real income were 4 per cent, and, by the effect of the tax or the condition of the buyer, must go down to 3, the purchase could not be effected. After having run counter to all interests and thrown the market into confusion by its categories, the progressive tax arrests the development of wealth and reduces venal value below real value, it contracts, it petrifies society. What tyranny! What derision! The progressive tax resolves itself, then, whatever may be done, into a denial of justice, prohibition of production, confiscation. It is unlimited and unbridled absolutism, given to power over everything which, by labor, by economy, by improvements, contributes to public wealth. But what is the use of wandering about in chimerical hypotheses when the truth is at hand? It is not the fault of the proportional principle if the tax falls with such shocking inequality upon the various classes of society, the fault is in our prejudices and our morals. The tax, as far as is possible in human operations, proceeds with equity, precision. Social economy commands it to apply to product, it applies to product. If product escapes it, it strikes capital, what more natural? The tax, in advance of civilization, supposes the equality of laborers and capitalists, the inflexible expression of necessity. It seems to invite us to make ourselves equals by education and labor, and, by balancing our functions and associating our interests, to put ourselves in accord with it. The tax refuses to distinguish between one man and another, and we blame its mathematical severity for the differences in our fortunes. We ask equality itself to comply with our injustice. Was I not right in saying at the outset that, relatively to the tax, we are behind our institutions? Accordingly we always see the legislator stopping, in his fiscal laws, before the subversive consequences of the progressive tax, and consecrating the necessity, the immutability of the proportional tax. For equality in well-being cannot result from the violation of capital, the antinomy must be methodically solved, under penalty, for society, of falling back into chaos. Eternal justice does not accommodate itself to all the whims of men, like a woman, whom one may outrage, but whom one does not marry without a solemn alienation of one's self. It demands on our part, with the abandonment of our egoism, the recognition of all its rights, which are those of science. The tax, whose final purpose, as we have shown, is the reward of the non-producers, but whose original idea was a restoration of the laborer, the tax, under the system of monopoly, reduces itself therefore to a pure and simple protest, a sort of extrajudicial act, the whole effect of which is to aggravate the situation of the wage worker by disturbing the monopolist in his possession. As for the idea of changing the proportional tax into a progressive tax, or, to speak more accurately, of reversing the order in which the tax progresses, that is a blunder the entire responsibility for which belongs to the economists. But henceforth menace hovers over privilege. With the power of modifying the proportionality of the tax, government has under its hand an expeditious and sure means of dispossessing the holders of capital when it will, and it is a frightful thing to see everywhere that great institution, the basis of society, the object of so many controversies, of so many laws, of so many cajoleries, and of so many crimes, property, suspended at the end of a thread over the yawning mouth of the proletariat. 24 The sentence, as it stands, is unintelligible, and probably is not correctly quoted by Proudhon. At any rate, one of Garney's works contains a similar passage, which begins thus: given a levy of 1 on the area of the land, and lands of different qualities producing, the first 8, the second 6, the third 5, the tax will call for 1/8, etc. This is perfectly clear, and the circumstances supposed are aptly illustrative of Proudhon's point. I should unhesitatingly pronounce it the correct version, except for the fact that Proudhon, in the succeeding paragraph, interprets Garney as supposing income to be assessed instead of capital. Translator. 3 disastrous and inevitable consequences of the tax: provisions, sumptuary laws, rural and industrial police, patents, trademarks, etc. M. Chevalier addressed to himself, in July, 1843, on the subject of the tax, the following questions. 1. Is it asked of all or by preference of a part of the nation? 2. Does the tax resemble a levy on Poles, or is it exactly proportioned to the fortunes of the taxpayers? 3. Is agriculture more or less burdened than manufactures or commerce? 4. Is real estate more or less spared than personal property? 5. Is he who produces more favored than he who consumes? 6. Have our taxation laws the character of sumptuary laws? To these various questions M. Chevalier makes the reply which I am about to quote, and which sums up all of the most philosophical considerations upon the subject which I have met. A. The tax affects the universality, applies to the mass, takes the nation as a whole. Nevertheless, as the poor are the most numerous, it taxes them willingly, certain of collecting more. B. By the nature of things the tax sometimes takes the form of a levy on Poles, as in the case of the salt tax. C. D. E. The treasury addresses itself to labor as well as to consumption, because in France everybody labors, to real more than to personal property, and to agriculture more than to manufactures. F. By the same reasoning, our laws partake little of the character of sumptuary laws. What, Professor? Is that all that science has taught you? The tax applies to the mass, you say, it takes the nation as a whole. Alas! We know it only too well, but it is this which is iniquitous, and which we ask you to explain. The government, when engaged in the assessment and distribution of the tax, could not have believed, did not believe, that all fortunes were equal, consequently it could not have wished, did not wish, the sums paid to be equal. Why, then, is the practice of the government always the opposite of its theory? Your opinion, if you please, on this difficult matter? Explain, justify or condemn the exchequer, take whatever course you will, provided you take some course and say something. Remember that your readers are men, and that they cannot excuse in a doctor, speaking ex cathedra, such propositions as this: as the poor are the most numerous, it taxes them willingly, certain of collecting more. No, monsieur, numbers do not regulate the tax knows perfectly well that millions of poor added to millions of poor do not make one voter. You render the treasury odious by making it absurd, and I maintain that it is neither the one nor the other. The poor man pays more than the rich because Providence, to whom misery is odious like vice, has so ordered things that the miserable must always be the most ground down. The iniquity of the tax is the celestial scourge which drives us towards equality. God. If a professor of political economy, who was formerly an apostle, could but understand this revelation. By the nature of things, says M. Chevalier, the tax sometimes takes the form of a levy on Poles. Well, in what case is it just that the tax should take the form of a levy on Poles? Is it always, or never? What is the principle of the tax? What is its object? Speak, answer. And what instruction, pray, can we derive from the remark, scarcely worthy of quotation, that the treasury addresses itself to labor as well as to consumption, to real more than to personal property, to agriculture more than to manufactures? Of what consequence to science is this interminable recital of crude facts, if your analysis never extracts a single idea from them. All the deductions made from consumption by taxation, rent, interest on capital, etc., enter into the general expense account and figure in the selling price, so that nearly always the consumer pays the tax, that we know. And as the goods most consumed are also those which yield the most revenue, it necessarily follows that the poorest people are the most heavily burdened. This consequence, like the first, is inevitable. Once more, then, of what importance to us are your fiscal distinctions? Whatever the classification of taxable material, as it is impossible to tax capital beyond its income, the capitalist will be always favored, while the proletaire will suffer iniquity, oppression. The trouble is not in the distribution of taxes, it is in the distribution of goods. M. Chevalier cannot be ignorant of this. Why, then, does not M. Chevalier, whose word would carry more weight than that of a writer suspected of not loving the existing order, say as much? From 1806 to 1811, this observation, as well as the following, is M. Chevalier's: the annual consumption of wine in Paris was 140 quarts for each individual, now it is not more than 83. Abolish the tax of 7 or 8 cents a quart collected from the retailer, and the consumption of wine will soon rise from 83 quarts to 175, and the wine industry, which does not know what to do with its products, will have a market. Thanks to the duties laid upon the importation of cattle, the consumption of meat by the people has diminished in a ratio similar to that of the falling off in the consumption of wine, and the economists have recognized with fright that the French workman does less work than the English workman, because he is not as well fed. Out of sympathy for the laboring classes, M. Chevalier would like our manufacturers to feel the goad of foreign competition a little. A reduction of the tax on woolens to the extent of 20 cents on each pair of pantaloons would leave $6 million in the pockets of the consumers, half enough to pay the salt tax. 4 cents less in the price of a shirt would effect a saving probably sufficient to keep a force of 20,000 men under arms. In the last 15 years the consumption of sugar has risen from 116 million pounds to 260 million, which gives at present an average of 7 pounds and 3/4 for each individual. This progress demonstrates that sugar must be classed henceforth with bread, wine, meat, wool, cotton, wood, and coal, among the articles of prime necessity. To the poor man sugar is a whole medicine chest. Would it be too much to raise the average individual consumption of this article from 7 pounds and 3/4 to 15 pounds? Abolish the tax, which is about $4.50 on 100 pounds, and your consumption will double. Thus the tax on provisions agitates and tortures the poor proletaire in 1,000 ways. The high price of salt hinders the production of cattle, the duties on meat diminish also the rations of the laborer. To satisfy at once the tax and the need of fermented beverages which the laboring class feels, they serve him with mixtures unknown to the chemist as well as to the brewer and the wine grower. What further need have we of the dietary prescriptions of the Church? Thanks to the tax, the whole year is lent to the laborer, and his Easter dinner is not as good as Monseigneur's Good Friday lunch. It is high time to abolish everywhere the tax on consumption, which weakens and starves the people. This is the conclusion of the economists as well as of the radicals. But if the proletaire does not fast to feed Caesar, what will Caesar eat? And if the poor man does not cut his cloak to cover Caesar's nudity, what will Caesar wear? That is the question, the inevitable question, the question to be solved. M. Chevalier, then, having asked himself as his sixth question whether our taxation laws have the character of sumptuary laws, has answered, no, our taxation laws have not the character of sumptuary laws. M. Chevalier might have added, and it would have been both new and true, that that is the best thing about our taxation laws. But M. Chevalier, who, whatever he may do, always retains some of the old leaven of radicalism, has preferred to declaim against luxury, whereby he could not compromise himself with any party. If in Paris, he cries, the tax collected from meat should be laid upon private carriages, saddle horses and carriage horses, servants, and dogs, it would be a perfectly equitable operation. Does M. Chevalier, then, sit in the College of France to expound the politics of Mazzaniello. I have seen the dogs at Basely wearing the treasury badge upon their necks as a sign that they had been taxed, and I looked upon the tax on dogs, in a country where taxation is almost nothing, as rather a moral lesson and a hygienic precaution than a source of revenue. In 1844 the dog tax of 42 cents a head gave a revenue of $12,600 in the entire province of Brabant, containing 667,000 inhabitants. From this it may be estimated that the same tax, producing in all France $600,000, would lighten the taxes of quotite less than 2 cents a year for each individual. Certainly I am far from pretending that $600,000 is a sum to be disdained, especially with the prodigal ministry, and I regret that the Chamber should have rejected the dog tax, which would always have served to endow half a dozen highnesses. But I remember that a tax of this nature is levied much less in the interest of the Treasury than as a promoter of order, that consequently it is proper to look upon it, from the fiscal point of view, as of no importance, and that it will even have to be abolished as an annoyance when the mass of the people, having become a little more humanized, shall feel a disgust for the companionship of beasts. 2 cents a year, what a relief for poverty! But M. Chevalier has other resources in reserve: horses, carriages, servants, articles of luxury, luxury at last. How much is contained in that one word, luxury? Let us cut short this phantasmagoria by a simple calculation. Reflections will be in order later. In 1842 the duties collected on imports amounted to $25,800,000. In this sum of $25,800,000, 61 articles in common use figure for $24,800,000, and 177, used only by those who enjoy a high degree of luxury, for $10,000. In the first class sugar yielded a revenue of $8,600,000, coffee $2,400,000, cotton $2,200,000, woolens $2 million, oils $1,600,000, coal $800,000, linens and hemp $600,000, making a total of $18,200,000 on 7 articles. The amount of revenue, then, is lower in proportion as the article of merchandise from which it is derived is less generally used, more rarely consumed, and found accompanying a more refined degree of luxury. And yet articles of luxury are subject to much the highest taxes. Therefore, even though, to obtain an appreciable reduction upon articles of primary necessity, the duties upon articles of luxury should be made 100 times higher, the only result would be the suppression of a branch of commerce by a prohibitory tax. Now, the economists all favor the abolition of custom houses. Doubtless they do not wish them replaced by city toll gates. Let us generalize this example: salt brings the treasury $11,400,000, tobacco $16,800,000. Let them show me, figures in hand, by what taxes upon articles of luxury, after having abolished the taxes on salt and tobacco, this deficit will be made up. You wish to strike articles of luxury, you take civilization at the wrong end. I maintain, for my part, that articles of luxury should be free. In economic language, what are luxuries? Those products which bear the smallest ratio to the total wealth, those which come last in the industrial series and whose creation supposes the pre-existence of all the others. From this point of view all the products of human labor have been, and in turn have ceased to be, articles of luxury, since we mean by luxury nothing but a relation of succession, whether chronological or commercial, in the elements of wealth. Luxury, in a word, is synonymous with progress. It is, at each instant of social life, the expression of the maximum of comfort realized by labor and at which it is the right and destiny of all to arrive. Now, just as the tax respects for a time the newly built house and the newly cleared field, so it should freely welcome new products and precious articles, the latter because their scarcity should be continually combated, the former because every invention deserves encouragement. What? Under a pretext of luxury would you like to establish new classes of citizens? And do you take seriously the city of Salent and the Prosopopoeia of Fabricius? Since the subject leads us to it, let us talk of morality. Doubtless you will not deny the truth so often dwelt upon by the Senecas of all ages, that luxury corrupts and weakens morals, which means that it humanizes, elevates, and ennobles habits, and that the first and most effective education for the people, the stimulant of the ideal in most men, is luxury. The Graces were naked, according to the ancients. Where has it ever been said that they were needy? It is the taste for luxury which in our day, in the absence of religious principles, sustains the social movement and reveals to the lower classes their dignity. The Academy of Moral and Political Sciences clearly understood this when it chose luxury as the subject of one of its essays, and I applaud its wisdom from the bottom of my heart. Luxury, in fact, is already more than a right in our society, it is a necessity, and he is truly to be pitied who never allows himself a little luxury. And it is when universal effort tends to popularize articles of luxury more and more that you would confine the enjoyment of the people to articles which you are pleased to describe as articles of necessity. It is when ranks approach and blend into each other through the generalization of luxury that you would dig the line of demarcation deeper and increase the height of your steps. The workman sweats and sacrifices and grinds in order to buy a set of jewelry for his sweetheart, a necklace for his granddaughter, or a watch for his son, and you would deprive him of this happiness, unless he pays your tax, that is, your fine. But have you reflected that to tax articles of luxury is to prohibit the luxurious arts? Do you think that the silk workers, whose average wages does not reach 40 cents, the milliners at 10 cents, the jewelers, goldsmiths, and clockmakers, with their interminable periods of idleness, servants at $40, do you think that they earn too much? Are you sure that the tax on luxuries would not be paid by the worker in the luxurious arts, as the tax on beverages is paid by the consumer of beverages? Do you even know whether higher prices for articles of luxury would not be an obstacle to the cheapness of necessary objects, and whether, in trying to favor the most numerous class, you would not render the general condition worse? A fine speculation, in truth. $4 to be returned to the laborer on his wine and sugar, and 8 to be taken from him in the cost of his pleasures. He shall gain 15 cents on the leather in his boots, and, to take his family into the country 4 times a year, he shall pay $1.20 more for carriage hire. A small bourgeois spends $120 for a housekeeper, laundress, linen tender, and errand boys, but if, by a wiser economy which works for the interest of all, he takes a domestic, the exchequer, in the interest of articles of subsistence, will punish this plan of economy. What an absurd thing is the philanthropy of the economists, when closely scrutinized. Nevertheless, I wish to satisfy your whim, and, since you absolutely must have sumptuary laws, I undertake to give you the receipt. And I guarantee that in my system collection shall be easy, no controllers, assessors, tasters, assayers, inspectors, receivers, no watching, no office expenses, not the smallest annoyance or the slightest indiscretion, no constraint whatever. Let it be decreed by a law that no one in future shall receive 2 salaries at the same time, and that the highest fees, in any situation, shall not exceed $1,200 in Paris and $800 in the departments. What? You lower your eyes. Confess, then, that your sumptuary laws are but hypocrisy. To relieve the people, some would apply commercial practices to taxation. If, for instance, they say, the price of salt were reduced 1/2, if letter postage were lightened in the same proportion, consumption would not fail to increase, the revenue would be more than doubled, the treasury would gain, and so would the consumer. Let us suppose the event to confirm this anticipation. Then I say, if letter postage should be reduced 3/4, and if salt should be given away, would the treasury still gain? Certainly not. What, then, is the significance of what is called the postal reform? That for every kind of product there is a natural rate, above which profit becomes usurious and tends to decrease consumption, but below which the producer suffers loss. This singularly resembles the determination of value which the economists reject, and in relation to which we said, there is a secret force that fixes the extreme limits between which value oscillates, of which there is a mean term that expresses true value. Surely no one wishes the postal service to be carried on at a loss. The opinion, therefore, is that this service should be performed at cost. This is so rudimentary in its simplicity that one is astonished that it should have been necessary to resort to a laborious investigation of the results of reducing letter postage in England, to pile up frightful figures and probabilities beyond the limit of vision, to put the mind to torture, all to find out whether a reduction in France would lead to a surplus or a deficit, and finally to be unable to agree upon anything. What? There was not a man to be found in the chamber with sense enough to say, there is no need of an ambassador's report or examples from England, letter postage should be gradually reduced until receipts reach the level of expenditures. 25. What, then, has become of our old Gallic wit? But, it will be said, if the tax should furnish salt, tobacco, letter carriage, sugar, wines, meat, etc., at cost, consumption would undoubtedly increase, and the improvement would be enormous, but then how would the state meet its expenses? The amount of indirect taxes is nearly $120 million, upon what would you have the state levy this sum? If the Treasury makes nothing out of the postal service, it will have to increase the tax on salt. If the tax on salt be lifted also, it will have to throw the burden back upon drinks. There would be no end to this litany. Therefore the supply of products at cost, whether by the state or by private industry, is impossible. Therefore, I will reply in turn, relief of the unfortunate classes by the state is impossible, as sumptuary laws are impossible, as the progressive tax is impossible, and all your irrelevancies regarding the tax are lawyers' quibbles. You have not even the hope that the increase of population, by dividing the assessments, may lighten the burden of each, because with population misery increases, and with misery the work and the personnel of the state are augmented. The various fiscal laws voted by the Chamber of Deputies during the session of 1845-46 are so many examples of the absolute incapacity of power, whatever it may be and however it may go to work, to procure the comfort of the people. From the very fact that it is power, that is, the representative of divine right and of property, the organ of force, it is necessarily sterile, and all its acts are stamped in the corner with a fatal deception. I refer just now to the reform in the postage rates, which reduces the price of letter carriage about 1/3. Surely, if motives only are in question, I have no reason to reproach the government which has effected this useful reduction, much less still will I seek to diminish its merit by miserable criticisms upon matters of detail, the vile pasturage of the daily press. A tax, considerably burdensome, is reduced 30%, its distribution is made more equitable and more regular. I see only the fact, and I applaud the minister who has accomplished it. But that is not the question. In the first place, the advantage which the government gives us by changing the tax on letters leaves the proportional, that is, the unjust character of this tax intact, that scarcely requires demonstration. The inequality of burdens, so far as the postal tax is concerned, stands as before, the advantage of the reduction going principally, not to the poorest, but to the richest. A certain business house which paid $600 for letter postage will pay hereafter only $400, it will add, then, a net profit of $200 to the $10,000 which its business brings it, and it will owe this to the munificence of the Treasury. On the other hand, the peasant, the laborer, who shall write twice a year to his son in the army, and shall receive a like number of replies, will have saved 10 cents. Is it not true that the postal reform acts in direct opposition to the equitable distribution of the tax? That if, according to M. Chevalier's wish, the government had desired to strike the rich and spare the poor, the tax on letters was the last that it would have needed to reduce? Does it not seem that the Treasury, false to the spirit of its institution, has only been awaiting the pretext of a reduction inappreciable by poverty in order to seize the opportunity to make a present to wealth? That is what the critics of the bill should have said, and that is what none of them saw. It is true that then the criticism, instead of applying to the minister, struck power in its essence, and with power property, which was not the design of the opponents. Truth today has all opinions against it. And now could it have been otherwise? No, since, if they kept the old tax, they injured all without relieving any, and, if they reduced it, they could not make different rates for classes of citizens without violating the first article of the Charter, which says, all Frenchmen are equal before the law, that is, before the tax. Now, the tax on letters is necessarily personal, therefore it is a capitation tax, therefore, that which is equity in this respect being iniquity from another standpoint, an equilibrium of burdens is impossible. At the same time another reform was effected by the care of the government, that of the tax on cattle. Formerly the duties on cattle, whether on importation from foreign countries, or from the country into the cities, were collected at so much a head, henceforth they will be collected according to weight. This useful reform, which has been clamored for so long, is due in part to the influence of the economists, who, on this occasion as on many others which I cannot recall, have shown the most honorable zeal, and have left the idle declamations of socialism very far in the rear. But here again the good resulting from the law for the amelioration of the condition of the poor is wholly illusory. They have equalized, regulated, the collection from beasts, they have not distributed it equitably among men. The rich man, who consumes 1,200 pounds of meat a year, will feel the effects of the new condition laid upon the butchers. The immense majority of the people, who never eat meat, will not notice it. And I renew my question of a moment ago, could the government, the chamber, do otherwise than as it has done? No, once more, for you cannot say to the butcher, you shall sell your meat to the rich man for 20 cents a pound and to the poor man for 5 cents. It would be rather the contrary that you would obtain from the butcher. So with salt. The government has reduced 4/5 the tax on salt used in agriculture, on condition of its undergoing a transformation. A certain journalist, having no better objection to raise, has made thereupon a complaint in which he grieves over the lot of those poor peasants who are more maltreated by the law than their cattle. For the third time I ask, could it be otherwise? Of two things one, either the reduction will be absolute, and then the tax on salt must be replaced by a tax on something else. Now I defy entire French journalism to invent a tax which will bear 2 minutes examination, or else the reduction will be partial, whether by maintaining a portion of the duties on salt in all its uses, or by abolishing entirely the duties on salt used in certain ways. In the first case, the reduction is insufficient for agriculture and the poor. In the second, the capitation tax still exists, in its enormous disproportion. Whatever may be done, it is the poor man, always the poor man, who is struck, since, in spite of all theories, the tax can never be laid except in the ratio of the capital possessed or consumed, and since, if the Treasury should try to proceed otherwise, it would arrest progress, prohibit wealth, and kill capital. The Democrats, who reproach us with sacrificing the revolutionary interest, what is the revolutionary interest, to the socialistic interest, ought really to tell us how, without making the state the sole proprietor and without decreeing the community of goods and gains, they mean, by any system of taxation whatever, to relieve the people and restore to labor what capital takes from it. In vain do I rack my brains, on all questions I see power placed in the falsest situation, and the opinion of journals straying into limitless absurdity. In 1842 Amarago was in favor of the administration of railways by corporations, and the majority in France thought with him. In 1846 he has announced a change in his opinion, and, apart from the speculators in railways, it may be said again that the majority of citizens have changed as Amarago has. What is to be believed and what is to be done amid the seesawing of the savants and of France? State administration, it would seem, ought to better assure the interests of the country, but it is slow, expensive, and unintelligent. 25 years of mistakes, miscalculations, improvidence, hundreds of millions thrown away, in the great work of canalizing the country, have proved it to the most incredulous. We have even seen engineers, members of the administration, loudly proclaiming the incapacity of the state in the matter of public works as well as of industry. Administration by corporations is irreproachable, it is true, from the standpoint of the interest of the stockholders, but with these the general interest is sacrificed, the door open to speculation, and the exploitation of the public by monopoly organized. The ideal system would be one uniting the advantages of both methods without presenting any of their shortcomings. Now, the means of realizing these contradictory characteristics? The means of breathing zeal, economy, penetration into these irremovable officers who have nothing to gain or to lose. The means of rendering the interests of the public as dear to a corporation as its own, of making these interests veritably its own, and still keeping it distinct from the state and having consequently its private interests? Who is there, in the official world, that conceives the necessity and therefore the possibility of such a reconciliation? Much more, then, who possesses its secret? In such an emergency the government, as usual, has chosen the course of eclecticism. It has taken a part of the administration for itself and left the rest to the corporations, that is, instead of reconciling the contraries, it has placed them exactly in conflict. And the press, which in all things is precisely on a par with power in the matter of wit, the press, dividing itself into three fractions, has decided, one for the ministerial compromise, another for the exclusion of the state, and the third for the exclusion of the corporations. So that today no more than before do the public or emirago, in spite of their somersault, know what they want. What a herd is the French nation in this 19th century, with its three powers, its press, its scientific bodies, its literature, its instruction. 100,000 men, in our country, have their eyes constantly open upon everything that interests national progress and the country's honor. Now, propound to these 100,000 men the simplest question of public order, and you may be assured that all will rush pell-mell into the same absurdity. Is it better that the promotion of officials should be governed by merit or by length of service? Certainly there is no one who would not like to see this double method of estimating capacities blended into one. What a society it would be in which the rights of talent would be always in harmony with those of age. But, they say, such perfection is utopian, for it is contradictory in its statement. And instead of seeing that it is precisely the contradiction which makes the thing possible, they begin to dispute over the respective value of the two opposed systems, which, each leading to the absurd, equally give rise to intolerable abuses. Who shall be the judge of merit? Asks one, the government. Now, the government recognizes merit only in its creatures. Therefore no promotion by choice, none of that immoral system which destroys the independence and the dignity of the office holder. But, says another, length of service is undoubtedly very respectable. It is a pity that it has the disadvantage of rendering stagnant things which are essentially voluntary and free, labor and thought, of creating obstacles to power even among its agents, and of bestowing upon chance, often upon incapacity, the reward of genius and audacity. Finally they compromise, to the government is accorded the power of appointing arbitrarily to a certain number of offices pretended men of merit, who are supposed to have no need of experience, while the rest, apparently deemed incapable, are promoted in turn. And the press, that ambling old nag of all presumptuous mediocrities, which generally lives only by the gratuitous compositions of young people as destitute of talent as of acquired knowledge, hastens to begin again its attacks upon power, accusing it, not without reason too, here of favoritism, there of routine. Who could hope ever to do anything to the satisfaction of the press? After having declaimed and gesticulated against the enormous size of the budget, here it is clamoring for increased salaries for an army of officials, who, to tell the truth, really have not the wherewithal to live. Now it is the teachers, of high and low grade, who make their complaints heard through its columns. Now it is the country clergy, so insufficiently paid that they have been forced to maintain their fees, a fertile source of scandal and abuse. Then it is the whole administrative nation, which is neither lodged, nor clothed, nor warmed, nor fed. It is a million men with their families, nearly an eighth of the population, whose poverty brings shame upon France and for whom $100 million should at once be added to the budget. Note that in this immense personnel there is not one man too many. On the contrary, if the population grows, it will increase proportionally. Are you in a position to tax the nation to the extent of $400 million? Can you take, out of an average income of $184 for 4 persons, $47.25 more than 1/4 to pay, together with the other expenses of the state, the salaries of the non-productive laborers? And if you cannot, if you can neither pay your expenses nor reduce them, what do you want? Of what do you complain? Let the people know it, then, once for all the hopes of reduction and equity in taxation, with which they are lulled by turns by the harangues of power and the diatribes of party leaders, are so many mystifications. The tax cannot be reduced, nor can its assessment be more equitable, under the monopoly system. On the contrary, the lower the condition of the citizen becomes, the heavier becomes his tax. That is inevitable, irresistible, in spite of the avowed design of the legislator and the repeated efforts of the treasury. Whoever cannot become or remain rich, whoever has entered the cavern of misfortune, must make up his mind to pay in proportion to his poverty. Lasciate ogni speranza, voi ch entrate. Taxation, then, police, henceforth we shall not separate these two ideas, is a new source of pauperism. Taxation aggravates the subversive effects of the preceding antinomies: division of labor, machinery, competition, monopoly. It attacks the laborer in his liberty and in his conscience, in his body and in his soul, by parasitism, vexations, the frauds which it prompts, and the punishments which follow them. Under Louis XIV, the smuggling of salt alone caused annually 3,700 domiciliary seizures, 2,000 arrests of men, 1,800 of women, 6,600 of children, 1,100 seizures of horses, 50 confiscations of carriages, and 300 condemnations to the galleys. And this, observes the historian, was the result of one tax alone, the salt tax. What, then, was the total number of unfortunates imprisoned, tortured, expropriated, on account of the tax? In England, out of every 4 families, 1 is unproductive, and that is the family which enjoys an abundance. What an advantage it would be for the working class, you think, if this leprosy of parasitism should be removed. Undoubtedly, in theory, you are right. In practice, the suppression of parasitism would be a calamity. Though 1/4 of the population of England is unproductive, another 1/4 of the same population is at work for it. Now, what would these laborers do, if they should suddenly lose the market for their products? An absurd supposition, you say. Yes, an absurd supposition, but a very real supposition, and one which you must admit precisely because it is absurd. In France a standing army of 500,000 men, 40,000 priests, 20,000 doctors, 80,000 lawyers, and I know not how many 100,000 other non-producers of every sort, constitute an immense market for our agriculture and our manufactures. Let this market suddenly close, and manufactures will stop, commerce will go into bankruptcy, and agriculture will be smothered beneath its products. But how is it conceivable that a nation should find its market clogged because of having got rid of its useless mouths? Ask rather why an engine, whose consumption has been figured at 600 pounds of coal an hour, loses its power if it is given only 300. But again, might not these non-producers be made producers, since we cannot get rid of them? Child, tell me, then, how you will do without police, and monopoly, and competition, and all the contradictions, in short, of which your order of things is made up. Listen. In 1844, at the time of the troubles in Rive de Gier, M. Anselme Potettin published in the Review Independent 2 articles, full of reason and sincerity, concerning the anarchy prevailing in the conduct of the coal mines in the basin of the Loire. M. Potettin pointed out the necessity of uniting the mines and centralizing their administration. The facts which he laid before the public were not unknown to power. Has power troubled itself about the union of the mines and the organization of that industry? Not at all. Power has followed the principle of free competition, it has let alone and looked on. Since that time the mining companies have combined, not without causing some anxiety to consumers, who have seen in this combination a plot to raise the price of fuel. Will power, which has received numerous complaints upon this subject, intervene to restore competition and prevent monopoly? It cannot do it. The right of combination is identical in law with the right of association. Monopoly is the basis of our society, as competition is its conquest, and, provided there is no riot, power will let alone and look on. What other course could it pursue? Can it prohibit a legally established commercial association? Can it oblige neighbors to destroy each other? Can it forbid them to reduce their expenses? Can it establish a maximum? If power should do any one of these things, it would overturn the established order. Power, therefore, can take no initiative. It is instituted to defend and protect monopoly and competition at once, within the limitations of patents, licenses, land taxes, and other bonds which it has placed upon property. Apart from these limitations, power has no sort of right to act in the name of society. The social right is not defined. Moreover, it would be a denial of monopoly and competition. How, then, could power take up the defense of that which the law did not foresee or define, of that which is the opposite of the rights recognized by the legislator? Consequently, when the miner, whom we must consider in the events of Rive de Gier as the real representative of society against the mine owners, saw fit to resist the scheme of the monopolists by defending his wages and opposing combination to combination, power shot the miner down. And the political brawlers accused authority, saying it was partial, ferocious, sold to monopoly, etc. For my part, I declare that this way of viewing the acts of authority seems to me scarcely philosophical, and I reject it with all my energies. It is possible that they might have killed fewer people, possible also that they might have killed more. The fact to be noticed here is not the number of dead and wounded, but the repression of the workers. Those who have criticized authority would have done as it did, barring perhaps the impatience of its bayonets and the accuracy of its aim. They would have repressed, I say, they would not have been able to do anything else. And the reason, which it would be vain to try to brush aside, is that competition is legal, joint stock association is legal, supply and demand are legal, and all the consequences which flow directly from competition, joint stock association, and free commerce are legal, whereas workingmen's strikes are illegal. And it is not only the penal code which says this, but the economic system, the necessity of the established order. As long as labor is not sovereign, it must be a slave. Society is possible only on this condition: that each worker individually should have the free disposition of his person and his arms may be tolerated. 26. But that the workers should undertake, by combinations, to do violence to monopoly society cannot permit. Crush monopoly, and you abolish competition, and you disorganize the workshop, and you sow dissolution everywhere. Authority, in shooting down the miners, found itself in the position of Brutus placed between his paternal love and his consular duties. He had to sacrifice either his children or the Republic. The alternative was horrible, I admit, but such is the spirit and letter of the social compact, such is the tenor of the charter, such is the order of Providence. Thus the police function, instituted for the defense of the proletariat, is directed entirely against the proletariat. The proletaire is driven from the forests, from the rivers, from the mountains, even the crossroads are forbidden him. Soon he will know no road save that which leads to prison. The advance in agriculture has made the advantage of artificial meadows and the necessity of abolishing common land generally felt. Everywhere communal lands are being cleared, let, enclosed, new advances, new wealth. But the poor day laborer, whose only patrimony is the communal land and who supports a cow and several sheep in summer by letting them feed along the roads, through the underbrush, and over the stripped fields, will lose his sole and last resource. The landed proprietor, the purchaser or farmer of the communal lands, will alone thereafter sell, with his wheat and vegetables, milk and cheese. Instead of weakening an old monopoly, they create a new one. Even the road laborers reserve for themselves the edges of the roads as a meadow belonging to them, and drive off all non-administrative cattle. What follows? That the day laborer, before abandoning his cow, lets it feed in contravention of the law, becomes a marauder, commits 1,000 depredations, and is punished by fine and imprisonment, of what use to him are police and agricultural progress. Last year the mayor of Mulhouse, to prevent grape stealing, forbade every individual not an owner of vines to travel by day or night over roads running by or through vineyards, a charitable precaution, since it prevented even desires and regrets. But if the public highway is nothing but an accessory of private property, if the communal lands are converted into private property, if the public domain, in short, assimilated to private property, is guarded, exploited, leased, and sold like private property, what remains for the proletaire? Of what advantage is it to him that society has left the state of war to enter the regime of police? Industry, as well as land, has its privileges consecrated by the law, as always, under conditions and reservations, but, as always also, to the great disadvantage of the consumer. The question is interesting, we will say a few words upon it. I quote Emryn Ward. Privileges, says Emryn Ward, were a corrective of regulation. I ask Emryn Ward's permission to translate his thought by reversing his phrase, regulation was a corrective of privilege. For whoever says regulation says limitation. Now, how conceive of limiting privilege before it existed? I can conceive a sovereign submitting privileges to regulations, but I cannot at all understand why he should create privileges expressly to weaken the effect of regulations. There is nothing to prompt such a concession, it would be an effect without a cause. In logic as well as in history, everything is appropriated and monopolized when laws and regulations arrive. In this respect civil legislation is like penal legislation. The first results from possession and appropriation, the second from the appearance of crimes and offenses. Emryn Ward, preoccupied with the idea of servitude inherent in all regulation, has considered privilege as a compensation for this servitude, and it was this which led him to say that privileges are a corrective of regulation. But what Emryn Ward adds proves that he meant the opposite. The fundamental principle of our legislation, that of granting temporary monopoly as a condition of a contract between society and the laborer, has always prevailed, etc. What is, in reality, this grant of a monopoly? A simple acknowledgement, a declaration. Society, wishing to favor a new industry and enjoy the advantages which it promises, bargains with the inventor, as it has bargained with the farmer. It guarantees him the monopoly of his industry for a time, but it does not create the monopoly. The monopoly exists by the very fact of the invention, and the acknowledgement of the monopoly is what constitutes society. This ambiguity cleared up, I pass to the contradictions of the law. All industrial nations have adopted the establishment of a temporary monopoly as a condition of a contract between society and the inventor. I do not take readily to the belief that all legislators of all countries have committed robbery. Emryn Ward, if ever he reads this work, will do me the justice to admit that, in quoting him, I do not criticize his thought, he himself has perceived the contradictions of the patent law. All that I pretend is to connect this contradiction with the general system. Why, in the first place, a temporary monopoly in manufacture, while land monopoly is perpetual? The Egyptians were more logical, with them these two monopolies were alike hereditary, perpetual, inviolable. I know the considerations which have prevailed against the perpetuity of literary property, and I admit them all, but these considerations apply equally well to property in land. Moreover, they leave intact all the arguments brought forward against them. What, then, is the secret of all these variations of the legislator. For the rest, I do not need to say that, in pointing out this inconsistency, it is not my purpose either to slander or to satirize. I admit that the course of the legislator is determined, not by his will, but by necessity. But the most flagrant contradiction is that which results from the enacting section of the law. Title 4, Article 30(3), reads, if the patent relates to principles, methods, systems, discoveries, theoretical or purely scientific conceptions, without indicating their industrial applications, the patent is void. Now, what is a principle, a method, a theoretical conception, a system? It is the especial fruit of genius, it is invention in its purity, it is the idea, it is everything. The application is the gross fact, nothing. Thus the law excludes from the benefit of the patent the very thing which deserves it, namely, the idea. On the contrary, it grants a patent to the application, that is, to the material fact, to a pattern of the idea, as Plato would have said. Therefore it is wrongly called a patent for invention, it should be called a patent for first occupancy. In our day, if a man had invented arithmetic, algebra, or the decimal system, he would have obtained no patent, but Bairm would have had a right of property in his computations. Pascal, for his theory of the weight of the atmosphere, would not have been patented. Instead of him, a glazier would have obtained the privilege of the barometer. I quote Amerigo. After 2,000 years it occurred to one of our fellow countrymen that the screw of Archimedes, which is used to raise water, might be employed in forcing down gases. It suffices, without making any change, to turn it from right to left, instead of turning it, as when raising water, from left to right. Large volumes of gas, charged with foreign substances, are thus forced into water to a great depth. The gas is purified in rising again. I maintain that there was an invention, that the person who saw a way to make the screw of Archimedes a blowing machine was entitled to a patent. What is more extraordinary is that Archimedes himself would thus be obliged to buy the right to use his screw, and Amerigo considers that just. It is useless to multiply these examples. What the law meant to monopolize is, as I said just now, not the idea, but the fact, not the invention, but the occupancy. As if the idea were not the category which includes all the facts that express it, as if a method, a system, were not a generalization of experiences, and consequently that which properly constitutes the fruit of genius, invention. Here legislation is more than anti-economic, it borders on the silly. Therefore I am entitled to ask the legislator why, in spite of free competition, which is nothing but the right to apply a theory, a principle, a method, a non-appropriable system, he forbids in certain cases the same competition, this right to apply a principle. It is no longer possible, says Emrin Ward, with strong reason, to stifle competitors by combining in corporations and guilds, the loss is supplied by patents. Why has the legislator given hands to this conspiracy of monopolies, to this interdict upon theories belonging to all? But what is the use of continually questioning one who can say nothing? The legislator did not know in what spirit he was acting when he made this strange application of the right of property, which, to be exact, we ought to call the right of priority. Let him explain himself, then, at least, regarding the clauses of the contract made by him, in our name, with the monopolists. I pass in silence the part relating to dates and other administrative and fiscal formalities, and come to this article. The patent does not guarantee the invention. Doubtless society, or the prince who represents it, cannot and should not guarantee the invention, since, in granting a monopoly for 14 years, society becomes the purchaser of the privilege, and consequently it is for the patentee to furnish the guarantee. How, then, can legislators proudly say to their constituents, "We have negotiated in your name with an inventor, he pledges himself to give you the enjoyment of his discovery on condition of having the exclusive exploitation for 14 years. But we do not guarantee the invention? On what, then, have you relied, legislators? How did you fail to see that, without a guarantee of the invention, you conceded a privilege, not for a real discovery, but for a possible discovery, and that thus the field of industry was given up by you before the plough was found. Certainly, your duty bade you to be prudent, but who gave you a commission to be dupes? Thus the patent for invention is not even the fixing of a date, it is an abandonment in anticipation. It is as if the law should say, I assure the land to the first occupant, but without guaranteeing its quality, its location, or even its existence, not even knowing whether I ought to give it up or that it falls within the domain of appropriation. A pretty use of the legislative power. I know that the law had excellent reasons for abstaining, but I maintain that it also had good reasons for intervening. Proof. It cannot be concealed, says Emrin Ward, it cannot be prevented. Patents are and will be instruments of quackery as well as a legitimate reward of labor and genius. It is for the good sense of the public to do justice to juggle rise. As well say it is for the good sense of the public to distinguish true remedies from false, pure wine from adulterated, or, it is for the good sense of the public to distinguish in a buttonhole the decoration awarded to merit from that prostituted to mediocrity and intrigue. Why, then, do you call yourselves the state, power, authority, police, if the work of police must be performed by the good sense of the public? As the proverb says, he who owns land must defend it, likewise, he who holds a privilege is liable to attack. Well, how will you judge the counterfeit, if you have no guarantee? In vain will they offer you the plea, in right first occupancy, in fact similarity. Where reality depends upon quality, not to demand a guarantee is to grant no right over anything, is to take away the means of comparing processes and identifying the counterfeit. In the matter of industrial processes success depends upon such trifles. Now, these trifles are the whole. I infer from all this that the law regarding patents for inventions, indispensable so far as its motives are concerned, is impossible, that is, illogical, arbitrary, disastrous in its economy. Under the control of certain necessities the legislator has thought best, in the general interest, to grant a privilege for a definite thing, and he finds that he has given a signature in blank to monopoly, that he has abandoned the chances which the public had of making the discovery or some other similar to it, that he has sacrificed the rights of competitors without compensation, and abandoned the good faith of defenseless consumers to the greed of quacks. Then, in order that nothing might be lacking to the absurdity of the contract, he has said to those whom he ought to guarantee yourselves. I do not believe, any more than Emrin Ward, that the legislators of all ages and all countries have willfully committed robbery in sanctioning the various monopolies which are pivotal in public economy. But Emrin Ward might well also agree with me that the legislators of all ages and all countries have never understood at all their own decrees. A deaf and blind man once learned to ring the village bells and wind the village clock. It was fortunate for him, in performing his bell ringer's functions, that neither the noise of the bells nor the height of the bell tower made him dizzy. The legislators of all ages and all countries, for whom I profess, with Emrin Ward, the profoundest respect, resemble that blind and deaf man, they are the jacks in the clock-house of all human follies. What a feather it would be in my cap if I should succeed in making these automata reflect. If I could make them understand that their work is a Penelope's web, which they are condemned to unravel at one end as fast as they weave at the other. Thus, while applauding the creation of patents, on other points they demand the abolition of privileges, and always with the same pride, the same satisfaction. M. Horace wishes trade in meat to be free. Among other reasons he puts forward this strictly mathematical argument. The butcher who wants to retire from business seeks a purchaser for his investment. He figures in the account his tools, his merchandise, his reputation, and his custom, but under the present system, he adds to these the value of the bare title, that is, the right to share in a monopoly. Now, this supplementary capital which the purchasing butcher gives for the title bears interest, it is not a new creation, this interest must enter into the price of his meat. Hence the limitation of the number of butchers' stalls has a tendency to raise the price of meat rather than lower it. I do not fear to affirm incidentally that what I have just said about the sale of a butcher's stall applies to every charge whatever having a saleable title. M. Horace's reasons for the abolition of the butcher's privilege are unanswerable. Moreover, they apply to printers, notaries, attorneys, process servers, clerks of courts, auctioneers, brokers, dealers in stocks, druggists, and others, as well as to butchers. But they do not destroy the reasons which have led to the adoption of these monopolies, and which are generally deduced from the need of security, authenticity, and regularity in business, as well as from the interests of commerce and the public health. The object, you say, is not attained. My God! I know it. Leave the butcher's trade to competition, and you will eat carrion. Establish a monopoly in the butcher's trade, and you will eat carrion. That is the only fruit you can hope for from your monopoly and patent legislation. Abuses, cry the protective economists. Establish over commerce a supervisory police, make trademarks obligatory, punish the adulteration of products, etc. In the path upon which civilization has entered, whichever way we turn, we always end, then, either in the despotism of monopoly, and consequently the oppression of consumers, or else in the annihilation of privilege by the action of the police, which is to go backwards in economy and dissolve society by destroying liberty. Marvelous thing! In this system of free industry, abuses, like lice, being generated by their own remedies, if the legislator should try to suppress all offenses, be on the watch against all frauds, and secure persons, property, and the public welfare against any attack, going from reform to reform, he would finally so multiply the non-productive functions that the entire nation would be engaged in them, and that at last there would be nobody left to produce. Everybody would be a policeman, the industrial class would become a myth. Then, perhaps, order would reign in monopoly. The principle of the law yet to be made concerning trademarks, says Emryn Ward, is that these marks cannot and should not be transformed into guarantees of quality. This is a consequence of the patent law, which, as we have seen, does not guarantee the invention. Adopt Emryn Ward's principle. After that, of what use will marks be? Of what importance is it to me to read on the cork of a bottle, instead of 12-cent wine or 15-cent wine, Wine Drinkers' Company, or the name of any other concern you will? What I care for is not the name of the merchant, but the quality and fair price of the merchandise. The name of the manufacturer is supposed, it is true, to serve as a concise sign of good or bad manufacture, of superior or inferior quality. Then why not frankly take part with those who ask, besides the mark of origin, a mark significant of something? Such a reservation is incomprehensible. The two sorts of marks have the same purpose. The second is only a statement or paraphrase of the first, a condensation of the merchant's prospectus. Why, once more, if the origin signifies something, should not the mark define the significance? M. Wolowski has very clearly developed this argument in his opening lecture of 1843-44, the substance of which lies entirely in the following analogy. Just as the government has succeeded in determining a standard of quantity, it should also fix a standard of quality. One of these standards is the necessary complement of the other. The monetary unit, the system of weights and measures, have not infringed upon industrial liberty, no more would it be damaged by a system of trademarks. M. Wolowski then supports himself on the authority of the princes of the science, A. Smith and J. B. Say, a precaution always useful with hearers who bow to authority much more than to reason. I declare, for my part, that I thoroughly share M. Wolowski's idea, and for the reason that I find it profoundly revolutionary. The trademark, being, according to M. Wolowski's expression, nothing but a standard of qualities, is equivalent in my eyes to a general scheduling of prices. 4. Whether a particular administration marks in the name of the state and guarantees the quality of the merchandise, as is the case with gold and silver, or whether the matter of marking is left to the manufacturer, from the moment that the mark must give the intrinsic composition of the merchandise, these are M. Wolowski's own words, and guarantee the consumer against all surprise, it necessarily resolves itself into a fixed price. It is not the same thing as price. Two similar products, but differing in origin and quality, may be of equal value, as a bottle of Burgundy may be worth a bottle of Bordeaux, but the mark, being significant, leads to an exact knowledge of the price, since it gives the analysis. To calculate the price of an article of merchandise is to decompose it into its constituent parts. Now, that is exactly what the trademark must do, if designed to signify anything. Therefore we are on the road, as I have said, to a general scheduling of prices. But a general scheduling of prices is nothing but a determination of all values, and here again political economy comes into conflict with its own principles and tendencies. Unfortunately, to realize M. Wolowski's reform, it is necessary to begin by solving all the previous contradictions and enter a higher sphere of association, and it is this absence of solution which has brought down upon M. Wolowski's system the condemnation of most of his fellow economists. In fact, the system of trademarks is inapplicable in the existing order, because this system, contrary to the interests of the manufacturers and repugnant to their habits, could be sustained only by the energetic will of power. Suppose for a moment that the administration be charged with affixing the marks, its agents will have to interpose continually in the work of manufacture, as it interposes in the liquor business and the manufacture of beer. Further, these agents, whose functions seem already so intrusive and annoying, deal only with taxable quantities, not with exchangeable qualities. These fiscal supervisors and inspectors will have to carry their investigation into all details in order to repress and prevent fraud. And what fraud? The legislator will have defined it either incorrectly or not at all. It is at this point that the task becomes appalling. There is no fraud in selling wine of the poorest quality, but there is fraud in passing off one quality for another. Then you are obliged to differentiate the qualities of wines, and consequently to guarantee them. Is it fraudulent to mix wines? Schaptel, in his treatise on the art of making wine, advises this as eminently useful. On the other hand, experience proves that certain wines, in some way antagonistic to each other or incompatible, produce by their mixture a disagreeable and unhealthy drink. Then you are obliged to say what wines can be usefully mixed, and what cannot. Is it fraudulent to aromatize, alcoholize, and water wines? Schaptel recommends this also, and everybody knows that this drugging produces sometimes advantageous results, sometimes pernicious and detestable effects. What substances will you proscribe? In what cases? In what proportion? Will you prohibit chicory in coffee, glucose in beer, water, cider, and 3/6 alcohol in wine? The Chamber of Deputies, in the rude attempt at a law which it was pleased to make this year regarding the adulteration of wines, stopped in the very middle of its work, overcome by the inextricable difficulties of the question. It succeeded in declaring that the introduction of water into wine, and of alcohol above the proportion of 18%, was fraudulent, and in putting this fraud into the category of offenses. It was on the ground of ideology. There one never meets an obstacle. But everybody has seen in this redoubling of severity the interest of the Treasury much more than that of the consumer. The Chamber did not dare to create a whole army of wine tasters, inspectors, etc., to watch for fraud and identify it, and thus load the budget with a few extra millions, in prohibiting watering and alcoholization, the only means left to the merchant manufacturers of putting wine within the reach of all and realizing profits. It did not succeed in increasing the market by a decrease in production. The Chamber, in a word, in prosecuting the adulteration of wines, has simply set back the limits of fraud. To make its work accomplish its purpose, it would first have to show how the liquor trade is possible without adulteration, and how the people can buy unadulterated wine, which is beyond the competency and escapes the capacity of the Chamber. If you wish the consumer to be guaranteed, both as to value and as to healthfulness, you are forced to know and to determine all that constitutes good and honest production, to be continually at the heels of the manufacturer, and to guide him at every step. He no longer manufactures. You, the state, are the real manufacturer. Thus you find yourself in a trap. Either you hamper the liberty of commerce by interfering in production in 1,000 ways, or you declare yourself sole producer and sole merchant. In the first case, through annoying everybody, you will finally cause everybody to rebel, and sooner or later, the state getting itself expelled, trademarks will be abolished. In the second, you substitute everywhere the action of power for individual initiative, which is contrary to the principles of political economy and the constitution of society. Do you take a middle course? It is favor, nepotism, hypocrisy, the worst of systems. Suppose, now, that the marking be left to the manufacturer. I say that then the marks, even if made obligatory, will gradually lose their significance, and at last become only proofs of origin. He knows but little of commerce who imagines that a merchant, ahead of a manufacturing enterprise, making use of processes that are not patentable, will betray the secret of his industry, of his profits, of his existence. The significance will then be a delusion. It is not in the power of the police to make it otherwise. The Roman emperors, to discover the Christians who dissembled their religion, obliged everybody to sacrifice to the idols. They made apostates and martyrs, and the number of Christians only increased. Likewise, significant marks, useful to some houses, will engender innumerable frauds and repressions. That is all that can be expected of them. To induce the manufacturer to frankly indicate the intrinsic composition, that is, the industrial and commercial value of his merchandise, it is necessary to free him from the perils of competition and satisfy his monopolistic instincts. Can you do it? It is necessary, further, to interest the consumer in the repression of fraud, which, so long as the producer is not utterly disinterested, is at once impossible and contradictory. Impossible, place on the one hand a depraved consumer, China, on the other a desperate merchant, England, between them a venomous drug causing excitement and intoxication, and, in spite of all the police in the world, you will have trade in opium. Contradictory, in society the consumer and the producer are but one, that is, both are interested in the production of that which it is injurious to them to consume, and as, in the case of each, consumption follows production and sale, all will combine to guard the first interest, leaving it to each to guard himself against the second. The thought which prompted trademarks is of the same character as that which formerly inspired the maximum laws. Here again is one of the innumerable crossroads of political economy. It is indisputable that maximum laws, though made and supported by their authors entirely as a relief from famine, have invariably resulted in an aggravation of famine. Accordingly, it is not injustice or malice with which the economists charge these abhorred laws, but stupidity, inexpediency. But what a contradiction in the theory with which they oppose them! To relieve famine it is necessary to call up provisions, or, to put it better, to bring them to light. So far there is nothing to reproach. To secure a supply of provisions it is necessary to attract the holders by profits, excite their competition, and assure them complete liberty in the market. Does not this process strike you as the absurdest homeopathy? How is it that the more easily I can be taxed the sooner I shall be provided? Let alone, they say, let pass, let competition and monopoly act, especially in times of famine, and even though famine is the effect of competition and monopoly. What logic! But, above all, what morality! But why, then, should there not be a tariff for farmers as well as for bakers? Why not a registration of the sowing, of the harvest, of the vintage, of the pasturage, and of the cattle, as well as a stamp for newspapers, circulars, and orders, or an administration for brewers and wine merchants? Under the monopoly system this would be, I admit, an increase of torments, but with our tendencies to unfairness in trade and the disposition of power to continually increase its personnel and its budget, a law of inquisition regarding crops is becoming daily more indispensable. Besides, it would be difficult to say which, free trade or the maximum, causes the more evil in times of famine. But, whichever course you choose, and you cannot avoid the alternative, the deception is sure and the disaster immense. With the maximum good seek concealment, the terror increasing from the very effect of the law, the price of provisions rises and rises, soon circulation stops, and the catastrophe follows, as prompt and pitiless as a band of plunderers. With competition the progress of the scourge is slower, but no less fatal. How many deaths from exhaustion or hunger before the high prices attract food to the market? How many victims of extortion after it has arrived? It is the story of the king to whom God, in punishment for his pride, offered the alternative of 3 days' pestilence, 3 months' famine, or 3 years' war. David chose the shortest, the economists prefer the longest. Man is so miserable that he would rather end by consumption than by apoplexy. It seems to him that he does not die as much. This is the reason why the disadvantages of the maximum and the benefits of free trade have been so much exaggerated. For the rest, if France during the last 25 years has experienced no general famine, the cause is not in the liberty of commerce, which knows very well, when it wishes, how to produce scarcity in the midst of plenty and how to make famine prevail in the bosom of abundance. It is in the improvement in the methods of communication, which, shortening distances, soon restore the equilibrium disturbed for a moment by local penury. A striking example of that sad truth that in society the general welfare is never the effect of a conspiracy of individual wills. The farther we delve into the system of illusory compromises between monopoly and society, that is, as we have explained in one of this chapter, between capital and labor, between the patriciate and the proletariat, the more we discover that it is all foreseen, regulated, and executed in accordance with this infernal maxim, with which Hobbes and Machiavel, those theorists of despotism, were unacquainted: everything by the people and against the people. While labor produces, capital, under the mask of a false fecundity, enjoys and abuses, the legislator, in offering his mediation, thought to recall the privileged class to fraternal feelings and surround the laborer with guarantees, and now he finds, by the fatal contradiction of interests, that each of these guarantees is an instrument of torture. It would require 100 volumes, the life of 10 men, and a heart of iron, to relate from this standpoint the crimes of the state towards the poor and the infinite variety of its tortures. A summary glance at the principal classes of police will be enough to enable us to estimate its spirit and economy. After having sown trouble in all minds by a confusion of civil, commercial, and administrative laws, made the idea of justice more obscure by multiplying contradictions, and rendered necessary a whole class of interpreters for the explanation of the system, it has been found necessary also to organize the repression of crimes and provide for their punishment. Criminal justice, that particularly rich order of the great family of non-producers, whose maintenance costs France annually more than $6 million, has become to society a principle of existence as necessary as bread is to the life of man, but with this difference, that man lives by the product of his hands, while society devours its members and feeds on its own flesh. It is calculated by some economists that there is, in London, 1 criminal to every 89 inhabitants. In Liverpool, 1.45. In Newcastle, 1.27. But these figures lack accuracy, and, utterly frightful as they seem, do not express the real degree of social perversion due to the police. We have to determine here not only the number of recognized criminals, but the number of offenses. The work of the criminal courts is only a special mechanism which serves to place in relief the moral destruction of humanity under the monopoly system, but this official exhibition is far from including the whole extent of the evil. Here are other figures which will lead us to a more certain approximation. The police courts of Paris disposed, in 1835, of 106,467 cases. In 1836, 128,489. In 1837, 140,247. Supposing this rate of increase to have continued up to 1,846, and to this total of misdemeanors adding the cases of the criminal courts, the simple matters that go no further than the police, and all the offenses unknown or left unpunished, offences far surpassing in number, so the magistrates say, those which justice reaches, we shall arrive at the conclusion that in 1 year, in the city of Paris, there are more infractions of the law committed than there are inhabitants. And as it is necessary to deduct from the presumable authors of these infractions children of 7 years and under, who are outside the limits of guilt, the figures will show that every adult citizen is guilty, 3 or 4 times a year, of violating the established order. Thus the proprietary system is maintained at Paris only by the annual consummation of 1 or 2 millions of offences. Now, though all these offences should be the work of a single man, the argument would still hold good. This man would be the scapegoat loaded with the sins of Israel. Of what consequence is the number of the guilty, provided justice has its contingent? Violence, perjury, robbery, cheating, contempt of persons and society, are so much a part of the essence of monopoly, they flow from it so naturally, with such perfect regularity, and in accordance with laws so certain, that it is possible to submit their perpetration to calculation, and, given the number of a population, the condition of its industry, and the stage of its enlightenment, to rigorously deduce therefrom the statistics of its morality. The economists do not know yet what the principle of value is, but they know, within a few decimals, the proportionality of crime. So many thousand souls, so many malefactors, so many condemnations, about that there can be no mistake. It is one of the most beautiful applications of the theory of chances, and the most advanced branch of economic science. If socialism had invented this accusing theory, the whole world would have cried calumny. Yet, after all, what is there in it that should surprise us? As misery is a necessary result of the contradictions of society, a result which it is possible to determine mathematically from the rate of interest, the rate of wages, and the prevailing market prices, so crimes and misdemeanors are another effect of this same antagonism, susceptible, like its cause, of estimation by figures. The materialists have drawn the silliest inferences from this subordination of liberty to the laws of numbers, as if man were not under the influence of all that surrounds him, and as if, since all that surrounds him is governed by inexorable laws, he must not experience, in his freest manifestations, the reaction of those laws. The same character of necessity which we have just pointed out in the establishment and sustenance of criminal justice is found, but under a more metaphysical aspect, in its morality. In the opinion of all moralists, the penalty should be such as to secure the reformation of the offender, and consequently free from everything that might cause his degradation. Far be it from me to combat this blessed tendency of minds and disparage attempts which would have been the glory of the greatest men of antiquity. Philanthropy, in spite of the ridicule which sometimes attaches to its name, will remain, in the eyes of posterity, the most honorable characteristic of our time. The abolition of the death penalty, which is merely postponed, the abolition of the stigma, the studies regarding the effects of the cellular system, the establishment of workshops in the prisons, and a multitude of other reforms which I cannot even name, give evidence of real progress in our ideas and in our morals. What the author of Christianity, in an impulse of sublime love, related of his mystical kingdom, where the repentant sinner was to be glorified above the just and the innocent man, that utopia of Christian charity has become the aspiration of our sceptical society, and when one thinks of the unanimity of feeling which prevails in respect to it, he asks himself with surprise who then prevents this aspiration from being realized. Alas! It is because reason is still stronger than love, and logic more tenacious than crime. It is because here as everywhere in our civilization there reigns an insoluble contradiction. Let us not wander into fantastic worlds, let us embrace, in all its frightful nudity, the real one. Le crime fait la honte, et non pas l'échafaud, 27. Says the proverb. By the simple fact that man is punished, provided he deserve to be, he is degraded, the penalty renders him infamous, not by virtue of the definition of the code, but by reason of the fault which caused the punishment. Of what importance, then, is the materiality of the punishment? Of what importance all your penitentiary systems? What you do is to satisfy your feelings, but is powerless to rehabilitate the unfortunate whom your justice strikes. The guilty man, once branded by chastisement, is incapable of reconciliation, his stain is indelible, and his damnation eternal. If it were possible for it to be otherwise, the penalty would cease to be proportional to the offense, it would be no more than a fiction, it would be nothing. He whom misery has led to larceny, if he suffers himself to fall into the hands of justice, remains forever the enemy of God and men. Better for him that he had never been born. It was Jesus Christ who said it, bonum erat ei, si natus non fuiset homo il. And what Jesus Christ declared, Christians and infidels do not dispute, the irreparability of shame is, of all the revelations of the gospel, the only one which the proprietary world has understood. Thus, separated from nature by monopoly, cut off from humanity by poverty, the mother of crime and its punishment, what refuge remains for the plebeian whom labor cannot support, and who is not strong enough to take? To conduct this offensive and defensive war against the proletariat a public force was indispensable. The executive power grew out of the necessities of civil legislation, administration, and justice. And there again the most beautiful hopes have changed into bitter disappointments. As legislator, as burgomaster, and as judge, the prince has set himself up as a representative of divine authority. A defender of the poor, the widow, and the orphan, he has promised to cause liberty and equality to prevail around the throne, to come to the aid of labor, and to listen to the voice of the people. And the people have thrown themselves lovingly into the arms of power, and, when experience has made them feel that power was against them, instead of blaming the institution, they have fallen to accusing the prince, ever unwilling to understand that, the prince being by nature and destination the chief of non-producers and greatest of monopolists, it was impossible for him, in spite of himself, to take up the cause of the people. All criticism, whether of the form or the acts of government, ends in this essential contradiction. And when the self-styled theorists of the sovereignty of the people pretend that the remedy for the tyranny of power consists in causing it to emanate from popular suffrage, they simply turn, like the squirrel, in their cage. For, from the moment that the essential conditions of power, that is, authority, property, hierarchy, are preserved, the suffrage of the people is nothing but the consent of the people to their oppression, which is the silliest charlatanism. In the system of authority, whatever its origin, monarchical or democratic, power is the noble organ of society, by it society lives and moves, all initiative emanates from it, order and perfection are wholly its work. According to the definitions of economic science, on the contrary, definitions which harmonize with the reality of things, power is the series of non-producers which social organization must tend to indefinitely reduce. How, then, with the principle of authority so dear to Democrats, shall the aspiration of political economy, an aspiration which is also that of the people, be realized? How shall the government, which by the hypothesis is everything, become an obedient servant, a subordinate organ? Why should the prince have received power simply to weaken it, and why should he labor, with a view to order, for his own elimination? Why should he not try rather to fortify himself, to add to his courtiers, to continually obtain new subsidies, and finally to free himself from dependence on the people, the inevitable goal of all power originating in the people? It is said that the people, naming its legislators and through them making its will known to power, will always be in a position to arrest its invasions, that thus the people will fill at once the role of prince and that of sovereign. Such, in a word, is the utopia of Democrats, the eternal mystification with which they abuse the proletariat. But will the people make laws against power, against the principle of authority and hierarchy, which is the principle upon which society is based, against liberty and property? According to our hypothesis, this is more than impossible, it is contradictory. Then property, monopoly, competition, industrial privileges, the inequality of fortunes, the preponderance of capital, hierarchical and crushing centralization, administrative oppression, legal absolutism, will be preserved, and, as it is impossible for a government not to act in the direction of its principle, capital will remain as before the god of society, and the people, still exploited, still degraded, will have gained by their attempt at sovereignty only a demonstration of their powerlessness. In vain do the partisans of power, all those dynastico-republican doctrinaires who are alike in everything but tactics, flatter themselves that, once in control of affairs, they will inaugurate reform everywhere. Reform what? Reform the Constitution? It is impossible. Though the entire nation should enter the Constitutional Convention, it would not leave it until it had either voted its servitude under another form, or decreed its dissolution. Reconstruct the code, the work of the emperor, the pure substance of Roman law and custom? It is impossible. What have you to put in the place of your proprietary routine, outside of which you see and understand nothing? In the place of your laws of monopoly, the limits of whose circle your imagination is powerless to overstep? More than half a century ago royalty and democracy, those two sibyls which the ancient world has bequeathed to us, undertook, by a constitutional compromise, to harmonize their oracles. Since the wisdom of the prince has placed itself in unison with the voice of the people, what revelation has resulted? What principle of order has been discovered? What issue from the labyrinth of privilege pointed out? Before prince and people had signed this strange compromise, in what were their ideas not similar? And now that each is trying to break the contract, in what do they differ? Diminish public burdens, assess taxes on a more equitable basis? It is impossible. To the treasury as to the army, the man of the people will always furnish more than his contingent. Regulate monopoly, bridle competition? It is impossible. You would kill production. Open new markets? It is impossible. 28. Organize credit? It is impossible. 29. Attack heredity? It is impossible. 30. Create national workshops, assure a minimum to unemployed workmen, and assign to employees a share of the profits? It is impossible. It is in the nature of government to be able to deal with labor only to enchain laborers, as it deals with products only to levy its tithe. Repair, by a system of indemnities, the disastrous effects of machinery? It is impossible. Combat by regulations the degrading influence of parcel air division? It is impossible. Cause the people to enjoy the benefits of education? It is impossible. Establish a tariff of prices and wages, and fix the value of things by sovereign authority? It is impossible. It is impossible. Of all the reforms which society in its distress solicits, not one is within the competence of power, not one can be realized by it, because the essence of power is repugnant to them all, and it is not given to man to unite what God has divided. At least, the partisans of governmental initiative will say, you will admit that, in the accomplishment of the revolution promised by the development of antinomies, power would be a potent auxiliary. Why, then, do you oppose a reform which, putting power in the hands of the people, would second your views so well? Social reform is the object, political reform is the instrument. Why, if you wish the end, do you reject the means? Such is today the reasoning of the entire democratic press, which I forgive with all my heart for having at last, by this quasi-socialistic confession of faith, itself proclaimed the emptiness of its theories. It is in the name of science, then, that democracy calls for a political reform as a preliminary to social reform. But science protests against this subterfuge as an insult. Science repudiates any alliance with politics, and, very far from expecting from it the slightest aid, must begin with politics its work of exclusion. How little affinity there is between the human mind and truth. When I see the democracy, socialistic but yesterday, continually asking for capital in order to combat capital's influence, for wealth, in order to cure poverty, for the abandonment of liberty, in order to organize liberty, for the reformation of government, in order to reform society, when I see it, I say, taking upon itself the responsibility of society, provided social questions be set aside or solved. It seems to me as if I were listening to a fortune teller who, before answering the questions of those who consult her, begins by inquiring into their age, their condition, their family, and all the accidents of their life. Miserable sorceress, if you know the future, you know who I am and what I want, why do you ask me to tell you? Likewise I will answer the Democrats, if you know the use that you should make of power, and if you know how power should be organized, you possess economic science. Now, if you possess economic science, if you have the key of its contradictions, if you are in a position to organize labor, if you have studied the laws of exchange, you have no need of the capital of the nation or of public force. From this day forth you are more potent than money, stronger than power. For, since the laborers are with you, you are by that fact alone masters of production, you hold commerce, manufactures, and agriculture enchained, you have the entire social capital at your disposition, you have full control of taxation, you block the wheels of power, and you trample monopoly underfoot. What other initiative, what greater authority, do you ask? What prevents you from applying your theories? Surely not political economy, although generally followed and accredited, for, everything in political economy having a true side and a false side, your only problem is to combine the economic elements in such a way that their total shall no longer present a contradiction. Nor is it the civil law, for that law, sanctioning economic routine solely because of its advantages and in spite of its disadvantages, is susceptible, like political economy itself, of being bent to all the exigencies of an exact synthesis, and consequently is as favorable to you as possible. Finally, it is not power, which, the last expression of antagonism and created only to defend the law, could stand in your way only by forswearing itself. Once more, then, what stops you? If you possess social science, you know that the problem of association consists in organizing, not only the non-producers, in that direction, thank heaven. Little remains to be done, but also the producers, and by this organization subjecting capital and subordinating power. Such is the war that you have to sustain, a war of labor against capital, a war of liberty against authority, a war of the producer against the non-producer, a war of equality against privilege. What you ask, to conduct the war to a successful conclusion, is precisely that which you must combat. Now, to combat and reduce power, to put it in its proper place in society, it is of no use to change the holders of power or introduce some variation into its workings. An agricultural and industrial combination must be found by means of which power, today the ruler of society, shall become its slave. Have you the secret of that combination? But what do I say? That is precisely the thing to which you do not consent. As you cannot conceive of society without hierarchy, you have made yourselves the apostles of authority, worshippers of power, you think only of strengthening it and muzzling liberty. Your favorite maxim is that the welfare of the people must be achieved in spite of the people, instead of proceeding to social reform by the extermination of power and politics, you insist on a reconstruction of power and politics. Then, by a series of contradictions which prove your sincerity, but the illusory character of which is well known to the real friends of power, the aristocrats and monarchists, your competitors, you promise us, in the name of power, economy in expenditures, an equitable assessment of taxes, protection to labor, gratuitous education, universal suffrage, and all the utopias repugnant to authority and property. Consequently, power in your hands has never been anything but ruinous, and that is why you have never been able to retain it. That is why, on the 18th of Brumaire, 31 men were sufficient to take it away from you, and why today the bourgeoisie, which is as fond of power as you are and which wants a strong power, will not restore it to you. Thus power, the instrument of collective might, created in society to serve as a mediator between labor and privilege, finds itself inevitably enchained to capital and directed against the proletariat. No political reform can solve this contradiction, since, by the confession of the politicians themselves, Such a reform would end only in increasing the energy and extending the sphere of power, and since power would know no way of touching the prerogatives of monopoly without overturning the hierarchy and dissolving society. The problem before the laboring classes, then, consists, not in capturing, but in subduing both power and monopoly, that is, in generating from the bowels of the people, from the depths of labor, a greater authority, a more potent fact, which shall envelop capital and the state and subjugate them. Every proposition of reform which does not satisfy this condition is simply one scourge more, a rod doing sentry duty, virgem vigilantum, as a prophet said, which threatens the proletariat. The crown of this system is religion. There is no occasion for me to deal here with the philosophic value of religious opinions, relate their history, or seek their interpretation. I confine myself to a consideration of the economic origin of religion, the secret bond which connects it with police, the place which it occupies in the series of social manifestations. Man, despairing of finding the equilibrium of his powers, leaps, as it were, outside of himself and seeks in infinity that sovereign harmony the realization of which is to him the highest degree of reason, power, and happiness. Unable to harmonize with himself, he kneels before God and prays. He prays, and his prayer, a hymn sung to God, is a blasphemy against society. It is from God, man says to himself, that authority and power come to me, then, let us obey God and the prince. Obedit Deo et principibus. It is from God that law and justice come to me. Per me regis regnant et potens discernunt justitiam. Let us respect the commands of the legislator and the magistrate. It is God who controls the prosperity of labor, who makes and unmakes fortunes, may his will be done. Dominus dedit, Dominus abstulit, sit nomen Domini benedictum. It is God who punishes me when misery devours me, and when I am persecuted for righteousness' sake, let us receive with respect the scourges which his mercy employs for our purification. Humiliamini agiter sub potenti manu dei. This life, which God has given me, is but an ordeal which leads me to salvation. Let us shun pleasure, let us love and invite pain, let us find our pleasure in doing penance. The sadness which comes from injustice is a favor from on high, blessed are they that mourn. Vidi qui lugent. Hec est enim gratia, si qui sustain et tristitias, patiens injust. A century ago a missionary, preaching before an audience made up of financiers and grandees, did justice to this odious morality. What have I done, he cried, with tears. I have saddened the poor, the best friends of my God. I have preached the rigors of penance to unfortunates who want for bread. It is here, where my eyes fall only on the powerful and on the rich, on the oppressors of suffering humanity, that I must launch the word of God in all the force of its thunder. Let us admit, nevertheless, that the theory of resignation has served society by preventing revolt. Religion, consecrating by divine right the inviolability of power and of privilege, has given humanity the strength to continue its journey and exhaust its contradictions. Without this bandage thrown over the eyes of the people, society would have been 1,000 times dissolved. Someone had to suffer that it might be cured, and religion, the comforter of the afflicted, decided that it should be the poor man. It is this suffering which has led us to our present position. Civilization, which owes all its marvels to the laborer, owes also to his voluntary sacrifice its future and its existence. Oblatus est quia ipsi voluit, et liber ejus sanity sumus. O people of laborers! Disinherited, harassed, proscribed people. People whom they imprison, judge, and kill. Despised people, branded people. Do you not know that there is an end, even to patience, even to devotion? Will you not cease to lend an ear to those orators of mysticism who tell you to pray and to wait, preaching salvation now through religion, now through power, and whose vehement and sonorous words captivate you? Your destiny is an enigma which neither physical force, nor courage of soul, nor the illuminations of enthusiasm, nor the exaltation of any sentiment, can solve. Those who tell you to the contrary deceive you, and all their discourses serve only to postpone the hour of your deliverance, now ready to strike. What are enthusiasm and sentiment, what is vain poesy, when confronted with necessity? To overcome necessity there is nothing but necessity itself, the last reason of nature, the pure essence of matter and spirit. Thus the contradiction of value, born of the necessity of free will, must be overcome by the proportionality of value, another necessity produced by the union of liberty and intelligence. But, in order that this victory of intelligent and free labor might produce all its consequences, it was necessary that society should pass through a long succession of torments. It was a necessity that labor, in order to increase its power, should be divided, and a necessity, in consequence of this division, that the laborer should be degraded and impoverished. It was a necessity that this original division should be reconstructed by scientific instruments and combinations, and a necessity, in consequence of this reconstruction, that the subordinated laborer should lose, together with his legitimate wages, even the exercise of the industry which supported him. It was a necessity that competition then should step in to emancipate liberty on the point of perishing, and a necessity that this deliverance should end in a vast elimination of laborers. It was a necessity that the producer, ennobled by his art, as formerly the warrior was by arms, should bear aloft his banner, in order that the valor of man might be honored in labor as in war, and a necessity that of privilege should straightway be born the proletariat. It was a necessity that society should then take under its protection the conquered plebeian, a beggar without a roof, and a necessity that this protection should be converted into a new series of tortures. We shall meet on our way still other necessities, all of which will disappear, like the others, before greater necessities, until shall come at last the general equation, the supreme necessity, the triumphant fact, which must establish the kingdom of labor forever. But this solution cannot result either from surprise or from a vain compromise. It is as impossible to associate labor and capital as to produce without labor and without capital, as impossible to establish equality by power as to suppress power and equality and make a society without people and without police. There is a necessity, I repeat, of a major force to invert the actual formulas of society, a necessity that the labor of the people, not their valor nor their votes, should, by a scientific, legitimate, immortal, insurmountable combination, subject capital to the people and deliver to them power. 25 Thank heaven. The minister has settled the question, and I tender him my very sincere compliments. By the proposed tariff letter postage will be reduced to 2 cents for distances under 12.5 miles, 4 cents, for distances between 12.5 and 25 miles, 6 cents, between 25 and 75 miles, 8 cents, between 75 and 225 miles, 10 cents, for longer distances. 26 The new law regarding service books has confined the independence of workers within narrower limits. The democratic press has again thundered its indignation this subject against those in power, as if they had been guilty of anything more than the application of the principles of authority and property, which are those of democracy. What the chambers have done in regard to service books was inevitable, and should have been expected. It is as impossible for a society founded on the proprietary principle not to end in class distinctions as for a democracy to avoid despotism, for a religion to be reasonable, for fanaticism to show tolerance. This is the law of contradiction. How long will it take us to understand it? 27 The crime makes the shame, and not the scaffold. Translator. 28 See Volume 2, Chapter 9. 29 Ibid, Chapter X. 30 Ibid, Chapter 11. 31 Date of the Napoleonic coup d'état, according to the revolutionary calendar. Chapter 8. Of the responsibility of man and of God, under the law of contradiction, or a solution of the problem of providence. The ancients blamed human nature for the presence of evil in the world. Christian theology has only embroidered this theme in its own fashion, and, as that theology sums up the whole religious period extending from the origin of society to our own time, it may be said that the dogma of original sin, having in its favor the ascent of the human race, acquires by that very fact the highest degree of probability. So, according to all the testimony of ancient wisdom, each people defending its own institutions as excellent and glorifying them, it is not to religions, or to governments, or to traditional customs accredited by the respect of generations, that the cause of evil must be traced, but rather to a primitive perversion, to a sort of congenital malice in the will of man. As to the question how a being could have perverted and corrupted itself originally, the ancients avoided that difficulty by fables. Eve's apple and Pandora's box have remained celebrated among their symbolic solutions. Not only, then, had antiquity posited in its myths the question of the origin of evil, it had solved it by another myth, in unhesitatingly affirming the criminality of our race. Modern philosophers have erected against the Christian dogma a dogma no less obscure, that of the depravity of society. Man is born good, cries Rousseau, in his peremptory style, but society, that is, the forms and institutions of society, depraves him. In such terms was formulated the paradox, or, better, the protest, of the philosopher of Geneva. Now, it is evident that this idea is only the ancient hypothesis turned about. The ancients accused the individual man, Rousseau accuses the collective man. At bottom, it is always the same proposition, an absurd proposition. Nevertheless, in spite of the fundamental identity of the principle, Rousseau's formula, precisely because it was an opposition, was a step forward. Consequently it was welcomed with enthusiasm, and it became the signal of a reaction full of contradictions and absurdities. Singular thing. It is to the anathema launched by the author of Emile against society that modern socialism is to be traced. For the last 70 or 80 years the principle of social perversion has been exploited and popularized by various sectarians, who, while copying Rousseau, reject with all their might the anti-social philosophy of that writer, without perceiving that, by the very fact that they aspire to reform society, they are as unsocial or unsociable as he. It is a curious spectacle to see these pseudo-innovators, condemning after Jean-Jacques monarchy, democracy, property, communism, thine and mine, monopoly, wages, police, taxation, luxury, commerce, money, in a word, all that constitutes society and without which society is inconceivable, and then accusing this same Jean-Jacques of misanthropy and paralogism, because, after having seen the emptiness of all utopias, at the same time that he pointed out the antagonism of civilization, he sternly concluded against society, though recognizing that without society there is no humanity. I advise those who, on the strength of what slanderers and plagiarists say, imagine that Rousseau embraced his theory only from a vain love of eccentricity, to read Emile and the Social Contract once more. That admirable dialectician was led to deny society from the standpoint of justice, although he was forced to admit it as necessary, just as we, who believe in an indefinite progress, do not cease to deny, as normal and definitive, the existing state of society. Only, whereas Rousseau, by a political combination and an educational system of his own, tried to bring man nearer to what he called nature, and what seemed to him the ideal society, we, instructed in a profounder school, say that the task of society is to continually solve its antinomies, a matter of which Rousseau could have had no idea. Thus, apart from the now abandoned system of the social contract, and so far as criticism alone is concerned, socialism, whatever it may say, is still in the same position as Rousseau, forced to reform society incessantly, that is, to perpetually deny it. Rousseau, in short, simply declared in a summary and definitive manner what the socialists repeat in detail and at every moment of progress, namely, that social order is imperfect, always lacking something. Rousseau's error cannot lie in this negation of society, it consists, as we shall show, in his failure to follow his argument to the end and deny at once society, man, and God. However that may be, the theory of man's innocence, corresponding to that of the depravity of society, has at last got the upper hand. The immense majority of socialists, Saint-Simon, Owen, Fourier, and their disciples, Communists, Democrats, progressives of all sorts have solemnly repudiated the Christian myth of the fall to substitute therefor the system of an aberration on the part of society. And, as most of these sectarians, in spite of their flagrant impiety, were still too religious, too pious, to finish the work of Jean-Jacques and trace back to God the responsibility for evil, they have found a way of deducing from the hypothesis of God the dogma of the native goodness of man, and have begun to fulminate against society in the finest fashion. The theoretical and practical consequences of this reaction were that, evil, that is, the effect of internal and external struggle, being abnormal and transitory, penal and repressive institutions are likewise transitory, that in man there is no native vice, but that his environment has depraved his inclinations, that civilization has been mistaken as to its own tendencies, that constraint is immoral, that our passions are holy, that enjoyment is holy and should be sought after like virtue itself, because God, who caused us to desire it, is holy. And, the women coming to the aid of the eloquence of the philosophers, a deluge of anti-restrictive protests has fallen, quasi de vulva irrumpens, to make use of a comparison from the Holy Scriptures, upon the wonder-stricken public. The writings of this school are recognizable by their evangelical style, their melancholy theism, and, above all, their enigmatical dialectics. They blame human nature, says M. Louis Blanc, for almost all our evils. The blame should be laid upon the vicious character of social institutions. Look around you, how many talents misplaced, and consequently depraved. How many activities have become turbulent for want of having found their legitimate and natural object. They force our passions to traverse an impure medium. Is it at all surprising that they become altered? Place a healthy man in a pestilent atmosphere, and he will inhale death. Civilization has taken a wrong road, and to say that it could not have been otherwise is to lose the right to talk of equity, of morality, of progress. It is to lose the right to talk of God. Providence disappears to give place to the grossest fatalism. The name of God recurs 40 times, and always to no purpose, in M. Blanc's Organization of Labor, which I quote from preference, because in my view it represents advanced democratic opinion better than any other work, and because I like to do it honor by refuting it. Thus, while socialism, aided by extreme democracy, deifies man by denying the dogma of the fall, and consequently dethrones God, henceforth useless to the perfection of his creature, this same socialism, through mental cowardice, falls back upon the affirmation of providence, and that at the very moment when it denies the providential authority of history. And as nothing stands such chance of success among men as contradiction, the idea of a religion of pleasure, renewed from Epicurus during an eclipse of public reason, has been taken as an inspiration of the national genius. It is this that distinguishes the new theists from the Catholics, against whom the former have inveighed so loudly during the last 2 years only out of rivalry in fanaticism. It is the fashion today to speak of God on all occasions and to declaim against the Pope, to invoke Providence and to scoff at the Church. Thank God. We are not atheists, said La Réforme one day. All the more, it might have added by way of increasing its absurdity, we are not Christians. The word has gone forth to everyone who holds a pen to bamboozle the people, and the first article of the new faith is that an infinitely good God has created man as good as himself, which does not prevent man, under the eye of God, from becoming wicked in a detestable society. Nevertheless, it is plain, in spite of these semblances of religion, we might even say these desires for it, that the quarrel between socialism and Christian tradition, between man and society, must end by a denial of divinity. Social reason is not distinguishable by us from absolute reason, which is no other than God himself, and to deny society in its past phases is to deny providence, is to deny God. Thus, then, we are placed between two negations, two contradictory affirmations, one which, by the voice of entire antiquity, setting aside as out of the question society and God which it represents, finds in man alone the principle of evil, another which, protesting in the name of free, intelligent, and progressive man, throws back upon social infirmity and, by a necessary consequence, upon the creative and inspiring genius of society all the disturbances of the universe. Now, as the anomalies of social order and the oppression of individual liberties arise principally from the play of economic contradictions, we have to inquire, in view of the data which we have brought to light. 1. Whether fate, whose circle surrounds us, exercises a control over our liberty so imperious and compulsory that infractions of the law, committed under the dominion of antinomies, cease to be imputable to us? And, if not, whence arises this culpability peculiar to man? 2. Whether the hypothetical being, utterly good, omnipotent, omniscient, to whom faith attributes the supreme direction of human agitations, has not himself failed society at the moment of danger? And, if so, to explain this insufficiency of divinity. In short, we are to find out whether man is God, whether God himself is God, or whether, to attain the fullness of intelligence and liberty, we must search for a superior cause. 1. The culpability of man. Exposition of the myth of the fall. As long as man lives under the law of egoism, he accuses himself. As soon as he rises to the conception of a social law, he accuses society. In both cases humanity accuses humanity, and so far the clearest result of this double accusation is the strange faculty, which we have not yet pointed out, and which religion attributes to God as well as to man, of repentance. Of what, then, does humanity repent? For what does God, who repents as well as ourselves, desire to punish us? Ponituit deum quod hominem facit in terra, et tactus dolor cordis intrinsecus, delabo, inquit, hominem. If I demonstrate that the offenses charged upon humanity are not the consequence of its economic embarrassments, although the latter result from the constitution of its ideas, that man does evil gratuitously and when not under compulsion, just as he honors himself by acts of heroism which justice does not exact, it will follow that man, at the tribunal of his conscience, may be allowed to plead certain extenuating circumstances, but can never be entirely discharged of his guilt, that the struggle is in his heart as well as in his mind, that he deserves now praise, now blame, which is a confession, in either case, of his inharmonious state, finally, that the essence of his soul is a perpetual compromise between opposing attractions, his morality a system of seesaw, in a word, and this word tells the whole story, eclecticism. My proof shall be soon made. There exists a law, older than our liberty, promulgated from the beginning of the world, completed by Jesus Christ, preached and certified by apostles, martyrs, confessors, and virgins, graven on the heart of man, and superior to all metaphysics, it is love. Love thy neighbor as thyself, Jesus Christ tells us, after Moses. That is the whole of it. Love thy neighbor as thyself, and society will be perfect. Love thy neighbor as thyself, and all distinctions of prince and shepherd, of rich and poor, of learned and ignorant, disappear, all clashing of human interest ceases. Love thy neighbor as thyself, and happiness with industry, without care for the future, shall fill thy days. To fulfill this law and make himself happy, man needs only to follow the inclination of his heart and listen to the voice of his sympathies. He resists, he does more, not contented as sick preferring himself to his neighbor, he labors constantly to destroy his neighbor. After having betrayed love through egoism, he overturns it by injustice. Man, I say, faithless to the law of charity, has, of himself and without any necessity, made the contradictions of society so many instruments of harm. Through his egoism civilization has become a war of surprises and ambushes. He lies, he steals, he murders, when not compelled to do so, without provocation, without excuse. In short, he does evil with all the characteristics of a nature deliberately maleficent, and all the more wicked because, when it so wishes, it knows how to do good gratuitously also and is capable of self-sacrifice, wherefore it has been said of it, with as much reason as depth, homo homini lupus, vel deus. Not to unduly extend the subject, and especially in order to avoid prejudging the questions that I shall have to consider, I limit myself to the economic facts already analyzed. With the fact that the division of labor is by nature, pending the attainment of a synthetic organization, an irresistible cause of physical, moral, and mental inequality among men, neither society nor conscience have anything to do. That is a fact of necessity, of which the rich man is as innocent as the parcel-aire workman, consigned by his position to all sorts of poverty. But how happens it that this inevitable inequality is converted into a title of nobility for some, of abjection for others? How happens it, if man is good, that he has not succeeded in levelling by his goodness this wholly metaphysical obstacle, and that, instead of strengthening the fraternal tie that binds men, pitiless necessity breaks it? Here man cannot be excused on the ground of his economic inexperience or legislative short-sightedness. It was enough that he had a heart. Since the martyrs of the division of labor should have been helped and honored by the rich, why have they been rejected as impure? Why is it an unheard of thing for masters to occasionally relieve their slaves, for princes, magistrates, and priests to change places with mechanics, and for nobles to assume the task of the peasants on the land? What is the reason of this brutal pride of the powerful? And note that such conduct on their part would have been not only charitable and fraternal, but in accord with the sternest justice. By virtue of the principle of collective force, laborers are the equals and associates of their leaders, so that in the system of monopoly itself, community of action restoring the equilibrium which parcel-aire individualism has disturbed, justice and charity blend. On the hypothesis of the essential goodness of man, how then is to be explained the monstrous attempt to change the authority of some into nobility and the obedience of others into plebeianism? Labor, between the serf and the free man, like color between the black and the white, has always drawn an impassable line, and we ourselves, who glory so in our philanthropy, at the bottom of our hearts are of the same opinion as our predecessors. The sympathy which we feel for the proletaire is like that with which animals inspire us, delicacy of organs, dread of misery, pride in separating ourselves from all suffering. It is these shifts of egoism that prompt our charity. For in fact, and I desire only this fact to confound us, is it not true that spontaneous benevolence, so pure in its primitive conception, elemosina, sympathy, tenderness, alms, in fine, has become for the unfortunate a sign of degradation, a public stigma? And socialists, rebuking Christianity, dare to talk to us of love. The Christian thought, the conscience of humanity, hit the mark precisely, when it founded so many institutions for the relief of misfortune. To grasp the evangelical precept in its depth and render legal charity as honorable to those who had been its objects as to those who had exercised it, there was needed what? Less pride, less greed, less egoism. If man is good, will anyone tell me how the right to alms has become the first link in the long chain of infractions, misdemeanors, and crimes? Will anyone still dare to blame the misdeeds of men upon the antagonisms of social economy, when these antagonisms offered him so beautiful an opportunity of manifesting the charity of his heart, I do not say by self-sacrifice, but by the simple doing of justice? I know, and this objection is the only one that can be offered against my position, that charity is covered with shame and dishonor because the individual who asks it is too often, alas, suspected of misconduct and rarely to be recommended on the score of dignity of morals and of labor. And statistics prove that those who are poor through cowardice and negligence outnumber 10 times those who are poor through accident or mischance. Far be it from me to challenge this observation, the truth of which is demonstrated by too many facts, and which, moreover, has received the sanction of the people. The people are the first to accuse the poor of laziness, and there is nothing more common than to meet in the lower classes men who boast, as if it were a title of nobility, that they have never been in the hospital and in their greatest distress have never been recipients of public charity. Thus, just as opulence avows its robberies, misery confesses its shame. Man is a tyrant or a slave by will before becoming so by fortune. The heart of the proletaire is like that of the rich man, a sewer of boiling sensuality, the home of crapulence and imposture. Upon this unexpected revelation I ask how it happens, if man is good and charitable, that the rich calumniate charity while the poor defile it. It is perversion of judgment on the part of the rich, say some; it is degradation of faculties on the part of the poor, say others. But how is it that judgment is perverted on the one hand, and on the other that faculties are degraded? How comes it that a true and cordial fraternity has not arrested on the one side and on the other the effects of pride and labor? Let my questions be answered by reasons, not by phrases. Labor, in inventing processes and machines which infinitely multiply its power, and then in stimulating industrial genius by rivalry and assuring its conquests by means of the profits of capital and privileges of exploitation, has rendered the hierarchical constitution of society more profound and more inevitable. I repeat that no blame attaches to any one for this. But I call the holy law of the gospel to witness that it was within our power to draw wholly different consequences from this subordination of man to man, or, better, of laborer to laborer. The traditions of feudal life and of that of the patriarchs set the example for the manufacturers. The division of labor and the other accidents of production were only calls to the great family life, indications of the preparatory system in accordance with which fraternity was to appear and be developed. Masterships, corporations, and rights of primogeniture were conceived under the influence of this idea. Many communists even are not hostile to this form of association. Is it surprising that the ideal is so tenacious among those who, conquered but not converted, still appear as its representatives? What, then, prevented charity, union, sacrifice from maintaining themselves in the hierarchy, when the hierarchy might have been only a condition of labor? To this end it would have sufficed if men having machines, valiant knights fighting with equal weapons, had not made a mystery of their secrets or withheld them from others, if barons had set to work, not to monopolize their products, but to cheapen them, and if vassals, assured that war would result only in increasing their wealth, had always shown themselves enterprising, industrious, and faithful. The chief of the workshop would then have been simply a captain putting his men through maneuvers in their interest as well as in his own, and maintaining them, not with his perquisites, but with their own services. Instead of these fraternal relations, we have had pride, jealousy, and perjury, the employer, like the vampire of the fable, exploiting the degraded wage worker, and the wage worker conspiring against the employer, the idler devouring the substance of the laborer, and the serf, squatting in filth, having no strength left but for hatred. Called on to furnish for the work of production, these tools, those labor, capitalists, and laborers are today in a struggle. Why? Because absolutism presides over all their relations, because the capitalist speculates on the need which the laborer feels of procuring tools, while the laborer, in turn, seeks to derive advantage from the need which the capitalist feels of fertilizing his capital. L. Blanc, Organization of Labor. And why this absolutism in the relations of capitalist and laborer? Why this hostility of interests? Why this reciprocal enmity? Instead of eternally explaining the fact by the fact itself, go to the bottom, and you will find everywhere, as original motive, a passion for enjoyment which neither law nor justice nor charity restrain. You will see egoism continually discounting the future, and sacrificing to its monstrous caprices labor, capital, life, and the security of all. The theologians have given the name concupiscence or concupiscible appetite to the passionate greed for sensual things, the effect, according to them, of original sin. I trouble myself little, for the present, as to the nature of the original sin. I simply observe that the concupiscible appetite of the theologians is no other than that need of luxury pointed out by the Academy of Moral Sciences as the ruling motive of our epoch. Now, the theory of proportionality of values demonstrates that luxury is naturally measured by production, that every consumption in advance is recovered by an equivalent later privation, and that the exaggeration of luxury in a society necessarily has an increase of misery as its correlative. Now, were man to sacrifice his personal welfare for luxurious and advance enjoyments, perhaps I should accuse him only of imprudence, but, when he injures the welfare of his neighbor, a welfare which he should regard as inviolable, both from charity and on the ground of justice, I say then that man is wicked, inexcusably wicked. When God, according to Bossuet, formed the bowels of man, he originally placed goodness there. Thus love is our first law, the prescriptions of pure reason, as well as the promptings of the senses, take second and third rank only. Such is the hierarchy of our faculties, a principle of love forming the foundation of our conscience and served by an intelligence and organs. Hence of two things one, either the man who violates charity to obey his cupidity is guilty, or else, if this psychology is false, and the need of luxury in man must hold a place beside charity and reason, man is a disorderly animal, utterly wicked, and the most execrable of beings. Thus the organic contradictions of society cannot cover the responsibility of man, viewed in themselves. Moreover, these contradictions are only the theory of the hierarchical regime, the first form and consequently an irreproachable form of society. By the antinomy of their development, labor and capital have been continually led back to equality at the same time as to subordination, to solidarity as well as to dependence. One was the agent, the other the stimulator and guardian of the commonwealth. This indication has been indistinctly seen by the theorists of the feudal system. Christianity came in time to cement the compact, and it is still the sentiment of this misunderstood and broken, but in itself innocent and legitimate, organization which causes regrets among us and sustains the hope of a party. As this system was written in the book of destiny, it cannot be said to be bad in itself, just as the embryonic state cannot be called bad because it precedes adult age in physiological development. I insist, therefore, on my accusation. Under the regime abolished by Luther and the French Revolution, man could be happy in proportion to the progress of his industry. He did not choose to be, on the contrary, he forbade himself to be. Labor has been regarded as dishonorable, the clergy and the nobility have made themselves the devourers of the poor. To satisfy their animal passions, they have extinguished charity in their hearts, they have ruined, oppressed, assassinated the laborer. And thus it is that we see capital still hunting the proletariat. Instead of tempering the subversive tendency of economic principles by association and mutuality, the capitalist exaggerates it unnecessarily and with evil design. He abuses the senses and the conscience of the workman, he makes him a valet in his intrigues, a purveyor of his debaucheries, an accomplice in his robberies. He makes him in all respects like himself, and then it is that he can defy the justice of revolutions to touch him. Monstrous thing! The man who lives in misery, and whose soul therefore seems a nearer neighbor of charity and honor, shares his master's corruption. Like him, he gives everything to pride and luxury, and if he sometimes cries out against the inequality from which he suffers, it is still less from zeal for justice than from rivalry in desire. The greatest obstacle which equality has to overcome is not the aristocratic pride of the rich man, but the ungovernable egoism of the poor man. And you rely on his native goodness to reform at once both the spontaneity and the premeditation of his malice. As the false and antisocial education given to the present generation, says Louis Blanc, permits no search for any other motive for emulation and encouragement than an increase of reward, the difference of wages should be graduated according to the hierarchy of functions, an entirely new education having to change ideas and morals in this matter. Dismissing the hierarchy of functions and the inequality of wages for what they are worth, let us consider here only the motive assigned by the author. Is it not strange to see M. Blanc affirm the goodness of our nature, and at the same time address himself to the most ignoble of our propensities, avarice? Truly, evil must seem to you very deeply rooted, if you deem it necessary to begin the restoration of charity by a violation of charity. Jesus Christ broke openly with pride and greed. Apparently the libertines whom he catechized were holy personages compared with the herd infected with socialism. But tell us then, in short, how our ideas have been warped, why our education is antisocial, since it is now demonstrated that society has followed the route traced by destiny and can no longer be charged with the crimes of man. Really, the logic of socialism is marvelous. Man is good, they say, but it is necessary to detach his interests from evil to secure his abstinence from it. Man is good, but he must be interested in the good, else he will not do it. For, if the interest of his passions leads him to evil, he will do evil, and, If this same interest leaves him indifferent to good, he will not do good. And society will have no right to reproach him for having listened to his passions, because it was for society to conduct him by his passions. What a rich and precious nature was that of Nero, who killed his mother because she wearied him, and who caused Rome to be burned in order to have a representation of the pillage of Troy. What an artist's soul was that of Heliogabalus, who organized prostitution. What a potent character was Tiberius. But what an abominable society was that which perverted those divine souls, and produced, moreover, Tacitus and Marcus Aurelius. This, then, is what is called the harmlessness of man, the holiness of his passions. An aged Sappho, abandoned by her lovers, goes back under the conjugal law, her interest detached from love, she returns to marriage, and is holy. What a pity that this word holy, saint, has not in French the double meaning which it possesses in the Hebrew language. All would be in accord regarding the holiness of Sappho. I read in a report upon the railways of Belgium that, the Belgian administration having allowed its engineers a premium of 2½ cents for every bushel of coke saved out of an average consumption of 210 pounds for a given distance traversed, this premium bore such fruits that the consumption fell from 210 pounds to 106. This fact sums up the whole socialistic philosophy, to gradually train the working man to justice, encourage him to labor, lift him to the sublimity of devotion, by increase of wages, profit sharing, distinctions, and rewards. Certainly I do not mean to blame this method, which is as old as the world. Whatever way you take to tame serpents and tigers and render them useful, I applaud it. But do not say that your beasts are doves, for then, as sole reply, I shall point you to their claws and teeth. Before the Belgian engineers became interested in the economy of fuel, they burned double the quantity. Therefore on their part there was carelessness, negligence, prodigality, waste, perhaps theft, although they were bound to the administration by a contract which obliged them to practice all the contrasted virtues. It is good, you say, to interest the laborer. I say further that it is just. But I maintain that this interest, more powerful over man than voluntarily accepted obligation, more powerful, in a word, than duty, accuses man. Socialism goes backward in morality, and it turns up its nose at Christianity. It does not understand charity, and yet, to hear it, one would suppose that it invented charity. See, moreover, observe the socialists, what fortunate fruits the perfecting of our social order has already borne. The present generation is undeniably better than its predecessors. Are we wrong in concluding that a perfect society will produce perfect citizens? Say rather, reply the conservative believers in the dogma of the fall, that, religion having purified hearts, it is not astonishing that institutions have felt the effects. Now let religion finish its work, and have no fears about society. So speak and retort in an endless wandering from the question the theorists of the two schools. Neither understand that humanity, to use a biblical expression, is one and constant in its generations, that is, that everything in it, at every period of its development, in the individual as in the mass, proceeds from the same principle, which is, not being, but becoming. They do not see, on the one hand, that progress in morality is a continual conquest of mind over animality, just as progress in wealth is the fruit of the war waged by labor upon the parsimony of nature, consequently that the idea of native goodness lost through society is as absurd as the idea of native wealth lost through labor, and that a compromise with the passions should be viewed in the same light as a compromise with rest. On the other hand, they refuse to understand that, if there is progress in humanity, whether through religion or from some other cause, the hypothesis of constitutional corruption is nonsense, a contradiction. But I anticipate the conclusions at which I must arrive. Let us, for the present, establish simply that the moral perfection of humanity, like material welfare, is realized by a series of oscillations between vice and virtue, merit and demerit. Yes, humanity grows in justice, but this growth of our liberty, due entirely to the growth of our intelligence, surely gives no proof of the goodness of our nature, and, far from authorizing us to glorify our passions, it really destroys their sway. The fashion and style of our malice change with time. The barons of the Middle Ages plundered the traveler on the highway, and then offered him hospitality in their castles. Mercantile feudality, less brutal, exploits the proletaire and builds hospitals for him. Who would dare to say which of the two has deserved the palm of virtue? Of all the economic contradictions, value is that which, dominating the others and summing them up, holds in a sense the scepter of society, I had almost said of the moral world. Until value, oscillating between its two poles, useful value and value in exchange, arrives at its constitution, thine and mine remain fixed arbitrarily, the conditions of fortune are the effect of chance, property rests on a precarious title, everything in social economy is provisional. What should social, intelligent, and free beings have learned from this uncertainty of value? To make amicable regulations that should protect labor and guarantee exchange and cheapness. What a happy opportunity for all to make up, by honesty, disinterestedness, and tenderness of heart, for the ignorance of the objective laws of the just and the unjust. Instead of that, commerce has everywhere become, by spontaneous effort and unanimous consent, an uncertain operation, a venturesome enterprise, a lottery, and often a deceitful and fraudulent speculation. What obliges the holder of provisions, the storekeeper of society, to pretend that there is a scarcity, sound the alarm, and provoke a rise of prices? Public short-sightedness places the consumer at his mercy, some change of temperature furnishes him a pretext, the assured prospect of gain finally corrupts him, and fear, skillfully spread abroad, throws the population into his toils. Certainly the motive which actuates the swindler, the thief, the assassin, those natures warped, it is said, by the social order, is the same which animates the monopolist who is not in need. How, then, does this passion for gain, abandoned to itself, turn to the prejudice of society? Why has preventive, repressive, and coercive legislation always been necessary to set a limit to liberty? For that is the accusing fact, which it is impossible to deny. Everywhere the law has grown out of abuse, everywhere the legislator has found himself forced to make man powerless to harm, which is synonymous with muzzling a lion or infibulating a boar. And socialism itself, ever imitating the past, makes no other pretense. What is, indeed, the organization which it claims, if not a stronger guarantee of justice, a more complete limitation of liberty? The characteristic trait of the merchant is to make everything either an object or an instrument of traffic. Disassociated from his fellows, his interests separated from those of others, he is for and against all deeds, all opinions, all parties. A discovery, a science, is in his eyes an instrument of war, out of the way of which he tries to keep, and which he would like to annihilate, unless he can make use of it himself to kill his competitors. An artist, an educated person, is an artilleryman who knows how to handle the weapon, and whom he tries to corrupt, if he cannot win him. The merchant is convinced that logic is the art of proving at will the true and the false. He was the inventor of political venality, traffic in consciences, prostitution of talents, corruption of the press. He knows how to find arguments and advocates for all lies, all iniquities. He alone has never deceived himself as to the value of political parties. He deems them all equally exploitable, that is, equally absurd. Without respect for his avowed opinions, which he abandons and resumes by turns, sharply pursuing in others those violations of faith of which he is himself guilty, he lies in his claims, he lies in his representations, he lies in his inventories, he exaggerates, he extenuates, he overrates, he regards himself as the center of the world, and everything outside of him has only a relative existence, value, and truth. Subtle and shrewd in his transactions, he stipulates, he reserves, trembling always lest he may say too much or not enough, abusing words with the simple, generalizing in order not to compromise himself, specifying in order to allow nothing. He turns 3 times upon himself and thinks 7 times under his chin before saying his last word. Has he at last concluded? He rereads himself, he interprets himself, he comments on himself, he tortures himself to find a deep meaning in every part of his contract, and in the clearest phrases the opposite of what they say. What infinite art, what hypocrisy, in his relations with the manual laborer. From the simple shopkeeper to the big contractor, how skillful they are in exploiting his arms. How well they know how to contend with labor, in order to obtain it at a low price. In the first place, it is a hope for which the master receives a slight service, then it is a promise which he discounts by requiring some duty, then a trial, a sacrifice, for he needs nobody, which the unfortunate man must recognize by contenting himself with the lowest wages. There are endless exactions and overcharges, compensated by settlements on paydays effected in the most rapacious and deceitful spirit. And the workman must keep silent and bend the knee, and clench his fist under his frock, for the employer has the work, and only too happy is he who can obtain the favor of his swindles. And because society has not yet found a way to prevent, repress, and punish this odious grinding process, so spontaneous, so ingenuous, so disengaged from all superior impulse, it is attributed to social constraint. What folly! The commission merchant is the type, the highest expression, of monopoly, the embodiment of commerce, that is, of civilization. Every function depends upon his, participates in it, or is assimilated to it, for, as from the standpoint of the distribution of wealth the relations of men with each other are all reducible to exchanges, that is, to transfers of values, it may be said that civilization is personified in the commission merchant. Now, question the commission merchants as to the morality of their trade, they will be frank with you, all will tell you that the commission business is extortion. Complaints are made of the frauds and adulterations which disgrace manufactures. Commerce, I refer especially to the commission business, is only a gigantic and permanent conspiracy of monopolists, by turns competing or joined in pools. It is not a function performed with a view to a legitimate profit, but a vast organization of speculation in all articles of consumption, as well as on the circulation of persons and products. Already swindling is tolerated in this profession. How many waybills overcharged, erased, altered? How many stamps counterfeited? How much damage concealed or fraudulently compounded? How many lies as to quality? How many promises given and retracted? How many documents suppressed? What intrigues and combinations? And then what treasons? The commission merchant, that is, the merchant, that is, the man, is a gambler, a slanderer, a charlatan, a mercenary, a thief, a forger. This is the effect of our antagonistic society, observe the neo-mystics. So say the commercial people, the first under all circumstances to accuse the corruption of the century. They act as they do, if we may believe them, simply to indemnify themselves and wholly against their inclination. They follow necessity, theirs is a case of legitimate defense. Does it require an effort of genius to see that these mutual recriminations strike at the very nature of man, that the pretended perversion of society is nothing but the perversion of man, and that the opposition of principles and interests is only an external accident, so to speak, which brings into relief, but without exerting a necessitating influence, both the blackness of our egoism and the rare virtues with which our race is honored? I understand inharmonious competition and its irresistible eliminating effects. This is inevitable. Competition, in its higher expression, is the gearing by means of which laborers reciprocally stimulate and sustain each other. But, pending the realization of that organization which must elevate competition to its veritable nature, it remains a civil war in which producers, instead of aiding each other in labor, grind and crush each other by labor. The danger here was imminent. Man, to avert it, had this supreme law of love, and nothing was easier, while pushing competition to its extreme limits in the interest of production, than to then repair its murderous effects by an equitable distribution. Far from that, this anarchical competition has become, as it were, the soul and spirit of the laborer. Political economy placed in the hands of man this weapon of death, and he has struck, he has used competition, as the lion uses his paws and jaws, to kill and devour. How is it, then, I repeat, that a wholly external accident has changed the nature of man, which is supposed to be good and gentle and social? The wine merchant calls to his aid jelly, magnon, insects, water, and poisons. By combinations of his own he adds to the destructive effects of competition. Whence comes this mania? From the fact, you say, that his competitor sets him the example. And this competitor, who incites him? Some other competitor. So that, if we make the tour of society, we shall find that it is the mass, and in the mass each particular individual, who, by a tacit agreement of their passions, pride, indolence, greed, distrust, jealousy, have organized this detestable war. After having gathered about him tools, material, and workmen, the contractor must recover in the product, besides the amount of his outlay, first the interest of his capital, and then a profit. It is in consequence of this principle that lending at interest has finally become established, and that gain, considered in itself, has always passed for legitimate. Under this system, the police of nations not having seen at first the essential contradiction of loans at interest, the wage worker, instead of depending directly upon himself, had to depend upon an employer, as the soldier belonged to the count, or the tribe to the patriarch. This order of things was necessary, and, pending the establishment of complete equality, it was not impossible that the welfare of all should be secured by it. But when the master, in his disorderly egoism, has said to the servant, "You shall not share with me," and robbed him at one stroke of labor and wages, where is the necessity, where the excuse? Will it be necessary further, in order to justify the concupiscible appetite, to fall back on the irascible appetite? Take care, in drawing back in order to justify the human being in the series of his lusts, instead of saving his morality, you abandon it. For my part, I prefer the guilty man to the wild beast man. Nature has made man sociable, the spontaneous development of his instincts now makes him an angel of charity, now robs him even of the sentiment of fraternity and the idea of devotion. Did anyone ever see a capitalist, weary of gain, conspiring for the general good and making the emancipation of the proletariat his last speculation? There are many people, favorites of fortune, to whom nothing is lacking but the crown of beneficence. Now, where is the grocer who, having grown rich, begins to sell at cost? Where the baker who, retiring from business, leaves his customers and his establishment to his assistants? Where the apothecary who, under the pretense of winding up his affairs, surrenders his drugs at their true value? When charity has its martyrs, why has it not its amateurs? If there should suddenly be formed a congress of bondholders, capitalists, and men of business, retired but still fit for service, with a view to carrying on a certain number of industries gratuitously, in a short time society would be reformed from top to bottom. But work for nothing. That is for the Vincent de Pauls, the Fenelons, all those whose souls have always been weaned and whose hearts have been pure. The man enriched by gain will be a municipal councillor, a member of the Committee on Charities, an officer of the infant schools. He will perform all the honorary functions, barring exactly that which would be efficacious, but which is repugnant to his habits. Work without hope of profits. That cannot be, for it would be self-destruction. He would like to, perhaps, he has not the courage. Video meliora proboki, deteriora sequor. The retired proprietor is really the owl of the fable, gathering beechnuts for its mutilated mice until it is ready to devour them. Is society also to be blamed for these effects of a passion so long, so freely, so fully gratified? Who, then, will explain this mystery of a manifold and discordant being, capable at once of the highest virtues and the most frightful crimes? The dog licks his master who strikes him, because the dog's nature is fidelity and this nature never leaves him. The lamb takes refuge in the arms of the shepherd who fleeces and eats him, because the sheep's inseparable characteristics are gentleness and peace. The horse dashes through flame and grape shot without touching with his swiftly moving feet the wounded and dead lying in his path, because the horse's soul is unalterable in its generosity. These animals are martyrs for our sakes through the constancy and devotion of their natures. The servant who defends his master at the peril of his life, for a little gold betrays and murders him, the chaste wife pollutes her bed because of some disgust or absence, and in Lucerus we find Messalina, the proprietor, by turns father and tyrant, refits and restores his ruined farmer and drives from his lands the farmer's too numerous family, which has increased on the strength of the feudal contract. The warrior, mirror and paragon of chivalry, makes the corpses of his companions a stepping stone to advancement. Epaminondas and Regulus traffic in the blood of their soldiers, how many instances have my own eyes witnessed? And by a horrible contrast the profession of sacrifice is the most fruitful in cowardice. Humanity has its martyrs and its apostates. To what, I ask again, must this division be attributed? To the antagonism of society, you always say, to the state of separation, isolation, hostility to his fellows, in which man has hitherto lived, in a word, to that alienation of his heart which has led him to mistake enjoyment for love, property for possession, pain for labor, intoxication for joy, to that warped conscience, in short, which remorse has not ceased to pursue under the name of original sin. When man, reconciled with himself, shall cease to look upon his neighbor and nature as hostile powers, then will he love and produce simply by the spontaneity of his energy, then it will be his passion to give, as it is today to acquire, and then will he seek in labor and devotion his only happiness, his supreme delight. Then, love becoming really and indivisibly the law of man, justice will thereafter be but an empty name, painful souvenir of a period of violence and tears. Certainly I do not overlook the fact of antagonism, or, as it will please you to call it, of religious alienation, any more than the necessity of reconciling man with himself. My whole philosophy is but a perpetuity of reconciliations. You admit that the divergence of our nature is the preliminary of society, or, let us rather say, the material of civilization. This is precisely the fact, but, remember well, the indestructible fact of which I seek the meaning. Certainly we should be very near an understanding, if, instead of considering the dissidence and harmony of the human faculties as two distinct periods, clean-cut and consecutive in history, you would consent to view them with me simply as the two faces of our nature, ever adverse, ever in course of reconciliation, but never entirely reconciled. In a word, as individualism is the primordial fact of humanity, so association is its complementary term, but both are in incessant manifestation, and on earth justice is eternally the condition of love. Thus the dogma of the fall is not simply the expression of a special and transitory state of human reason and morality, it is the spontaneous confession, in symbolic phrase, of this fact as astonishing as it is indestructible, the culpability, the inclination to evil, of our race. Curse upon me a sinner! Cries on every hand and in every tongue the conscience of the human race. Vo nobiscia peccavimus. Religion, in giving this idea concrete and dramatic form, has indeed gone back of history and beyond the limits of the world for that which is essential and immanent in our soul. This, on its part, was but an intellectual mirage, it was not mistaken as to the essentiality and permanence of the fact. Now, it is this fact for which we have to account, and it is also from this point of view that we are to interpret the dogma of original sin. All peoples have had their expiatory customs, their penitential sacrifices, their repressive and penal institutions, born of the horror and regret of sin. Catholicism, which built a theory wherever social spontaneity had expressed an idea or deposited a hope, converted into a sacrament the at once symbolic and effective ceremony by which the sinner expressed his repentance, asked pardon of God and men for his fault, and prepared himself for a better life. Consequently I do not hesitate to say that the Reformation, in rejecting contrition, cavilling over the word metanoia, attributing to faith alone the virtue of justification, deconsecrating repentance in short, took a step backward and utterly failed to recognize the law of progress. To deny was not to reply. On this point as on so many others the abuses of the Church called for reform, the theories of repentance, of damnation, of the remission of sin, and of grace contained, if I may venture to say so, in a latent state, the entire system of humanity's education. These theories needed to be developed and grown into rationalism. Luther knew nothing but their destruction. Auricular confession was a degradation of repentance, an equivocal demonstration substituted for a great act of humility. Luther surpassed papist hypocrisy by reducing the primitive confession before God and men, ex homologome to theo kai human, adelphoi, to a soliloquy. The Christian meaning then was lost, and not until 3 centuries later was it restored by philosophy. Since, then, Christianity, that is, religious humanity, has not been in error as to the reality of a fact essential in human nature, a fact which it has designated by the words original prevarication, let us further interrogate Christianity, humanity, as to the meaning of this fact. Let us not be astonished either by metaphor or by allegory. Truth is independent of figures. And besides, what is truth to us but the continuous progress of our mind from poetry to prose? And first let us inquire whether this at least singular idea of original prevarication had not, somewhere in the Christian theology, its correlative. For the true idea, the generic idea, cannot result from an isolated conception, there must be a series. Christianity, after having posited the dogma of the fall as the first term, followed up its thought by affirming, for all who should die in the state of pollution, an irrevocable separation from God, an eternity of punishment. Then it completed its theory by reconciling these two opposites by the dogma of rehabilitation or of grace, according to which every creature born in the hatred of God is reconciled by the merits of Jesus Christ, which faith and repentance render efficacious. Thus, essential corruption of our nature and perpetuity of punishment, except in the case of redemption through voluntary participation in Christ's sacrifice, such is, in brief, the evolution of the theological idea. The second affirmation is a consequence of the first, the third is a negation and transformation of the two others, in fact, a constitutional vice being necessarily indestructible, the expiation which it involves is as eternal as itself, unless a superior power comes to break destiny and lift the anathema by an integral renovation. The human mind, in its religious caprices as well as in its most positive theories, has always but one method. The same metaphysics produced the Christian mysteries and the contradictions of political economy. Faith, without knowing it, hangs upon reason, and we, explorers of divine and human manifestations, are entitled to verify, in the name of reason, the hypotheses of theology. What was it, then, that the universal reason, formulated in religious dogmas, saw in human nature, when, by so regular a metaphysical construction, it declared successively the ingenuousness of the offense, the eternity of the penalty, the necessity of grace? The veils of theology are becoming so transparent that it quite resembles natural history. If we conceive the operation by which the Supreme Being is supposed to have produced all beings, no longer as an emanation, an exertion of the creative force and infinite substance, but as a division or differentiation of this substantial force, each being, organized or unorganized, will appear to us the special representative of one of the innumerable potentialities of the infinite being, as a section of the absolute, and the collection of all these individualities, fluids, minerals, plants, insects, fish, birds, and quadrupeds, will be the creation, the universe. Man, an abridgment of the universe, sums up and syncretizes in his person all the potentialities of being, all the sections of the absolute. He is the summit at which these potentialities, which exist only by their divergence, meet in a group, but without penetrating or becoming confounded with each other. Man, therefore, by this aggregation, is at once spirit and matter, spontaneity and reflection, mechanism and life, angel and brute. He is venomous like the viper, sanguinary like the tiger, gluttonous like the hog, obscene like the ape, and devoted like the dog, generous like the horse, industrious like the bee, monogamic like the dove, sociable like the beaver and sheep. And in addition he is man, that is, reasonable and free, susceptible of education and improvement. Man enjoys as many names as Jupiter, all these names he carries written on his face, and, in the varied mirror of nature, his infallible instinct is able to recognize them. A serpent is beautiful to the reason, it is the conscience that finds it odious and ugly. The ancients as well as the moderns grasp this idea of the constitution of man by agglomeration of all terrestrial potentialities. The labors of Gall and Lavater were, if I may say so, only attempts at disintegration of the human syncretism, and their classification of our faculties a miniature picture of nature. Man, in short, like the prophet in the lion's den, is veritably given over to the beasts, and if anything is destined to exhibit to posterity the infamous hypocrisy of our epoch, it is the fact that educated persons, spiritualistic bigots, have thought to serve religion and morality by altering the nature of our race and giving the lie to anatomy. Therefore the only question left to decide is whether it depends upon man, notwithstanding the contradictions which the progressive emission of his ideas multiplies around him, to give more or less scope to the potentialities placed under his control, or, as the moralists say, to his passions, in other words, whether, like Hercules of old, he can conquer the animality which besets him, the infernal legion which seems ever ready to devour him. Now, the universal consent of peoples bears witness, and we have shown it in the 3rd and 4th chapters, that man, all his animal impulses set aside, is summed up in intelligence and liberty, that is, first, a faculty of appreciation and choice, and, second, a power of action indifferently applicable to good and evil. We have shown further that these two faculties, which exercise a necessary influence over each other, are susceptible of indefinite development and improvement. Social destiny, the solution of the human enigma, is found, then, in these words: education, progress. The education of liberty, the taming of our instincts, the enfranchisement or redemption of our soul, this, then, as Lessing has proved, is the meaning of the Christian mystery. This education will last throughout our life and that of humanity. The contradictions of political economy may be solved, the essential contradiction of our being never will be. That is why the great teachers of humanity, Moses, Buddha, Jesus Christ, Zoroaster, were all apostles of expiation, living symbols of repentance. Man is by nature a sinner, that is, not essentially ill-doing, but rather ill-done, and it is his destiny to perpetually recreate his ideal in himself. That is what the greatest of painters, Raphael, felt profoundly, when he said that art consists in rendering things, not as nature made them, but as it should have made them. Henceforth, then, it is ours to teach the theologians, for we alone continue the tradition of the Church, we alone possess the meaning of the Scriptures, of the councils, and of the Fathers. Our interpretation rests on the most certain and most authentic grounds, on the greatest authority to which men can appeal, the metaphysical construction of ideas and facts. Yes, the human being is vicious because he is illogical, because his constitution is but an eclecticism which holds in perpetual struggle the potentialities of his being, independently of the contradictions of society. The life of man is only a continual compromise between labor and pain, love and enjoyment, justice and egoism, and the voluntary sacrifice which man makes in obedience to his inferior attractions is the baptism which prepares the way for his reconciliation with God and renders him worthy of that beatific union and eternal happiness. The object of social economy, in incessantly securing order in labor and favoring the education of the race, is then to render charity, that charity which knows not how to rule its slaves, superfluous as far as possible by equality, or better, to make charity develop from justice, as a flower from its stem. Ah! If charity had had the power to create happiness among men, it would have proved it long ago, and socialism, instead of seeking the organization of labor, would have had but to say, "Take care, you are lacking in charity." But, alas! Charity in man is stunted, sly, sluggish, and lukewarm. In order to act, it needs elixirs and aromas. That is why I have clung to the triple dogma of prevarication, damnation, and redemption, that is, perfectibility through justice. Liberty here below is always in need of assistance, and the Catholic theory of celestial favors comes to complete this too real demonstration of the miseries of our nature. Grace, say the theologians, is, in the order of salvation, every help or means which can conduct us to eternal life. That is to say, man perfects himself, civilizes himself, humanizes himself only by the incessant aid of experience, by industry, science, and art, by pleasure and pain, in a word, by all bodily and mental exercises. There is an habitual grace, called also justifying and sanctifying, which is conceived as a quality residing in the soul, containing the innate virtues and gifts of the Holy Spirit, and inseparable from charity. In other words, habitual grace is the symbol of the predominance of good impulses, which lead man to order and love, and by means of which he succeeds in subduing his evil tendencies and remaining master in his own domain. As for actual grace, that indicates the external means which give scope to the orderly passions and serve to combat the subversive passions. Grace, according to Saint Augustine, is essentially gratuitous, and precedes sin in man. Bossuet expressed the same thought in his style so full of poesy and tenderness: when God formed the bowels of man, he originally placed goodness there. In fact, the first determination of free will is in this natural goodness, by which man is continually incited to order, to labor, to study, to modesty, to charity, and to sacrifice. Therefore St. Paul could say, without attacking free will, that, in everything concerning the accomplishment of good, God worketh in us both to will and to do. For all the holy aspirations of man are in him before he begins to think and feel, and the pangs of heart which he experiences when he violates them, the delight with which he is filled when he obeys them, all the invitations, in short, which come to him from society and his education, do not belong to him. When grace is such that the will chooses the good with joy and love, without hesitation and without recall, it is styled efficacious. Every one has witnessed those transports of soul which suddenly decide a vocation, an act of heroism. Liberty does not perish therein, but from its predeterminations it may be said that it was inevitable that it should so decide. And the Pelagians, Lutherans, and others have been mistaken in saying that grace compromised free choice and killed the creative force of the will, since all determinations of the will come necessarily either from society which sustains it, or from nature which opens its career and points out its destiny. But, on the other hand, the Augustinians, the Thomists, the Congruists, Jansen, Thomason, Molina, etc., were strangely mistaken when, sustaining at once free will and grace, they failed to see that between these two terms the same relation exists as between substance and form, and that they have confessed an opposition which does not exist. Liberty, like intelligence, like all substance and all force, is necessarily determined, that is, it has its forms and its attributes. Now, while in matter the form and the attribute are inherent in and contemporary with substance, in liberty the form is given by three external agents, as it were, the human essence, the laws of thought, exercise, or education. Grace, in fine, like its opposite, temptation, indicates precisely the fact of the determination of liberty. To sum up, all modern ideas regarding the education of humanity are only an interpretation, a philosophy of the Catholic doctrine of grace, a doctrine which seemed obscure to its authors only because of their ideas upon free will, which they supposed to be threatened as soon as grace or the source of its determinations was spoken of. We affirm, on the contrary, that liberty, indifferent in itself to all modality, but destined to act and to take shape according to a pre-established order, receives its first impulse from the Creator, who inspires it with love, intelligence, courage, resolution, and all the gifts of the Holy Spirit, and then delivers it to the labor of experience. It follows from this that grace is necessarily pre-moving, that without it man is capable of no sort of good, and that nevertheless free will accomplishes its own destiny spontaneously, with reflection and choice. In all this there is neither contradiction nor mystery. Man, in so far as he is man, is good, but, like the tyrant described by Plato, who was, he too, a teacher of grace, man carries in his bosom 1,000 monsters, which the worship of justice and science, music and gymnastics, all the graces of opportunity and condition, must cause him to overcome. Correct one definition in St. Augustine, and all that doctrine of grace, famous because of the disputes which it excited and which disconcerted the Reformation, will seem to you brilliant with clearness and harmony. And now is man God? God, according to the theological hypothesis, being the sovereign, absolute, highly synthetic being, the infinitely wise and free, and therefore indefectible and holy, it is plain that man, the syncretism of the creation, the point of union of all the potentialities manifested by the creation, physical, organic, mental, and moral, man, perfectible and fallible, does not satisfy the conditions of divinity as he, from the nature of his mind, must conceive them. Neither is he God, nor can he, living, become God. All the more, then, the oak, the lion, the sun, the universe itself, sections of the Absolute, are not God. At the same stroke the worship of man and the worship of nature are overthrown. Now we have to present the counter-proof of this theory. From the standpoint of social contradictions we have judged of the morality of man. We are to judge, in its turn and from the same standpoint, the morality of providence. In other words, is God possible, as speculation and faith offer him for the adoration of mortals? 2. Exposition of the myth of providence. Retrogression of God. Among the proofs, to the number of 3, which theologians and philosophers are accustomed to bring forward to show the existence of a God, they give the foremost position to universal consent. This argument I considered when, without rejecting or admitting it, I promptly asked myself, what does universal consent affirm in affirming a God? And in this connection I should recall the fact that the difference of religions is not a proof that the human race has fallen into error in affirming a supreme me outside of itself, any more than the diversity of languages is a proof of the non-reality of reason. The hypothesis of God, far from being weakened, is strengthened and established by the very divergence and opposition of faiths. An argument of another sort is that which is drawn from the order of the world. In regard to this I have observed that, nature affirming spontaneously, by the voice of man, its own distinction into mind and matter, it remained to find out whether an infinite mind, a soul of the world, governs and moves the universe, as conscience, in its obscure intuition, tells us that a mind animates man. If, then, I added, order were an infallible sign of the presence of mind, the presence of a God in the universe could not be overlooked. Unfortunately this if is not demonstrated and cannot be. For, on the one hand, pure mind, conceived as the opposite of matter, is a contradictory entity, the reality of which, consequently, nothing can attest. On the other hand, certain beings ordered in themselves such as crystals, plants, and the planetary system, which, in the sensations that they make us feel, do not return us sentiment for sentiment, as the animals do, seeming to us utterly destitute of conscience, there is no more reason for supposing a mind in the center of the world than for placing one in a stick of sulfur, and it may be that, if mind, conscience, exists anywhere, it is only in man. Nevertheless, if the order of the world can tell us nothing as to the existence of God, it reveals a thing no less precious perhaps, and which will serve us as a landmark in our inquiries, namely, that all beings, all essences, all phenomena are bound together by a totality of laws resulting from their properties, a totality which in the 3rd chapter I have named fatality or necessity. Whether or not there exists then an infinite intelligence, embracing the whole system of these laws, the whole field of fatalism, whether or not to this infinite intelligence is united in profound penetration a superior will, eternally determined by the totality of the cosmic laws and consequently infinitely powerful and free, whether or not, finally, these 3 things, fatality, intelligence, will, are contemporary in the universe, adequate to each other and identical, it is clear that so far we find nothing repugnant to these positions, but it is precisely this hypothesis, this anthropomorphism, which is yet to be demonstrated. Thus, while the testimony of the human race reveals to us a God, without saying what this God may be, the order of the world reveals to us a fatality, that is, an absolute and peremptory totality of causes and effects, in short, a system of laws, which would be, if God exists, like the sight and knowledge of this God. The third and last proof of the existence of God proposed by the theists and called by them the metaphysical proof is nothing but a tautological construction of categories, which proves absolutely nothing. Something exists, therefore there is something in existence. Something is multiple, therefore something is one. Something comes after something, therefore something is prior to something. Something is smaller of greater than something, therefore something is greater than all things. Something is moved, therefore something is mover, etc., ad infinitum. That is what is called even today, in the faculties and the seminaries, by the Minister of Public Education and by Messieurs the bishops, proving the existence of God by metaphysics. That is what the elite of the French youth are condemned to bleat after their professors, for a year, or else forfeit their diplomas and the privilege of studying law, medicine, polytechnics, and the sciences. Certainly, if anything is calculated to surprise, it is that with such philosophy Europe is not yet atheistic. The persistence of the theistic idea by the side of the jargon of the schools is the greatest of miracles, it constitutes the strongest prejudice that can be cited in favor of divinity. I do not know what humanity calls God. I cannot say whether it is man, the universe, or some invisible reality that we are to understand by that name, or indeed whether the word stands for anything more than an ideal, a creature of the mind. Nevertheless, to give body to my hypothesis and influence to my inquiries, I shall consider God in accordance with the common opinion, as a being apart, omnipresent, distinct from creation, endowed with imperishable life as well as infinite knowledge and activity, but above all foreseeing and just, punishing vice and rewarding virtue. I shall put aside the pantheistic hypothesis as hypocritical and lacking courage. God is personal, or he does not exist. This alternative is the axiom from which I shall deduce my entire theodicy. Not concerning myself therefore for the present with questions which the idea of God may raise later, the problem before me now is to decide, in view of the facts the evolution of which in society I have established, what I should think of the conduct of God, as it is held up for my faith and relatively to humanity. In short, it is from the standpoint of the demonstrated existence of evil that I, with the aid of a new dialectical process, mean to fathom the Supreme Being. Evil exists, upon this point everybody seems to agree. Now, have asked the Stoics, the Epicureans, the Manichaeans, and the atheists, how harmonize the presence of evil with the idea of a sovereignly good, wise, and powerful God? How can God, after allowing the introduction of evil into the world, whether through weakness or negligence or malice, render responsible for their acts creatures which he himself has created imperfect, and which he thus delivers to all the dangers of their attractions? Why, finally, since he promises the just and never-ending bliss after death, or, in other words, gives us the idea and desire of happiness, does he not cause us to enjoy this life by stripping us of the temptation of evil, instead of exposing us to an eternity of torture? Such used to be the purport of the protest of the atheists. Today this is scarcely discussed, the theists are no longer troubled by the logical impossibilities of their system. They want a God, especially a providence. There is competition for this article between the radicals and the Jesuits. The socialists preach happiness and virtue in the name of God. In the schools those who talk the loudest against the church are the first of mystics. The old theists were more anxious about their faith. They tried, if not to demonstrate it, at least to render it reasonable, feeling sure, unlike their successors, that there is neither dignity nor rest for the believer except in certainty. The fathers of the Church then answered the incredulous that evil is only deprivation of a greater good, and that those who always reason about the better lack a point of support upon which to establish themselves, which leads straight to absurdity. In fact, every creature being necessarily confined and imperfect, God, by his infinite power, can continually add to his perfections. In this respect there is always, in some degree, a deprivation of good in the creature. Reciprocally, however imperfect and confined the creature is supposed to be, from the moment that it exists it enjoys a certain degree of good, better for it than annihilation. Therefore, though it is a rule that man is considered good only so far as he accomplishes all the good that he can, it is not the same with God, since the obligation to do good infinitely is contradictory to the very faculty of creation, perfection, and creature being two terms that necessarily exclude each other. God, then, was sole judge of the degree of perfection which it was proper to give to each creature. To prefer a charge against him under this head is to slander his justice. As for sin, that is, moral evil, the fathers, to reply to the objections of the atheists, had the theories of free will, redemption, justification, and grace, to the discussion of which we need not return. I have no knowledge that the atheists have replied categorically to this theory of the essential imperfection of the creature, a theory reproduced with brilliancy by M. Delaunay in his Esquisse. It was impossible, indeed, for them to reply to it, for, reasoning from a false conception of evil and of free will, and in profound ignorance of the laws of humanity, they were equally without reasons by which either to triumph over their own doubts or to refute the believers. Let us leave the sphere of the finite and infinite, and place ourselves in the conception of order. Can God make a round circle, a right-angled square? Certainly. Would God be guilty if, after having created the world according to the laws of geometry, he had put it into our minds, or even allowed us to believe without fault of our own, that a circle may be square or a square circular, though, in consequence of this false opinion, we should have to suffer an incalculable series of evils? Again, undoubtedly. Well, that is exactly what God, the God of providence, has done in the government of humanity. It is of that I accuse him. He knew from all eternity, inasmuch as we mortals have discovered it after 6,000 years of painful experience, that order in society, that is, liberty, wealth, science, is realized by the reconciliation of opposite ideas which, were each to be taken as absolute in itself, would precipitate us into an abyss of misery. Why did he not warn us? Why did he not correct our judgment at the start? Why did he abandon us to our imperfect logic, especially when our egoism must find a pretext in his acts of injustice and perfidy? He knew, this jealous God, that, if he exposed us to the hazards of experience, we should not find until very late that security of life which constitutes our entire happiness. Why did he not abridge this long apprenticeship by a revelation of our own laws? Why, instead of fascinating us with contradictory opinions, did he not reverse experience by causing us to reach the antinomies by the path of analysis of synthetic ideas, instead of leaving us to painfully clamber up the steeps of antinomy to synthesis? If, as was formerly thought, the evil from which humanity suffers arose solely from the imperfection inevitable in every creature, or better, if this evil were caused only by the antagonism of the potentialities and inclinations which constitute our being, and which reason should teach us to master and guide, we should have no right to complain. Our condition being all that it could be, God would be justified. But, in view of this wilful delusion of our minds, a delusion which it was so easy to dissipate and the effects of which must be so terrible, where is the excuse of providence? Is it not true that grace failed man here? God, whom faith represents as a tender father and a prudent master, abandons us to the fatality of our incomplete conceptions. He digs the ditch under our feet, he causes us to move blindly, and then, at every fall, he punishes us as rascals. What do I say? It seems as if it were in spite of him that at last, covered with bruises from our journey, we recognize our road, as if we offended his glory in becoming more intelligent and free through the trials which he imposes upon us. What need, then, have we to continually invoke divinity, and what have we to do with those satellites of a providence which for 60 centuries, by the aid of 1,000 religions, has deceived and misled us? What? God, through his gospel bearers and by the law which he has put in our hearts, commands us to love our neighbor as ourselves, to do to others as we wish to be done by, to render each his due, not to keep back anything from the laborer's hire, and not to lend at usury. He knows, moreover, that in us charity is lukewarm and conscience vacillating, and that the slightest pretext always seems to us a sufficient reason for exemption from the law, and yet he involves us, with such dispositions, in the contradictions of commerce and property, in which, by the necessity of the theory, charity and justice are bound to perish. Instead of enlightening our reason concerning the bearing of principles which impose themselves upon it with all the power of necessity, but whose consequences, adopted by egoism, are fatal to human fraternity, he places this abused reason at the service of our passion. By seduction of the mind, he destroys our equilibrium of conscience, he justifies in our own eyes our usurpations and our avarice, he makes the separation of man from his fellow inevitable and legitimate, he creates division and hatred among us in rendering equality by labor and by right impossible. He makes us believe that this equality, the law of the world, is unjust among men, and then he proscribes us en masse for not having known how to practice his incomprehensible precepts. I believe I have proved, to be sure, that our abandonment by Providence does not justify us, but, whatever our crime, toward it we are not guilty, and if there is a being who, before ourselves and more than ourselves, is deserving of hell, I am bound to name him, it is God. When the theists, in order to establish their dogma of providence, cite the order of nature as a proof, although this argument is only a begging of the question, at least it cannot be said that it involves a contradiction, and that the fact cited bears witness against the hypothesis. In the system of the world, for instance, nothing betrays the smallest anomaly, the slightest lack of foresight, from which any prejudice whatever can be drawn against the idea of a supreme, intelligent, personal motor. In short, though the order of nature does not prove the reality of a providence, it does not contradict it. It is a very different thing with the government of humanity. Here order does not appear at the same time as matter, it was not created, as in the system of the world, once and for eternity. It is gradually developed according to an inevitable series of principles and consequences which the human being himself, the being to be ordered, must disengage spontaneously, by his own energy and at the solicitation of experience. No revelation regarding this is given him. Man is submitted at his origin to a pre-established necessity, to an absolute and irresistible order. That this order may be realized, man must discover it, that it may exist, he must have divined it. This labor of invention might be abridged, no one, either in heaven or on earth, will come to man's aid, no one will instruct him. Humanity, for hundreds of centuries, will devour its generations, it will exhaust itself in blood and mire, without the God whom it worships coming once to illuminate its reason and abridge its time of trial. Where is divine action here? Where is providence? If God did not exist, it is Voltaire, the enemy of religions, who says so, it would be necessary to invent him. Why? Because, adds the same Voltaire, if I were dealing with an atheist prince whose interest it might be to have me pounded in a mortar, I am very sure that I should be pounded. Strange aberration of a great mind. And if you were dealing with a pious prince, whose confessor, speaking in the name of God, should command that you be burned alive, would you not be very sure of being burned also? Do you forget, then, Antichrist, the Inquisition, and the Saint Bartholomew, and the stakes of Vanini and Bruno, and the tortures of Galileo, and the martyrdom of so many freethinkers? Do not try to distinguish here between use and abuse, for I should reply to you that from a mystical and supernatural principle, from a principle which embraces everything, which explains everything, which justifies everything, such as the idea of God, all consequences are legitimate, and that the zeal of the believer is the sole judge of their propriety. I once believed, says Rousseau, that it was possible to be an honest man and dispense with God, but I have recovered from that error. Fundamentally the same argument as that of Voltaire, the same justification of intolerance: man does good and abstains from evil only through consideration of a providence which watches over him, a curse on those who deny its existence. And, to cap the climax of absurdity, the man who thus seeks for our virtue the sanction of a divinity who rewards and punishes is the same man who teaches the native goodness of man as a religious dogma. And for my part I say, the first duty of man, on becoming intelligent and free, is to continually hunt the idea of God out of his mind and conscience. For God, if he exists, is essentially hostile to our nature, and we do not depend at all upon his authority. We arrive at knowledge in spite of him, at comfort in spite of him, at society in spite of him. Every step we take in advance is a victory in which we crush divinity. Let it no longer be said that the ways of God are impenetrable. We have penetrated these ways, and there we have read in letters of blood the proofs of God's impotence, if not of his malevolence. My reason, long humiliated, is gradually rising to a level with the infinite. With time it will discover all that its inexperience hides from it. With time I shall be less and less a worker of misfortune, and by the light that I shall have acquired, by the perfection of my liberty, I shall purify myself, idealize my being, and become the chief of creation, the equal of God. A single moment of disorder which the Omnipotent might have prevented and did not prevent accuses his providence and shows him lacking in wisdom. The slightest progress which man, ignorant, abandoned, and betrayed, makes towards good honors him immeasurably. By what right should God still say to me, "Be holy, for I am holy"? Lying spirit, I will answer him, "Imbecile God, your reign is over, look to the beasts for other victims." I know that I am not holy and never can become so, and how could you be holy, if I resemble you? Eternal Father, Jupiter, or Jehovah, we have learned to know you. You are, you were, you ever will be, the jealous rival of Adam, the tyrant of Prometheus. So I do not fall into the sophism refuted by St. Paul, when he forbids the vase to say to the potter, "Why hast thou made me thus?" I do not blame the author of things for having made me an inharmonious creature, an incoherent assemblage. I could exist only in such a condition. I content myself with crying out to him, "Why do you deceive me? Why, by your silence, have you unchained egoism within me? Why have you submitted me to the torture of universal doubt by the bitter illusion of the antagonistic ideas which you have put in my mind? Doubt of truth, doubt of justice, doubt of my conscience and my liberty, doubt of yourself, O God. And, as a result of this doubt, necessity of war with myself and with my neighbor. That, Supreme Father, is what you have done for our happiness and your glory. Such, from the beginning, have been your will and your government, such the bread, kneaded in blood and tears, upon which you have fed us. The sins which we ask you to forgive, you caused us to commit, the traps from which we implore you to deliver us, you set for us, and the Satan who besets us is yourself. You triumphed, and no one dared to contradict you, when, after having tormented in his body and in his soul the righteous Job, a type of our humanity, you insulted his candid piety, his prudent and respectful ignorance. We were as naught before your invisible majesty, to whom we gave the sky for a canopy and the earth for a footstool. And now here you are dethroned and broken. Your name, so long the last word of the savant, the sanction of the judge, the force of the prince, the hope of the poor, the refuge of the repentant sinner, this incommunicable name, I say, henceforth an object of contempt and curses, shall be a hissing among men. For God is stupidity and cowardice, God is hypocrisy and falsehood, God is tyranny and misery, God is evil. As long as humanity shall bend before an altar, humanity, the slave of kings and priests, will be condemned. As long as one man, in the name of God, shall receive the oath of another man, society will be founded on perjury, peace and love will be banished from among mortals. God, take yourself away. For, from this day forth, cured of your fear and become wise, I swear, with hand extended to heaven, that you are only the tormentor of my reason, the spectre of my conscience. I deny, therefore, the supremacy of God over humanity. I reject his providential government, the non-existence of which is sufficiently established by the metaphysical and economical hallucinations of humanity. In a word, by the martyrdom of our race, I decline the jurisdiction of the Supreme Being over man. I take away his titles of Father, King, Judge, Good, Merciful, Pitiful, Helpful, Rewarding, and Avenging. All these attributes, of which the idea of providence is made up, are but a caricature of humanity, irreconcilable with the autonomy of civilization, and contradicted, moreover, by the history of its aberrations and catastrophes. Does it follow, because God can no longer be conceived as providence, because we take from him that attribute so important to man that he has not hesitated to make it the synonym of God, that God does not exist, and that the theological dogma from this moment is shown to be false in its content? Alas! No. A prejudice relative to the divine essence has been destroyed, by the same stroke the independence of man is established, that is all. The reality of the divine being is left intact, and our hypothesis still exists. In demonstrating that it was impossible for God to be providence, we have taken a first step in the determination of the idea of God. The question now is to find out whether this first datum accords with the rest of the hypothesis, and consequently to determine, from the same standpoint of intelligence, what God is, if he is. For just as, after having established the guilt of man under the influence of the economical contradictions, we have had to account for this guilt, if we would not leave man wounded after having made him a contemptible satire, likewise, after having admitted the chimerical nature of the doctrine of a providence in God, we must inquire how this lack of providence harmonizes with the idea of sovereign intelligence and liberty, if we would not sacrifice the proposed hypothesis, which nothing yet shows to be false. I affirm, then, that God, if there is a God, does not resemble the effigies which philosophers and priests have made of him, that he neither thinks nor acts according to the law of analysis, foresight, and progress, which is the distinctive characteristic of man, that, on the contrary, he seems rather to follow an inverse and retrogressive course, that intelligence, liberty, personality in God are constituted not as in us, and that this originality of nature, perfectly accounted for, makes God an essentially anti-civilizing, anti-liberal, anti-human being. I prove my proposition by going from the negative to the positive, that is, by deducing the truth of my thesis from the progress of the objections to it. One God, say the believers, can be conceived only as infinitely good, infinitely wise, infinitely powerful, etc., the whole litany of the infinites. Now, infinite perfection cannot be reconciled with the datum of a will holding an indifferent or even reactionary attitude toward progress. Therefore, either God does not exist, or the objection drawn from the development of the antinomies proves only our ignorance of the mysteries of infinity. I answer these reasoners that, if, to give legitimacy to a wholly arbitrary opinion, it suffices to fall back on the unfathomability of mysteries, I am as well satisfied with the mystery of a God without providence as with that of a providence without efficacy. But, in view of the facts, there is no occasion to invoke such a consideration of probability. We must confine ourselves to the positive declaration of experience. Now, experience and facts prove that humanity, in its development, obeys an inflexible necessity, whose laws are made clear and whose system is realized as fast as the collective reason reveals it, without anything in society to give evidence of an external instigation, either from a providential command or from any superhuman thought. The basis of the belief in providence is this necessity itself, which is, as it were, the foundation and essence of collective humanity. But this necessity, thoroughly systematic and progressive as it may appear, does not on that account constitute providence either in humanity or in God. To become convinced thereof it is enough to recall the endless oscillations and painful gropings by which social order is made manifest. Two other arguers come unexpectedly across our path, and cry, What is the use of these abstruse researches? There is no more an infinite intelligence than a providence, there is neither me nor will in the universe outside of man. All that happens, evil as well as good, happens necessarily. An irresistible ensemble of causes and effects embraces man and nature in the same fatality, and those faculties in ourselves which we call conscience, will, judgment, etc., are only particular accidents of the eternal, immutable, and inevitable whole. This argument is the preceding one inverted. It consists in substituting for the idea of an omnipotent and omniscient author that of a necessary and eternal, but unconscious and blind, coordination. From this opposition we can already form a presentiment that the reasoning of the materialists is no firmer than that of the believers. Whoever says necessity or fatality says absolute and inviolable order, whoever, on the contrary, says disturbance and disorder affirms that which is most repugnant to fatality. Now, there is disorder in the world, disorder produced by the play of spontaneous forces which know power and chains. How can that be, if everything is the result of fate? But who does not see that this old quarrel between theism and materialism proceeds from a false notion of liberty and fatality, two terms which have been considered contradictory, though really they are not. If man is free, says the one party, all the more surely is God free too, and fatality is but a word. If everything is enchained in nature, answers the other party, there is neither liberty nor providence, and so each party argues in its own direction till out of sight, never able to understand that this pretended opposition of liberty and fatality is only the natural, but not antithetical, distinction between the facts of activity and those of intelligence. Fatality is the absolute order, the law, the code, fatum, of the constitution of the universe. But this code, very far from being exclusive in itself of the idea of a sovereign legislator, supposes it so naturally that all antiquity has not hesitated to admit it, and today the whole question is to find out whether, as the founders of religions have believed, the legislator preceded the law in the universe, that is, whether intelligence is prior to fatality, or whether, as the moderns claim, the law preceded the legislator, in other words, whether mind is born of nature. Before or after, this alternative sums up all philosophy. To dispute over the posteriority or priority of mind is all very well, but to deny mind in the name of fatality is an exclusion which nothing justifies. To refute it, it is sufficient to recall the very fact on which it is based, the existence of evil. Given matter and attraction, the system of the world is their product, that is fatal. Given two correlative and contradictory ideas, a composition must follow, that also is fatal. Fatality clashes, not with liberty, whose destiny, on the contrary, is to secure the accomplishment of fatality within a certain sphere, but with disorder, with everything that acts as a barrier to the execution of the law. Is there disorder in the world, yes or no? The fatalists do not deny it, for, by the strangest blunder, it is the presence of evil which has made them fatalists. Now, I say that the presence of evil, far from giving evidence of fatality, breaks fatality, does violence to destiny, and supposes a cause whose erroneous but voluntary initiative is in discordance with the law. This cause I call liberty, and I have proved, in the 4th chapter, that liberty, like reason which serves man as a torch, is as much greater and more perfect as it harmonizes more completely with the order of nature, which is fatality. Therefore to oppose fatality to the testimony of the conscience which feels itself free, and vice versa, is to prove that one misconstrues ideas and has not the slightest appreciation of the question. The progress of humanity may be defined as the education of reason and human liberty by fatality. It is absurd to regard these three terms as exclusive of each other and irreconcilable, when in reality they sustain each other, fatality serving as the base, reason coming after, and liberty crowning the edifice. It is to know and penetrate fatality that human reason tends, it is to conform to it that liberty aspires, and the criticism in which we are now engaged of the spontaneous development and instinctive beliefs of the human race is at bottom only a study of fatality. Let us explain this. Man, endowed with activity and intelligence, has the power to disturb the order of the world, of which he forms a part. But all his digressions have been foreseen, and are effected within certain limits, which, after a certain number of goings and comings, lead man back to order. From these oscillations of liberty may be determined the role of humanity in the world, and, since the destiny of man is bound up with that of creatures, it is possible to go back from him to the supreme law of things and even to the sources of being. Accordingly, I will no longer ask, how is it that man has the power to violate the providential order, and how is it that providence allows him to do so? I state the question in other terms: how is it that man, an integral part of the universe, a product of fatality, is able to break fatality? How is it that a fatal organization, the organization of humanity, is adventitious, contradictory, full of tumult and catastrophes? Fatality is not confined to an hour, to a century, to 1,000 years. If science and liberty must inevitably be ours, why do they not come sooner? For, the moment we suffer from the delay, fatality contradicts itself. Evil is as exclusive of fatality as of providence. What sort of a fatality, in short, is that which is contradicted every instant by the facts which take place within its bosom? This the fatalists are bound to explain, quite as much as the theists are bound to explain what sort of an infinite intelligence that can be which is unable either to foresee or prevent the misery of its creatures. But that is not all. Liberty, intelligence, fatality, are at bottom three adequate expressions, serving to designate three different faces of being. In man, reason is only a defined liberty conscious of its limit. But within the circle of its limitations, this liberty is also fatality, a living and personal fatality. When, therefore, the conscience of the human race proclaims that the fatality of the universe, that is, the highest, the supreme fatality, is adequate to an infinite reason as well as to an infinite liberty, it simply puts forth an hypothesis in every way legitimate, the verification of which is incumbent upon all parties. 3. Now come the humanists, the new atheists, and say, humanity in its ensemble is the reality sought by the social genius under the mystical name of God. This phenomenon of the collective reason, a sort of mirage in which humanity, contemplating itself, takes itself for an external and transcendent being who considers its destinies and presides over them, this illusion of the conscience, we say, has been analyzed and explained, and henceforth to reproduce the theological hypothesis is to take a step backward in science. We must confine ourselves strictly to society, to man. God in religion, the state in politics, property in economy, such is the triple form under which humanity, become foreign to itself, has not ceased to rend itself with its own hands, and which today it must reject. I admit that every affirmation or hypothesis of divinity proceeds from anthropomorphism, and that God in the first place is only the ideal, or rather, the specter of man. I admit further that the idea of God is the type and foundation of the principle of authority and absolutism, which it is our task to destroy or at least to subordinate wherever it manifests itself, in science, industry, public affairs. Consequently, I do not contradict humanism, I continue it. Taking up its criticism of the divine being and applying it to man, I observe that man, in adoring himself as God, has posited of himself an ideal contrary to his own essence, and has declared himself an antagonist of the being supposed to be sovereignly perfect, in short, of the infinite. That man consequently is, in his own judgment, only a false divinity, since in setting up God he denies himself, and that humanism is a religion as detestable as any of the theisms of ancient origin. That this phenomenon of humanity taking itself for God is not explainable in the terms of humanism, and requires a further interpretation. God, according to the theological conception, is not only sovereign master of the universe, the infallible and irresponsible king of creatures, the intelligible type of man, he is the eternal, immutable, omnipresent, infinitely wise, infinitely free being. Now, I say that these attributes of God contain more than an ideal, more than an elevation to whatever power you will of the corresponding attributes of humanity, I say that they are a contradiction of them. God is contradictory of man, just as charity is contradictory of justice, as sanctity, the ideal of perfection, is contradictory of perfectibility, as royalty, the ideal of legislative power, is contradictory of law, etc. So that the divine hypothesis is reborn from its resolution into human reality, and the problem of a complete, harmonious, and absolute existence, ever put aside, ever comes back. To demonstrate this radical antinomy, it suffices to put facts in juxtaposition with definitions. Of all facts, the most certain, most constant, most indubitable, is certainly that in man knowledge is progressive, methodical, the result of reflection, in short, experimental, so much so that every theory not having the sanction of experience, that is, of constancy and concatenation in its representations, thereby lacks a scientific character. In regard to this not the slightest doubt can be raised. Mathematics themselves, though called pure, are subject to the concatenation of propositions, and hence depend upon experience and acknowledge its law. Man's knowledge, starting with acquired observation, then progresses and advances in an unlimited sphere. The goal which it has in view, the ideal which it tends to realize without ever being able to attain it, placing it on the contrary farther and farther ahead of it, is the infinite, the absolute. Now, what would be an infinite knowledge, an absolute knowledge, determining an equally infinite liberty, such as speculation supposes in God? It would be a knowledge not only universal, but intuitive, spontaneous, as thoroughly free from hesitation as from objectivity, although embracing at once the real and the possible, a knowledge sure, but not demonstrative, complete, not sequential, a knowledge, in short, which, being eternal in its formation, would be destitute of any progressive character in the relation of its parts. Psychology has collected numerous examples of this mode of knowing in the instinctive and divinatory faculties of animals, in the spontaneous talent of certain men born mathematicians and artists, independent of all education, finally, in most of the primitive human institutions and monuments, products of unconscious genius independent of theories. And the regular and complex movements of the heavenly bodies, the marvelous combinations of matter, could it not be said that these too are the effects of a special instinct, inherent in the elements? If, then, God exists, something of him appears to us in the universe and in ourselves, but this something is in flagrant opposition with our most authentic tendencies, with our most certain destiny. This something is continually being effaced from our soul by education, and to make it disappear is the object of our care. God and man are two natures which shun each other as soon as they know each other. In the absence of a transformation of one or the other or both, how could they ever be reconciled? If the progress of reason tends to separate us from divinity, how could God and man be identical in point of reason? How, consequently, could humanity become God by education? Let us take another example. The essential characteristic of religion is feeling. Hence, by religion, man attributes feeling to God, as he attributes reason to him. Moreover, he affirms, following the ordinary course of his ideas, that feeling in God, like knowledge, is infinite. Now, that alone is sufficient to change the quality of feeling in God, and make it an attribute totally distinct from that of man. In man sentiment flows, so to speak, from 1,000 different sources. It contradicts itself, it confuses itself, it rends itself, otherwise, it would not feel itself. In God, on the contrary, sentiment is infinite, that is, 1, complete, fixed, clear, above all storms, and not needing irritation as a contrast in order to arrive at happiness. We ourselves experience this divine mode of feeling when a single sentiment, absorbing all our faculties, as in the case of ecstasy, temporarily imposes silence upon the other affections. But this rapture exists always only by the aid of contrast and by a sort of provocation from without. It is never perfect, or, if it reaches fullness, it is like the star which attains its apogee, for an indivisible instant. Thus we do not live, we do not feel, we do not think, except by a series of oppositions and shocks, by an internal warfare. Our ideal, then, is not infinity, but equilibrium. Infinity expresses something other than ourselves. It is said, God has no attributes peculiar to himself, his attributes are those of man, then man and God are one and the same thing. On the contrary, the attributes of man, being infinite in God, are for that very reason peculiar and specific. It is the nature of the infinite to become speciality, essence, from the fact that the finite exists. Deny then, if you will, the reality of God, as one denies the reality of a contradictory idea, reject from science and morality this inconceivable and bloody phantom which seems to pursue us the more, the farther it gets from us, up to a certain point that may be justified, and at any rate can do no harm. But do not make God into humanity, for that would be slander of both. Will it be said that the opposition between man and the divine being is illusory, and that it arises from the opposition that exists between the individual man and the essence of entire humanity? Then it must be maintained that humanity, since it is humanity that they deify, is neither progressive, nor contrasted in reason and feeling, in short, that it is infinite in everything, which is denied not only by history, but by psychology. This is not a correct understanding, cry the humanists. To have the right ideal of humanity, it must be considered, not in its historic development, but in the totality of its manifestations, as if all human generations, gathered into one moment, formed a single man, an infinite and immortal man. That is to say, they abandon the reality to seize a projection. The true man is not the real man. To find the veritable man, the human ideal, we must leave time and enter eternity. What do I say? Desert the finite for infinity, man for God. Humanity, in the shape we know it, in the shape in which it is developed, in the only shape in fact in which it can exist, is erect. They show us its reversed image, as in a mirror, and then say to us, that is man. And I answer, it is no longer man, it is God. Humanism is the most perfect theism. What, then, is this providence which the theists suppose in God? An essentially human faculty, an anthropomorphic attribute, by which God is thought to look into the future according to the progress of events, in the same way that we men look into the past, following the perspective of chronology and history. Now, it is plain that, just as infinity, that is, spontaneous and universal intuition in knowledge, is incompatible with humanity, so providence is incompatible with the hypothesis of the divine being. God, to whom all ideas are equal and simultaneous, God, whose reason does not separate synthesis from antinomy, God, to whom eternity renders all things present and contemporary, was unable, when creating us, to reveal to us the mystery of our contradictions, and that precisely because he is God, because he does not see contradiction, because his intelligence does not fall under the category of time and the law of progress, because his reason is intuitive and his knowledge infinite. Providence in God is a contradiction within a contradiction. It was through providence that God was actually made in the image of man. Take away this providence, and God ceases to be man, and man in turn must abandon all his pretensions to divinity. Perhaps it will be asked of what use it is to God to have infinite knowledge, if he is ignorant of what takes place in humanity. Let us distinguish. God has a perception of order, the sentiment of good. But this order, this good, he sees as eternal and absolute. He does not see it in its successive and imperfect aspects, he does not grasp its defects. We alone are capable of seeing, feeling, and appreciating evil, as well as of measuring duration, because we alone are capable of producing evil, and because our life is temporary. God sees and feels only order. God does not grasp what happens, because what happens is beneath him, beneath his horizon. We, on the contrary, see at once the good and the evil, the temporal and the eternal, order and disorder, the finite and the infinite. We see within us and outside of us, and our reason, because it is finite, surpasses our horizon. Thus, by the creation of man and the development of society, a finite and providential reason, our own, has been posited in contradiction of the intuitive and infinite reason, God, so that God, without losing anything of his infinity in any direction, seems diminished by the very fact of the existence of humanity. Progressive reason resulting from the projection of eternal ideas upon the movable and inclined plane of time, man can understand the language of God, because he comes from God and his reason at the start is like that of God, but God cannot understand us or come to us, because he is infinite and cannot reclothe himself in finite attributes without ceasing to be God, without destroying himself. The dogma of providence in God is shown to be false, both in fact and in right. It is easy now to see how the same reasoning turns against the system of the deification of man. Man necessarily positing God as absolute and infinite in his attributes, whereas he himself develops in a direction the inverse of this ideal, there is discord between the progress of man and what man conceives as God. On the one hand, it appears that man, by the syncretism of his constitution and the perfectibility of his nature, is not God and cannot become God. On the other, it is plain that God, the Supreme Being, is the antipode of humanity, the ontological summit from which it indefinitely separates itself. God and man, having divided between them the antagonistic faculties of being, seem to be playing a game in which the control of the universe is the stake, the one having spontaneity, directness, infallibility, eternity, the other having foresight, deduction, mobility, time. God and man hold each other in perpetual check and continually avoid each other, while the latter goes ahead in reflection and theory without ever resting. The former, by his providential incapacity, seems to withdraw into the spontaneity of his nature. There is a contradiction, therefore, between humanity and its ideal, an opposition between man and God, an opposition which Christian theology has allegized and personified under the name of devil or Satan, that is, contradictor, enemy of God and man. Such is the fundamental antinomy which I find that modern critics have not taken into account, and which, if neglected, having sooner or later to end in the negation of the man-God and consequently in the negation of this whole philosophical exegesis, reopens the door to religion and fanaticism. God, according to the humanists, is nothing but humanity itself, the collective me to which the individual me is subjected as to an invisible master. But why this singular vision, if the portrait is a faithful copy of the original? Why has man, who from his birth has known directly and without a telescope his body, his soul, his chief, his priest, his country, his condition, been obliged to see himself as in a mirror, and without recognizing himself, under the fantastic image of God? Where is the necessity of this hallucination? What is this dim and ambiguous consciousness which, after a certain time, becomes purified, rectified, and, instead of taking itself for another, definitively apprehends itself as such? Why on the part of man this transcendental confession of society, when society itself was there, present, visible, palpable, willing, and acting, when, in short, it was known as society and named as such? No, it is said, society did not exist, men were agglomerated, but not associated. The arbitrary constitution of property and the state, as well as the intolerant dogmatism of religion, prove it. Pure rhetoric, society exists from the day that individuals, communicating by labor and speech, assume reciprocal obligations and give birth to laws and customs. Undoubtedly society becomes perfect in proportion to the advances of science and economy, but at no epoch of civilization does progress imply any such metamorphosis as those dreamed of by the builders of utopia, and however excellent the future condition of humanity is to be, it will be none the less the natural continuation, the necessary consequence, of its previous positions. For the rest, no system of association being exclusive in itself, as I have shown, of fraternity and justice, it has never been possible to confound the political ideal with God, and we see in fact that all peoples have distinguished society from religion. The first was taken as end, the second regarded only as means, the prince was the minister of the collective will, while God reigned over consciences, awaiting beyond the grave the guilty who escaped the justice of men. Even the idea of progress and reform has never been anywhere absent. Nothing, in short, of that which constitutes social life has been entirely ignored or misconceived by any religious nation. Why, then, once more, this tautology of society divinity, if it is true, as is pretended, that the theological hypothesis contains nothing other than the ideal of human society, the preconceived type of humanity transfigured by equality, solidarity, labor, and love? Certainly, if there is a prejudice, a mysticism, which now seems to me deceptive in a high degree, it is no longer Catholicism, which is disappearing, but rather this humanitary philosophy, making man a holy and sacred being on the strength of a speculation too learned not to have something of the arbitrary in its composition, proclaiming him God, that is, essentially good and orderly in all his powers, in spite of the disheartening evidence which he continually gives of his doubtful morality. Attributing his vices to the constraint in which he has lived, and promising from him in complete liberty acts of the purest devotion, because in the myths in which humanity, according to this philosophy, has painted itself, we find described and opposed to each other, under the names of hell and paradise, a time of constraint and penalty and an era of happiness and independence. With such a doctrine it would suffice, and moreover it would be inevitable for man to recognize that he is neither God, nor good, nor holy, nor wise, in order to fall back immediately into the arms of religion, so that in the last analysis all that the world will have gained by the denial of God will be the resurrection of God. Such is not my view of the meaning of the religious fables. Humanity, in recognizing God as its author, its master, its alter ego, has simply determined its own essence by an antithesis, an eclectic essence, full of contrasts, emanated from the infinite and contradictory of the infinite, developed in time and aspiring to eternity, and for all these reasons fallible, although guided by the sentiment of beauty and order. Humanity is the daughter of God, as every opposition is the daughter of a previous position. That is why humanity has formed God like itself, has lent him its own attributes, but always by giving them a specific character, that is, by defining God in contradiction of itself. Humanity is a spectre to God, just as God is a spectre to humanity. Each of the two is the other's cause, reason, and end of existence. It was not enough, then, to have demonstrated, by criticism of religious ideas, that the conception of the divine me leads back to the perception of the human me. It was also necessary to verify this deduction by a criticism of humanity itself, and to see whether this humanity satisfies the conditions that its apparent divinity supposes. Now, such is the task that we solemnly inaugurated when, starting at once with human reality and the divine hypothesis, we began to unroll the history of society in its economic institutions and speculative thoughts. We have shown, on the one hand, that man, although incited by the antagonism of his ideas, and although up to a certain point excusable, does evil gratuitously and by the bestial impulse of his passions, which are repugnant to the character of a free, intelligent, and holy being. We have shown, on the other hand, that the nature of man is not harmoniously and synthetically constituted, but formed by an agglomeration of the potentialities specialized in each creature, a circumstance which, in revealing to us the principle of the disorders committed by human liberty, has finished the demonstration of the non-divinity of our race. Finally, after having proved that in God providence not only does not exist, but is impossible, after having, in other words, separated the divine attributes of the infinite being from the anthropomorphic attributes, we have concluded, contrary to the affirmations of the old theodicy, that, relatively to the destiny of man, a destiny essentially progressive, intelligence and liberty in God suffered a contrast, a sort of limitation and diminution, resulting from his eternal, immutable, and infinite nature, so that man, instead of adoring in God his sovereign and his guide, could and should look on him only as his antagonist. And this last consideration will suffice to make us reject humanism also, as tending invincibly, by the deification of humanity, to a religious restoration. The true remedy for fanaticism, in our view, is not to identify humanity with God, which amounts to affirming, in social economy communism, in philosophy mysticism and the statu quo, it is to prove to humanity that God, in case there is a God, is its enemy. What solution will result later from these data? Will God, in the end, be found to be a reality? I do not know whether I shall ever know. If it is true, on the one hand, that I have today no more reason for affirming the reality of man, an illogical and contradictory being, than the reality of God, an inconceivable and unmanifested being, I know at least, from the radical opposition of these two natures, that I have nothing to hope or to fear from the mysterious author whom my consciousness involuntarily supposes. I know that my most authentic tendencies separate me daily from the contemplation of this idea, that practical atheism must be henceforth the law of my heart and my reason, that from observable necessity I must continually learn the rule of my conduct, that any mystical commandment, any divine right, which should be proposed to me, must be rejected and combated by me, that a return to God through religion, idleness, ignorance, or submission, is an outrage upon myself, and that if I must sometime be reconciled with God, this reconciliation, impossible as long as I live and in which I should have everything to gain and nothing to lose, can be accomplished only by my destruction. Let us then conclude, and inscribe upon the column which must serve as a landmark in our later researches. The legislator distrusts man, an abridgment of nature and a syncretism of all beings. He does not rely on providence, an inadmissible faculty in the infinite mind. But, attentive to the succession of phenomena, submissive to the lessons of destiny, he seeks in necessity the law of humanity, the perpetual prophecy of his future. He remembers also, sometimes, that, if the sentiment of divinity is growing weaker among men, if inspiration from above is gradually withdrawing to give place to the deductions of experience, if there is a more and more flagrant separation of man and God, if this progress, the form and condition of our life, escapes the perceptions of an infinite and consequently non-historic intelligence, if, to say it all, appeal to providence on the part of a government is at once a cowardly hypocrisy and a threat against liberty, nevertheless the universal consent of the peoples, manifested by the establishment of so many different faiths, and the forever insoluble contradiction which strikes humanity in its ideas, its manifestations and its tendencies indicate a secret relation of our soul, and through it of entire nature, with the infinite, a relation the determination of which would express at the same time the meaning of the universe and the reason of our existence.